Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Underdunk returns home, and we are back for the bi-weekly series here on Twitch. We have a ton of action to bring you today, but we have a lot to cover before we get to some of these matches. Back on the broadcast with me is Husky. Husky, new YouTube video just dropped. What else has been new?
Yeah, yeah, I did. And I was gonna work on, I have some other ideas I was gonna work on today, and then I just didn't. I don't think I did a single thing at all today. Just ended the semester, just graduated, and I have taken this week to be not much of a person. It's felt pretty good.
Sometimes it's good to charge the old batteries, but yeah, happy to have you back. Later on in the stream, we'll be getting joined by a couple of additional casters. Draku-san and Professor Malice will be joining us later on, but for the first few series, it'll be Husky and I. And before we get to any of that, as is always for Underdunk, a little bit of housekeeping. Best of 3 on the winner's side, and a best of 1 on that lower side, with the grand finals having a midnight clause if it does come to that. Right now, I believe we have 12 teams entered into the bracket, so it should be a pretty exciting tournament. I think we have some pretty decent teams in, so excited to see what these teams bring. Other bits of housekeeping news, exclamation point Master Series in chat. I believe today is the last day to register for the open qualifier for the Engage Master Series, which will be played out this Saturday. $250 prize pool for the open qualifier, $750 prize pool for the main event. Make sure to sign up your team for that chance of money. You don't want to miss out. Next order of business, a lot of stuff has happened since the last broadcast 2 weeks ago, as well as some new information that has hit Eos Island. So we've had regional finals, we have a new patch, we have some new items that are announced, and even a new supporter they'll be dropping soon. I don't know if we have a date quite yet. There's been some theories on exactly when, but yeah, Alchemy.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought we did have a date.
I think it's still up in the air. I thought that they said that it's it might be like June, but I think it's like the 22nd that it gets added to the test server. It's been very sparse, but either way, let's talk about these things while we get these teams set up. I believe the first matchup is going to be the Rapid Spinners in Kyoto to Tokyo. So let's talk about regional finals first, Husky.
Okay.
What a wild weekend that was. We have 4 teams qualified from North America. Obviously, LG qualified previously, and then we had the 3 additional ones: Orange Juicers, Unique Coaching, and the darlings of the bracket, version 1. I am so proud of that team. If you've been here on the stream before, a very big fan favorite of not only myself, you, but I think probably the whole community. So outside of that, any big shockers there for you?
I mean, the V1 is like a shocking thing. Like we've been not secretly pulling for them all season. Any game we can watch of V1, we've been watching. So it's just super exciting to see them get their shot. It makes me also even more excited for the final stretch tournament at NAIC, because there's a lot of really good teams up there in the championship point rankings that did not get a spot for Worlds from regionals. So this is going to be really exciting. I think it just makes me all the more excited for NAIC. And I do need to bring up the ending to the regional finals. I think that was the biggest shocker. I think I haven't stopped thinking about that since it happened. It was incredible. And like, yeah, okay, it doesn't like matter that much because both of those teams had already like qualified or whatever. But oh my god. I was trying to do laundry or something, and then Bren was like, Alex, you gotta come back in the room. Like, because he's watching it in the living room, and I like was like, oh, the game's almost over or whatever. I'm gonna go grab something. And he's like, Alex, you need to get back in here right now. And I'm like standing in front of the TV, like shaking. It was crazy.
It was, I mean, yeah, for those that didn't watch, the final game that clinched Orange Juicers the grand finals of the regional, a ton of money. And so it didn't matter for them. Obviously, they want the bigger share of that prize pool, which is significant. I think it was $20,000. Definitely want that. Obviously, they already like you said, they already clinched their world spot. They already clinched their travel prize. So the extra money is really it. But either way, it ended on a tie, a mad dash for scores from You Need Coaching, and they were able to tie it up after securing Ray. And somehow, some of the shields got broken. I think it was a big Zacian Unite before Snorlax Unite, and still some points went on in, and it ended up with a tie with Orange Juicer winning because they got to that point threshold first. So very exciting stuff for those that did not watch. Outside of that,
It's just cinema.
yeah, absolute cinema, right? But since then,
Talk about patch.
so much. We got a patch. We got new items announced. Patch just went live, 3 a.m. Eastern time. So this is probably the first tournament that we're seeing this patch hit. What are we expecting today? We had some massive stuff. So for those that don't know, Zacian, Raichu, Gyarados getting nerfed, Clefable, Blastoise, Garchomp, Blaziken getting buffed, nerfs to Excel Bracer and Drive Lens, buffs to Rocky Helmet and Shell Bell. Madness. Lots of big changes.
Yeah, I played a couple games today on the patch, and it's always a little bit difficult to see how the meta is going to shake out, if it's going to shake out. I always wish these patches were a little bigger, shake things up a little bit more. But there are a couple things that I'm going to be keeping an eye on tonight, especially in the tournament. One of them is Blastoise. It's a Pokemon that has shifted in and out of the meta, and a lot of competitive players know how to play Blastoise. It has defender options and carry options. It can be played in the top path. I hate it in the top path, but we're going to be looking out for it anyway. Yeah. So I'm going to be watching that. The other thing is Clefable. I think this, just from playing Clefable a little bit today, and I've always loved Clefable. It's my favorite healer to play. I think they might be trying to shift back into a healer support focus because we have shifted heavily away from healers. I don't know if it's enough to put Clefable back in. I mean, we'll have to see. Like, it could be crazy, and I just, I don't know. It seems really good. But I think it would be great to shift back into a healer-focused support meta. I think we've done a lot of cool stuff with, like, Psyduck, Sableye, attackers with the EXP share. But I want to see us back to a healer meta. I think that would be awesome. And I'm going to be looking out for Clefable.
Healer, I hardly know her. Let's take a look at the brackets. See what we're going to be up against today. First match is going to be that Rapid Spinners versus Kyoto to Tokyo match that we were just talking about. SPC Enigma, Quark Drivers, Sugar Rush Hardstruck, Dojo Demons, who made it to the grand finals the last event that we had 2 weeks ago. Thanks Gaming, KDU, if I'm not mistaken, the winners of the previous previous event 2 weeks ago. Machichi's Litter Box, which is Machizzle's team for today. Micro and Cheese and Goofy Goober. So a lot of mainstays over the last couple months. Some pretty good performers. Goofy Goobers was like, I think, a single map away from qualifying to day 2. They just fell short against Tagang in a 3-game set for advancement into day 2. So pretty good showing by that squad. Obviously not super surprised given their performance, not only in Underdunks, but in a lot of these other grassroots tournaments, grassroots leagues. They've performed quite well. So excited to see. Any teams, Husky, that you're really excited to see today?
Always excited to see like teams that we see commonly throughout Underdunk. Dojo Demons is a really fun one, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on them. A lot of teams, I'd have to look at the exact players because they change names around so much, so I can't exactly remember who's on them, but regardless, some players that we're normally seeing, some players that we don't normally see, and a lot of fun teams. I'm looking forward to it.
Always. And back to the patch. So I agree with the Clefable. I think that's going to be something to watch out for. One other thing that I'm really interested is Rocky Helmet. It's been an item that's kind of come to fruition.
A brand new item they just released.
Brand new item. I guess since ACL, some teams have piloted it on Gyarados, but that's really about it from what we've seen. Mm-hmm. Do you think that some of these changes, because they're pretty significant, right? So you had a change to the cooldown of it. I think it was like 2 seconds. Now it can proc every 0.6 seconds. The damage is, or like the retribution damage is lowered, but that's because of the change to the timing. And then the big one is the amount of damage received from an ability, from 10% down to 3%. So it should, in theory, proc a lot more frequently. What type of Pokemon do you think could really sport this item?
Yeah, this is also interesting with the nerfing of the newer lens. What is the bracers? Those new ones. Yeah. The KO stacking items and the rework of them a little bit, because those kind of became very necessary on most of your carry Pokemon. And even some not carry Pokemon ran it quite a lot. So I think that nerfing that and then buffing something else gives more options. I think specifically on a little bit tankier all-rounders, it basically is like rough skin, like Garchomp's ability. So as you're doing damage, then receiving damage, then extra damage is being done to those opponents. So I think that works really well for some tankier all-rounders. If you run it on something super squishy, how much is it really going to do before you just go down anyway? So I think things like Garchomp, obviously Gyarados, it got nerfed, probably won't see it much, but Garchomp got a little bit of a buff. Things like Metagross could be really interesting to see it on some of those tankier all-rounders that brawl a lot in the front line and stay on for a long time.
Shell Bell getting a little bit of buff. This one I think is pretty minor change, but might see this item on a few different Pokemon. I believe it's a very small change just to the cooldown of like how frequently, but it's like 2 seconds. It was 10 seconds, now it's 8 if I'm not mistaken. So I
like Shell Bell. I think like I run it on if you're running cooldown focused builds, which a lot of people just enjoy doing. It feels good. It's one of those things like you run it, Drive Lens, Shell Bell, and Energy Amp. You run all of them together and you've got like, max cooldown, and people love doing that. I don't think it will be enough to replace another item with Shell Bell. But for those already running Shell Bell on some builds, I think it's a pretty good boost.
I think so too. I like using it on Gardevoir. Anything with like super high special attack, it tends to be pretty good. Gardevoir, a very notorious caster of abilities, so like a mid to long range mage I think would work well. Maybe Venusaur. I don't know if we'll see any Venusaur. It did receive some buffs recently, but it's early game just so tough with Venusaur.
Utano still believes in it. But yeah, I run it on like Delphox, things like that, where you're trying to get a lot of cooldown on it. I think it's it's an item that's not that great, but it's fine enough. So I think it'll just be like a good little boost to those who are currently running it. It's also it could be used on some special attack healers or supporters like Blissey or Psyduck or Clefable, just to get your heals out a little bit more. If you're not focusing on the tankiness, just focusing on trying to heal as often as possible, I can see that being an option as well.
Some secret Pokemon that I think might be hidden winners of this patch haven't been touched. Psyduck, I think, might be a little bit of a winner here. Not the normal moveset, right? Not the Psychic Surf, but potentially Surf Disable. When you think about Disable being able to proc that Clefable as kind of like a counter into Clefable. Clefable's going to be healing, throw an Incense on Psyduck, continuously apply the anti-healing on Clefable. I think in general, cursed items on the way up because of Clefable. So
I think you're totally right. I think that also a winner of not getting touched, Suicune. Pokemon that's banned a lot and skated through somehow. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing some Suicune tonight. Here we go, Kyle, into our game number 1.
Into game number 1, and check out the new graphics. Hopefully everybody likes them. I spent a lot of time on them, so praise me, please. I learned Photoshop, everybody, in record time.
Kyle, great job. Everybody praise Kyle in chat or you're banned.
Don't ban anybody. Immediately seeing some bans, though. Suicune, the one that we just talked about, skated.
Yeah, because Suicune didn't praise Kyle.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Neither did Umbreon, for that matter.
Yeah, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't praise Kyle. You get banned in draft.
Psyduck, again, a lot of supporter-type Pokemon, so Psyduck, Blissey getting banned. Umbreon, technically a defender. A lot of teams still play it in more of a supporter slot, and even Suicune tends to be a little bit more passive, more like a defender supporter type role. So very interesting there. But immediately we're seeing one of those buff Pokemon go in the first slot. It is that Garchomp.
I am surprised to see Garchomp picked up first, but Starlight is a very good Garchomp player, so it doesn't surprise me that this player would specifically want to draft that in the first pick slot. So I think that's a good option for them. Not sure if we will consistently be seeing Garchomp first picked in every match, but I think that they just wanted to snag this away. And on the other side, Talonflame still having a lot of draft priority, and Sableye still being the supporter pick for this team.
Love the leftovers on Sableye. It can be really strong. Keeping map presence on the other side, putting pressure on goal zones, just generally disrupting the flow of what Rapid Spinners want to do. I also like the Wigglytuff. I think that's going to be really good into something like this Talonflame that's going to want to escape. That Q-Charm procs, that could be very troublesome for that bird.
Yeah, I love the Wigglytuff pick. I feel like it's one of those tank/supports that just doesn't get picked up super often, but it can be very, very valuable. So I'm excited to see what that does. On the other side, we've got Pikachu. I imagine we will be seeing Volt Tackle Pikachu try to shut down whatever Chunti's gonna pick up because, you know, they're that... Oh, they actually went with Blaziken. Very interesting. I figured they would go with a Speedster here, but in Mamoswine as well. So a lot of CC on both sides right now.
And there, yeah, like you said, the Blaziken last pick for Rapid Spinners. Also, kind of surprised to see that Pokemon fall this late. See, we're gonna see immediate presence from Rapid Spinners from, you know, some of these buffed Pokemon. And this is a matchup that we were talking about before the match started in the Greed Room. Is this Blaziken versus Buzzwole matchup? Buzzwole tends to win that 1v1. We'll see how this plays out.
Wonder if they will send Blaziken to the central area just for some map presence in the top path with Garchomp just to get that level 5 and then slow down the Buzzwole a little bit by getting Blaziken a little bit out ahead. The other pick that I want to mention on Rapid Spinners is this Sylveon. Jade running the Sylveon, very good Sylveon player, but I'm not sure about this pick. I mean, I guess you could run either moveset with it. You've got the curse item on it, but I'm just not sure how great Sylveon's doing right now, so I'm going to be keeping a lookout for that.
I am too. I based on what they have equipped currently, it leads me to believe it's going to be a Hyper Voice. Typically with the Mystical Fire, you see like a Muscle Band, or maybe even some more tanky items. So this looked like an all damage. They're looking to proc any sort of anti-healing on it. The Shell Bell is also a nice addition. So we're seeing, you know, some of these new items, or I guess the buff items with the Shell Bell pretty early on.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to it. I think that I like Kyoto to Tokyo's draft a little bit better, but it also is going to depend on what they do with this Pikachu as their main ranged damage dealer. I would suspect Volt Tackle, but honestly, this isn't a bad Mage Pika game.
Not at all. Look at this Snorlax in game number 1 of round 1. Immediately heading for a little bit of an invade on Kyoto to Tokyo side.
Yeah, heading in to try to slow down this Talonflame that's in the central area. They're going to go for it here. They will pick up this blue buff. Now Swinub also coming into the central area to try to slow down the Snorlax. Everybody has gathered in the central area to deal with this thing.
4 members attempt to converge on the big old Snorlax, unable to do so, and they get out scot-free. Sableye gonna try for a little bit of revenge on the opposite side of the map, but they will see that that central area of that Combuskin is barren. Look at this Snorlax just disrupting this Talonflame. Unable to get a ball, forced to grab a Citrus Berry, and forced to grab that back farm.
I really like the choice of the invasion with the Snorlax because it prevents the Sableye from being able to do any real damage on the opposite side. And that's really what you're worried about with a Pokemon that is invisible and annoying. But now we've got 4 members of both sides who have made it up into the top path looking for the birds. But we already have this Wigglytuff getting online. We've got a level 5 on that Garchomp and Combuskin heading back into the central area.
Ooh, we do see the dig from that Garchomp, one of the buff moveset. Great engage here from Wigglytuff. Is going to keep Buzzwole from forcing any more bit further towards the Rapid Spinner side, and they realize that that is a fool's errand to continue pushing.
I love this Wigglytuff pick. Look at it. I mean, like, yeah, sure, the Swinub can stun it, but it just walks in. It can X speed away. It can just operate on half HP through the entire game. It's going to be really difficult for Kyoto to Tokyo to deal with it, especially to make sure that you're getting those moves out.
Oh, fantastic engage from Garchomp and Snorlax. Points are going to rain on in for Kyoto to Tokyo, or for Rapid Spinners on Kyoto to Tokyo's side. Sableye just forced to watch as it happens. And in the central area, Rapid Spinners cleans up all the Altaria family. Kyoto to Tokyo going for points.
Smart play for Kyoto to Tokyo to avoid the central area there and look for points, but Rapid Spinners responds very easily, picking up a KO there. Jade stacking up a little bit of that drive lens, and the Garchomp as well getting a KO. Sylveon with a double. It's a big start here for Rapid Spinners.
Great job. Yeah, Hyper Voice is the move of choice, and Snorlax 1 HP in a dream, just nearly escaping that hands of the Pikachu. And look at this, Mr. Turtle's going for another invade on this Wigglytuff. 10 seconds until these objectives spawn.
There's just a lot of options for Rapid Spinners to consistently be harassing Kyoto to Tokyo central area. You can just send Wigglytuff or Snorlax in there. You have the sustain of Garchomp being able to operate on its own and operate really well in 1v1 situations, just hanging out in the top path. They have incredible map presence right now.
Reggie Ice looking to go on in, overheat secure, but Brave Bird connects on multiple members. It's just the Snorlax that falls, and Talonflame and Mamoswine. Now Sableye going Blaziken, heating up already. Couple of KOs. I believe that was a triple for them.
Yeah, and there they're going. They're going for 4. They got the Quadra. Can they go for the Penta? Pikachu's going to have to back up. They do have the Thunder, which is good for defending goal zones, but not good for... Oh, that's a great Starlight Recital right there. Gets Jade out of that situation. Huge moment for Rapid Spinners.
If Blaziken is stacking KOs, they are certainly well on their way with, I believe it was 6 right in that big engage there. Garchomp, already a level 11 Pokemon, 2 levels higher than anything that Kyoto to Tokyo is throwing out. And we have, once again, this Snorlax keeping presence on the central area of from Kyoto to Tokyo.
And they, again, are able to jump in with a big heavy slam, secure the blue buff away. And I feel like right now they're just tilting Kyoto to Tokyo with how far out ahead they've got. But Kyoto to Tokyo has a good end game, especially with that Talonflame. That Buzzwole can 1v1 better than anything on Rapid Spinner's side, as well as your Mamoswine that has a ton of CC options. And they're already moving in and picking up Garchomp. If they can continue operating as a team, they could have a chance in these fights.
All 5 members of Kyoto to Tokyo looking for that T1 goal zone. They think twice and retreat back to their own central area. Grabbing some levels, 200 to 70 right now, halfway mark. Right now, it's really been all Rapid Spinners controlling this map.
Yeah, but it's still not that far out of reach for Kyoto to Tokyo. 70 points are on the board for them, and they're not that far behind realistically. It looks like Rapid Spinners gathering in the bottom path. Garchomp likely just going to rip that off the face of the earth, while Sylveon and Wigglytuff handle the top path.
Another Reg Ice over to Rapid Spinners. HP is going to increase as Regieleki starts to get hit from Kyoto to Tokyo. Great Ice Fang engage there. Sing is going to try to put a couple members to sleep. There's the Starlight Recital, giving some shield. Mamoswine doing all of the work, making sure that Rapid Spinners can advance. Regieleki given to Kyoto to Tokyo. That is hard to say.
I really like the Mamoswine zoning right there. It really prevented Rapid Spinners from even getting in to try to secure it. They may have been able to with a Dazzling Gleam or a Heavy Slam, but they didn't want to leave that Sylveon alone with that Mamoswine. It doesn't really do anything for Kyoto to Tokyo. They get the objective, and that's kind of all they get out of it, but Mamoswine, definitely props to them for a great job zoning.
Sableye grabbing some vision, identifies the Garchomp, pushing a little bit forward. Still both T1 goal zones up for Rapid Spinners. If you're playing something like this Sableye, you'd really like to start breaking some goals so you can provide a little bit more value, but right now it just hasn't been identified, hasn't been found for Kyoto to Tokyo.
Sableye is a pick that can do a lot. You want it to be in the team fights, but you also want it to constantly be moving around the map. And Rapid Spinners has just done such a great job of maintaining control over that map so that Sableye can't really do anything. They have effectively completely shut down this Pokemon just by making sure that it doesn't get into any of those goal zones or really do much damage at all.
Great block from the Snorlax to prevent Mamoswine from advancing any further. Oh, Jade gets caught out by 3 members of from Kyoto to Tokyo right there. That's going to enable a little bit of a push here. Sableye's grabbing vision as Buzzwall's pushing a little bit forward. Talonflame also hiding in the tall grass, looking for a Brave Bird to engage. But none's found. 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Basement Reggie's up. Rapid Spinners in position.
Look at this Mamoswine now having their turn invading the central area of Rapid Spinners. It's going to take away this blue buff. They're not going to care about either of these objectives, just trying to get experience. And honestly, Kyle, that's probably the best thing for them to do right now. They want to try to get their carries to level 13 because they are going up against a level 13 Blaziken. Not only that, but a level 14 on that Garchomp, and they're going to want to use any resources possible to make sure that they do not run away with this fight.
Looking to run away is the Sableye, just barely able to escape the claws of the Garchomp. Snorlax identifies the Buzzwall hiding in that pixel bush. Sableye once again putting a little bit of pressure, trying to identify where the rest of Rapid Spinners is. We have the Talonflame once again hiding in that tall grass as well. Oh, Sableye, Chaos Glower is not going to send anybody home. Unite move from the Wigglytuff is going to cleanse any crowd control from Kyoto to Tokyo. There's the Buzzwall engaged directly on a couple members of Rapid Spinners, but Garchomp turns it right back around, gets a double KO of their own.
What a fantastic Hyper Voice to start off that fight, forcing the Sableye Unite move out and making it absolutely useless, immediately into a full cleanse on the Starlight Recital, and suddenly the Buzzwole's rendered completely useless, not able to do anything here. Mamoswine also going down to this Blaziken, but now members of Kyoto to Tokyo are back, so Rapid Spinners doesn't quite want to go for a full send on this Rayquaza.
Still a minute left, still a massive lead from Rapid Spinners is going to just force the hand of Kyoto to Tokyo as they still have 1 member down. Hiding in the tall grass, 3 members there, waiting for the rest of the reinforcements to get back on the map. There's going to be time for 1 more push.
They're going to have to look for a full team engage here. Now Snorlax knows Sableye and Mamoswine are here. Now they see Pikachu as well, so the rest of Rapid Spinners have to come back into the middle. Blaziken also doing a great job of maintaining the control over those top bushes. Finds a big overheat, but is caught by Buzzwole.
Oh, all 5 members converge right onto the Blaziken, but that was the trap that Rapid Spinners wanted. Oh, they turn it right back around. Massive engage from Jade. 3 members of Kyoto to Tokyo are down. Buzzwole standing with a little bit of a shield. Is Sylveon going to be able to clear it out? Yes, they do. Rapid Spinners going to be taking game 1.
I regret saying anything bad about that Sylveon pick. What a great setup for Jade as well. Just enough damage into a huge Fairy Frolic Unite move just to close out that damage with the Hyper Voice. I mean, Sylveon is such a great supportive mid-range attacker in those situations, especially when you get a lot of CC on your team and you can just perfectly position your Hyper Voice with the Wigglytuff Sing, Snorlax being able to engage with a Heavy Slam. Just great playing there from the Sylveon, as well as, I mean, the entire team, Rapid Spinners, able to pull that one out.
I mean, we'd have to give it to Jade. We have to give it to Jade, our friend. But honestly, like you said, Rapid Spinners played that absolutely perfectly. They knew their win condition. They had a massive lead going into it. They knew that they could force the hand from Kyoto to Tokyo. Hey, I said it right this time, and they did. And one by one, they fell. I thought for a second Chuti was going to get caught out there, but man, the follow-up from the rest of the team, it was a good bait, but the vision was found, and Rapid Spinners prevailed in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you put Blaziken up there, just hitting a big overheat, and it stuns the opponents for enough time to give the rest of the team an option to come up to help in that situation. So the fight just kind of lingered into the top side instead of breaking out around the Rayquaza pit where you would expect it to. And that was off the back of Chunti and their overheat engage. It ended up going really well for them. And it also helps that you're a lot of levels ahead and the pressure's not really on you. So in that situation, definitely feeling a little bit better if you're Rapid Spinners. But Kyle, what does Kyoto to Tokyo have to do in this next game to try to come back here?
I mean, you gotta think about these newly buffed Pokemon, right? You got 2 of them on the side of Rapid Spinners. You got the Garchomp with the new updated moveset of Dig, Earthquake. Maybe not updated, but buffed, right? Significant defense buffs, and then not only that, but the lifesteal from those boosted autos, or the healing from the boosted autos seems very strong. There are so many fights that Garchomp was in the middle of, and just the chaining of those boosted autos, the healing, didn't seem like they were low on HP nearly at all that entire game. And then Blaziken also just ran away with it.
I think that the core with the Wiggly Garchomp with the Dig moveset works so well. And just from seeing it in that game, kind of, I guess, piloted, that could be a very real combo that we see a lot in competitive, because the Dragon Claw moveset that you traditionally see on Garchomp kind of provides it more utility to be able to operate completely on its own, independently. It has some chase, so you can run it with eject button, able to make sure that you get that combo out. Dig doesn't have that as strong, so using that moveset along with the Wigglytuff, where suddenly an entire team potentially is just kind of standing there asleep, it really gives you the opportunity to stun and slow opponents, and then you're just able to shred through them. I could really see that being a fantastic option.
Wigglytuff, kind of an unsung hero.
All right.
Would you say? Would you say that? Would you say that? I would say that. That was bad.
That's enough.
I liked it. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that. I'm writing that one down. I'm writing that one down for next UCS that we get to cast.
The real Starlight recital was the friends we made along the way. I think that's the most important thing. But I would be happy to see more Wigglytuff. I feel like that's another Pokemon that you kind of see when a player really likes it. But I feel like it always provides some value, especially with its Unite move, being able to cleanse your entire team. I think that the way that you counter something like that is just make sure that the entire team isn't together. And unfortunately for Kyoto to Tokyo's team comp, there wasn't really anything that was able to reposition enemies to be in a situation where the Wigglytuff couldn't provide value. The only thing they really had to do that was Mamoswine, and it ended up being really difficult for the Mamoswine to get in that situation.
It's just tough, right? Like when there's so much crowd control on that side, and you have your big engage as Mamoswine that doesn't really have any sort of like unstoppable, you just kind of get chain CC'd, whether it's from the Snorlax block and heavy slam or the Wigglytuff Sing. Like there was so much, and even like the Garchomp, the Earthquake stun or the Dig stun. I mean, I guess Earthquake too at the plus move, right?
Yeah.
There's just so much of it. So be interested to see what happens here in the draft. I do believe that we have the same sides, actually. Rapid Spinner's still going to take side on the purple side, so they will still have that first pick option.
Yeah, and I mean, I like that. They want to grab 2 strong picks that can counter a strong first pick from Rapid Spinners. I feel like teams will kind of go either way with what they want to decide to go with. We're seeing pretty much the same band shake out. The last one previously was that Umbreon, so Kyoto to Tokyo might go ahead and ban that, or they might want to try to pick something like that up on their side because they know that Rapid Spinners will be getting something else, and it looks like that is what they want to do. They want to kind of throw away the Comfey ban here and maybe look for an Umbreon pick, or if Rapid Spinners doesn't pick up that Garchomp first, which they do, gives Kyoto to Tokyo an opportunity to grab the Umbreon that was previously banned.
I actually really like that strategy, and you just nailed it on the head. That's exactly what they do, because I think they realize that Rapid Spinners highly values that Garchomp. So maybe it is something that you can slow down, potentially, but I don't know. Maybe the mean look does it, but I don't know. It's still like so strong that even if you mean look it, the amount of self-sustain that Garchomp has is pretty insane previously, and now it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah, I mean, the banning and the picking phase is a lot of mind games, I feel like, and Kyoto to Tokyo kind of played the mind game correctly. I saw them hovering the option for a Wigglytuff ban, but they ended up going with the Comfey ban, and I'm glad they did, honestly, because it kind of makes them want to pick that Garchomp up again more, assuming that they can get the same type of team composition that they had previously. So it doesn't make them want to change up their first pick strategy so that Kyoto to Tokyo can get the first picks that they want. They also went with Hoopa here in this situation, whereas they had Sableye previously, and I really do like the Hoopa better. I think it's going to provide them some more utility.
I like this gutter pick from Jade of the Inteleon. Right now, you're going to be able to outrange the mage of Kyoto to Tokyo in that Alolan Ninetales, who's going to be more of that, mid-range type of player. Going to provide a lot of crowd control, so that I do kind of like that pivot. Being able to kind of slow down Rapid Spinners, but I even like this Mimikyu. Hasn't been buffed recently, but maybe with some of the changes, it can shine a little bit more.
Mimikyu is a good response to this Inteleon, I think. I mean, you have Talonflame that can very easily get on top of an Inteleon if it wants to. It can just fly or Brave Bird right over there, take down Jade. But I still do really love this Inteleon option in response to an Alolan Ninetales pick, because you know that you have the range. And now you have extremely good secure on your side, which forces Kyoto to Tokyo into a fight. You have Snipe Shot, which I assume is what we'll be seeing here. And then you have Overheat on Chunti's Blaziken that we saw play very, very well previously. And then Rapid Spinners also took away that Mamoswine. So a lot of CC once again for that heavy frontline core.
Not only that, but Rapid Spinners is going to have a pretty decent Rayquaza fight, right? Like, you have two incredible secure tools in not only that Snipe Shot, but that Overheat, like you said, but then you have the massive amount of Rip that the Garchomp will have. So if you get one or two members down in that Rayquaza for Kyoto to Tokyo, you have to be ready for Rapid Spinners just rip that off the mat, because they have the ability to do that. But here we go. Game number 2 of round 1 in your best of 3s. Looks like we are going to be paused very quickly.
I just wanted to keep everybody on our toes here while we get the game started. Imagine we had a disconnect of some kind. But I did want to revisit the option for the Mimikyu as well, because Mimikyu just provides a second option for getting in on Inteleon. But on Rapid Spinner's side, their front line is going to be really strong. So they can put all their resources onto taking out Inteleon however they want, but you have Garchomp and Blaziken up there that are dealing with your front line. So if you're using your front line as a distraction to go after the back line, your front line is already shredded by the time you're finished that job. So I think that it's going to be a little bit tough for Kyoto to Tokyo to maintain what they want to throughout this match.
Just a lot to deal with. It's a lot to deal with. I'm also kind of interested here, right? While we have the time, looking at some of the items. So we saw Starlight put that Rocky helmet on the Garchomp, so this is going to be a good look at that item. We saw another little bit of a change here in the Inteleon, the normal Inteleon build. So previously with the Drive Lens addition to Pokemon Unite, we saw Inteleon's almost primarily using that. There's no Drive Lens on Jade's Inteleon. She has swapped that out Looks like for Wise Glasses. So very interested to see immediate like changes into the item builds of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that it's pretty easy for Inteleon to pick up KOs when stacking up your Drive Lens didn't take that long to make sure that you get to those full 10 stacks. But now that you need 20 stacks to get to the full effect, you might just want to opt for more damage throughout the entirety of the match instead of waiting until mid to late game to be able to pick up that extra damage. And I don't really think that you're worried much about the cooldown aspect of that item on something like Inteleon because of the ability for Snipe Shot to have multiple charges. You could also see Liquidation, I guess, but I wouldn't assume that that would be what we're seeing. I mean, it can be good into things like Speedsters, like Talonflame with a lot of dive to make sure that you're actually hitting, but I think that Snipe Shot is still just a great call, especially if you can hit the snipes.
Yeah, that's the key, right? You gotta hit the snipes. It always can be difficult, but I have full confidence in Jade to be able to do so. It will be a little bit difficult on that Brave Bird. Talonflame, very dodgy Pokemon. It can be quite difficult on the Mimikyu, especially if they go play rough and have the iframes to dodge a lot of that. And then obviously you have to penetrate the front line of Umbreon. Yeah, I still can't imagine Liquidation, especially into a Talonflame, because, I mean, Talonflame Fly can just be that move of choice, right, to kind of just dodge all of the Liquidation, similar to how Talonflame is kind of like a common counter to, Glaceon.
Yeah. Talk about the Umbreon as well, because you mentioned it, that the Umbreon got banned. Now it's picked. Oh, we get to go back in the game, maybe? No? Okay. Well, Umbreon pick. Oh, I was cucked. The Umbreon pick is, I think, I was gonna say, like, I don't know about Mean Look here because there's 2 frontline all-rounders and 2 frontline defenders. I don't really know how good Mean Look does because nothing's really trying to move around that much. But it could still be a good setup for something like the Alolan Ninetales to make sure that it gets its Blizzard Avalanche combo out. But I kind of would like to see a foul play. If this Umbreon is what ends up being picked. Apparently there's a couple issues with draft.
Yeah, I'm looking at just at our backstage chat. Looks like there were some draft issues. So we are going to resolve that pretty soon, get the players back into the lobby. They are going to be doing blind pick with the same Pokemon. So Pokemon will be the same.
Okay, so
I think it might have just been some funkiness with the game. It does happen.
Yeah, the game doesn't run very well. Switch 2 will save us, surely.
Switch 2 save us. Switch 2 save us.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
Okay, so yeah, same Pokemon getting locked in the blind pick. So hopefully this will make things a little bit more smooth for everybody. I'm gonna see
about
if
items.
Any of the items changed. Oh wait.
Yeah, I want to bring.
A9 and Talonflame tried to are allowed to because I guess that was who got DC'd or something. So.
Yeah. I want to bring up about the items as well. 1 Excel Bracer on each side. Just 1. And it's your... Yeah, exactly. Microsoft Excel Bracer. It was taken off the Talonflame, I believe, within the last second, and then Mimikyu is wearing it. Mimikyu is wearing the Excel Bracer, and then Chunti's Blaziken is also wearing it. So it might be like it might be turning into like a Curse Incensed, Curse Bangle type item where you just need 1 on your team for the ramp. And then you just hope that you can funnel your KOs and assists into that Pokemon to make sure that they can stack it.
Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, before it was very easy to get all of your stacks in, especially on some certain Pokemon. But here we go. Game number 2, attempt number 2. Immediately, we are going to see this pilot, or this Swinub, along with Snorlax, go for an invade of Kyoto to Tokyo Central area.
Oh, and the Swinub takes it away with the Ice Shard. Big for them. Unfortunately, Hoopa does miss that stun move. What is that? Is that Astonish? Is that what that one's called?
Astonish.
They didn't hit it, and Swinub got out with the red buff.
Oh, and
And
Snorlax
Snorlax got the
took
blue.
the
Oh,
blue.
no.
Oh, and that one too, dude. Yeah, they're already dead. Let them go. Let them go, sir. Okay, a little bit of revenge there. Snorlax goes down. Blue buff now on the Alolan Ninetales that was able to evolve. But the damage is done. Rapid Spinners got what they want.
And Garchomp has already made it to level 5, which is huge. We've got level 5 on the Combuskin. This start for Rapid Spinners is something that I just don't know how many teams can properly deal with. I don't know if you go with a counter invade or what, or just like hope, or just leave your central area Pokemon out to dry and just secure your lanes. I don't know what the plan is.
Ooh, there we go. Alolan Ninetales doing a bit of damage, but not quite enough, as Hoopa was the one that fell down in that 2v4 or 4v4. Snorlax immediately going back for a central area invade. Alolan Ninetales is going to snuff out this Swinub invade, but are they going to be able to do enough damage? Eject button is burned from Mr. Eternals. They do escape, but they don't get any buffs this time.
Wow, and the other buff, our blue buff for the Snorlax, they take it. And I just feel like having this constant pressure of the invasions requires your positioning to be completely different. And the map control is just so easily going over to Rapid Spinners. Even if you're losing that Snorlax, that Swinub, to those invades eventually, the map control is just so valuable.
Mimikyu just barely able to get through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Looked like the Blaziken was trying to push them out, unable to do so. But Kyoto to Tokyo able to stay upright in that engage. 38-12, advantage Rapid Spinners early on.
Kyoto to Tokyo is handling this much better than they did in the first game. They have kind of a better handle on it, and I think a lot of that does have to do with this Hoopa pick rather than the Sableye, giving them the hyperspace hole option and kind of forces the entire team to play around that move.
You're talking about those snipe shots hitting. Jade just hit a massive one, forcing that Mimikyu back, and Blaziken finishes the job. Great heavy slam engage right onto the Alolan Ninetales, sends them packing. Points are looking to go on in for Rapid Spinners. They're going to find a couple. Umbreon's going to try to find this hyperspace hole. Almost pushed out of it from a couple members of Rapid Spinners. Blaziken is the first one to fall there. Mean Look is extra mean. Piloswine falls back to the Pokemon Center. Kyoto to Tokyo find a couple of big KOs there, and now Regirock might be on the menu.
Huge defensive stand for them. And Regieleki does go over to this Garchomp, and it does force Rapid Spinners to back off that Regirock. That does go over to Kyoto to Tokyo. So they do get a win out of it, but they do lose the top path, and they're very behind in score. Oh, Kyle, we've got a Trick Room Mimikyu on our hands.
I love it. Funny room for this Mimikyu. Oh, massive snipe shot once again. However, Brave Bird is going to take out the Blaziken. Was looking to close off that Alolan Ninetales. Hoopa going to send the team back for some HP regeneration through the hyperspace hole. But right now, 148-12. Rapid Spinners has a hold on this match.
I think this Talonflame is a great pick, especially with that Brave Bird moveset. Just kind of is able to come and do a ton of burst damage. Doesn't give Rapid Spinners time to set up. And I think that's what their composition really needs, is time to set up those moves. And Brave Bird just doesn't allow it. Jumping in here again on Chunti takes a ton of damage. And is just able to eject button right out of that situation.
Focus Blast going to connect onto the Talonflame. Flame Sweep return is going to sweep the Garchomp into harm's way, but no KOs found yet. Citrus Berry taken from Hoopa, but Garchomp gobbled that one right up as it hit the top of the Thea Sky. Oh, right now, it is a little bit of a tough situation for from Kyoto to Tokyo with that level 11 Garchomp and level 10 Blaziken to deal with.
Mimikyu trying to go in on this Mamoswine right now, but Jade is there, pops the Azure Spy Vision, looking for a snipe shot on an A9, does connect, but it looks like everyone will just kind of back out of this situation, trying to deal with Umbreon in the bottom path. Jade connects on the Indeedee instead of the Umbreon, but they get that piece of farm, so I don't think they mind it.
Not too bad. A red buff from Kyoto to Tokyo is awarded to Rapid Spinners, the Garchomp. Looking for a little bit of a back cap. Might be able to find it unless the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole sends teams up. Doesn't matter. 34 on in. Basement Reggie on down. It is of the Regirock variety. Brave Bird connects. Immediate damage onto them. Blaziken sees the writing on the wall. Good zoning from Alolan Ninetales. Make sure no one's able to push forward. Snipe shot for a prayer, but just a little bit short. Either way, Kyoto to Tokyo has won both of these basement Reggies.
Yeah, Snipe Shot was close, but it is Kyoto to Tokyo able to pick up that secure. Though they are behind in the score lead, they are looking much better this match. They are not getting run over nearly as much as they were previously, but a big engage Ice Fang from that Mamoswine, and Rapid Spinners is looking to push in on this tier 1.
4v2, one immediately falls. It's the Umbreon. Hoopa, though, taking the team. The rings are unbound. Mimikyu goes down, and on the top path, Garchomp getting the best of this fight along with the Regieleki. Hoopa in the unbound form is going to be forced back towards this speed flux zone. Umbreon returning to the fight, trying to defend this T1. Able to do so, Rapid Spinner's going to go ahead and retreat.
Umbreon looking really strong, and we're reminded again of why it's banned. It's just really hard to take it down. Talonflame now with the Brave Bird comes in. Garchomp was looking for that blue buff, not able to find it, but just shredding through that Talonflame. They have to back up.
Man, that health bar regeneration is just insane on that Pokemon as it gets ramped up. There's that Earthquake Dig combination. Almost on the brink of getting KO'd, and look at it! It's self-sustaining. It takes 4 members of Kyoto to Tokyo to finally take it down. Meanwhile, Rapid Spinners was able to clear out a lot of XP on the map and increase their levels. 13 on the Garchomp, 12 on the Blaziken.
Yeah, there's a 12 on the Talonflame as well, and it's likely not going to be too difficult for them to get 13. I think the problem here is trying to get Alolan Ninetales levels up, who's getting very low right now. Hyperspace Hole does come down to transfer Umbreon up into the top path, but Rapid Spinners just so good at maintaining map control even when they're playing against a Hoopa. They're just all over the map, and Kyoto to Tokyo doesn't really know how to deal with it. That being said, Mimikyu with a big 40 in the top path.
That's finally a little bit of XP for Kyoto to Tokyo. However, Mimikyu might be paying for it. Blaziken is going to be able to chase them down. At least almost. There's an eject button burn from Blaziken. Are they going to be able to get a focus blast on him as Jade is able to get that Regirock for the Rapid Spinners? Somehow, someway, Mimikyu, 1 HP in a dream, gets on a Wade.
Mimikyu does get out. Talonflame does not. They were picked up there by that Mamoswine. They are going to respawn very soon, but not before the Rayquaza hits the map. And Rapid Spinners is positioning very closely to the Rayquaza pit. It looks like they're going for the rip.
Oh, this is the rip that we talked about. Rapid Spinners going for it. Mimikyu is going to play with me. Garchomp able to take it off the map. Rapid Spinners immediately onto the Rayquaza. They're going to take it, and with 3 members down, likely taking game 2.
As soon as the Talonflame goes down there, that's the only option, realistically, that Kyoto to Tokyo has for a secure in that moment. As soon as Talonflame goes down, I can literally hear, I feel like I'm in the comms with them. Just rip it, take it off the map. We have way better secure, and Talon is not here. By the time Talon even respawns and is able to get even close to the pit, Rayquaza is already down. Rapid Spinners takes this series, and they are racking up more points.
There we go, yeah, 2-0. Start of the Underdunk 51 broadcast. Rapid Spinners, still a minute left, but it's going to take a lot for Kyoto to Tokyo to catch up. Full pockets from every single player, and as more Pokemon fall, that task becomes more and more unlikely to happen. Either way, like you said, only one real secure tool. Oh my gosh, Jade just absolutely heating up. Only
Jade.
one secure tool. Oh, this is sick. This is silly. There's a Quadra.
Now.
Give her the Penta. Give her the Penta. Get it. Umbreon's getting away. That's sad. I was ready for it.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, I think that was a little bit mean. Talonflame was just trying to dance with them, have a good time. Umbreon will be able to get some points in, but I think that they really did have a chance this time. Kyoto to Tokyo definitely did have a shot, but it was just a fantastic engagement by the Mamoswine to take out that Talonflame while the Mimikyu was running away. I mean, I think the Talonflame definitely made a mistake there, but I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to go in to defend from the Mimikyu getting jumped on, but they didn't realize that their timer would not be up in time for the Rayquaza to hit. We end up with a dance party on the enemy base, and it is going to be Rapid Spinners taking this one 2-0.
2-0. They're going to be advancing on to the next round, where they will be taking on KDU, which is the #1 seed of this tournament, based on the players as well as their performance in the Master Series with the Engage. engagement. Looking at the final stats, 892 to 200, your final score. Racking up the KOs, and especially in that last little bit, Jade 7 KOs, 4 assists, leading the charge for the Rapid Spinners.
Hey, before those KOs came after the game was already won. So Jade, don't get too cocky. But yeah. I think that Inteleon pick did really work out. She was just hitting those snipes throughout the entire match. It was really, really good. And that core front line of just the ton of CC that makes it really difficult to penetrate through and even get to that Inteleon. I don't know how much damage Jade ended up taking. Yeah, 7,000 damage. Even with the Brave Bird Talonflame, Jade was untouched.
Yeah, barely sneezed on that entire match. 89k to dealt as well. So definitely did some damage. Definitely did not take much damage. So yeah, Rapid Spinners look pretty dominant in both Game 1 and Game 2. And exactly what we were talking about after this draft is you got to be ready for the rip. And like you said, Talonflame falls, immediately rip. That was really their one secure tool. I mean, yeah, maybe Alolan Ninetales Unite move. That's really about it that you have for like reliable secures. So once that Brave Bird's down, it's, you know, almost free for the Spinners.
Especially with how much rip they have. You got Blaziken and Garchomp. I mean, we saw the way that Starlight was standing in the enemy central area, requiring 4 members of Kyoto to Tokyo to have to come deal with them, as they were just able to self-sustain and shred. It didn't matter how much HP those Pokemon had, just absolutely shredding. And maybe that's the Rocky Helmet at work, Kyle. The freshly buffed Rocky Helmet.
Rocky Helmet's pretty insane. I mean, it's 1-0 right now. So, Rocky Helmet. Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats overall, I mean, it's been, you know, pretty significant damage numbers for this squad. I'll be interested to see, you know, how their set with KDU ends up playing out. But that's a tough team. So yeah, let's take a look at the bracket real quick. Rapid Spinners 2-0 here. Across the map, Enigma 2-0, Sugar Rush 2-0. So 2-0s all around so far.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like, I mean, that's fairly common for a first round, but I feel like sometimes we see some games that head into game number 3s, but I guess we are just moving forward pretty quickly. Maybe the quarterfinals will be the round where we get to see a bunch of game 3s, but we'll be seeing that very soon. I'm looking forward to seeing how the KDU Rapid Spinners match ends up working out, but we've got some great matches in those, I feel like in those G and H sets. We're going to be seeing one of those very soon.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break while we get that next match set up. It should be Micro and Cheese and Sugar Rush that we are going to catch. We'll double check. But once we get back from break, we got more Underdunk, so don't go too far, folks. We'll be very back very, very soon. Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. I told you we would be back very soon, very fast. And here we are, 3 minutes later. Had to run ads, which is part of it, unfortunately, with the twitch.tv. Okay. All right, it's Doctor. It's Dr. Husky. It's SteelAgentKyle, no doctor. I have a bachelor's degree. That is not nearly as impressive as a doctorate. So everybody congratulate Husky or else. Praise me, congratulate Husky, or else you get banned. Those are the rules. I don't make them.
Exactly.
We got game number 1. Micro Cheese going to be on your purple side. Sugar Rush on your orange side. And we're going to see Smash on the right side. I'm really excited about this.
Yes, we've got Bestie on the right side on Sugar Rush, banning out the Garchomp. See, I didn't think the Garchomp was going to be this devastating, but I guess it is. Interesting pick to ban that Greninja. Who's a Greninja player on Sugar Rush? I actually have no idea. Pirate? Yeah, so you ban out Pirate's Greninja. Snorlax always a good ban, but it does give the option for Blissey to be first picked. Obviously, Reggie's gonna grab that.
When we were talking about it, Garchomp, the Dig Earthquake, I wasn't like completely sold on because I think Dig still has some issues with like the amount of range that it covers, and then you get stunned out of it pretty easily. The thing that I was most worried about for Garchomp was the healing from those boosted autos. An increase of 50%, 50 is significant. I was like, that is a lot of healing.
No, it is. Absolutely. We've got the Blaziken and Inteleon being locked in. Interestingly, we've got the Pikachu locked in from Bestie over there with the EXP share on right now. So I wonder if we're going with the Defender Umbreon and support Pikachu and just give more options for damage on Sugar Rush. But some interesting picks that they're hovering. I would love to see that Delphox. Probably not going to see it. Alolan Raichu suddenly completely fallen out of favor as well. Going from being banned all the time or picked to not being seen hardly at all.
Ready on the Slowbro, so that is going to be able to shut down whatever carry that Micro and Cheese throws out there. Whether it will be this Blaziken or maybe if they gutter pick a Speedster, maybe even the Buzzwole. They have a couple of good targets there. I like Gem on this on the Azumarill because of some of the HP pools of these Pokemon.
Sableye pick, definitely interesting. It's still not a healer meta, unfortunately, for me. I would love to see that Clefable getting thrown in there. But we do have the support Pikachu versus the Sableye with the EXP share. I wonder if we'll be seeing the Sableye go for an invade. Oh, we switch off. Bestie gets the Slowbro now. We're going with the damage-focused Pikachu instead. Pikachu, damage Pikachu. Let's go.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was if Smash was playing Pika because of Bree, but like you said, it moves over to Ready. And
yeah, I'm actually kind of upset about that. Why aren't you playing Pikachu for Bree? Bestie? Come on.
Yeah, what the heck?
Pikachu.
A little whatchamabobbit.
The design?
The little new card. Yeah, the new card.
Yeah, but you can't wear Hollowware if you want that.
Oh, you can't? Really?
No. Yeah, you can't wear Holloware
like
if you want that. So I don't know. It's more gotcha, I guess.
It's more of the gotcha. That's them, preemptively saying, okay, well, eventually, maybe we'll make a Holloware that also has this, and that's gonna be like an even higher tier.
Oh, I'm sure. What I'm annoyed about, we're about to get into the game. But what I'm annoyed about is the fact that they're not coming up with more crystal tier Hollowares. If you're gonna make us do this stupid box thing, at least come up with new designs. Anyway, rant over. Game starting.
Or let me bank the tickets. Let me bank the tickets so I can just save up for one that I really like. That would be really, really cool, Timmy. Please. I'm asking.
You let us with the lucky ice popped.
Yeah, that is true. I do have the ability to get like a really cool outfit. But look at this double.
Oh no, they do have a Holloware on. I'm wrong.
Oh,
I'm wrong.
Okay.
They do have a Holloware on.
I
I lied. Just never listen to me, but it's fine. Invade coming in. The Umbreon looking for something here, but the Sableye also looking for something. They do not pick up the blue buff going to have to run away, pop their XP. Let's see if Umbreon can get anything here. They will also not. 2 failed invades, but 2 annoying little Pokemon.
At least it forces Chansey up and away from Sugar Rush's side of the map, so I think you're probably okay with that. Smash is going to try to find this Indeedee, or sorry, Reddy is going to try to find this Indeedee. Eject button burned. I think it was the Inteleon that did a ton of damage. Was able to secure a little bit of that XP for Micro and Cheats.
We do have the Slowbro Space Hollow Air on Bestie, so at least I can forgive him for that. Looking for these 850 birds. Only 2 members of Sugar Rush over this top path having to try to defend here. Not much secure, and no level 4 on Smash. Has to eject button away. Now it's just a Zoomerall trying to defend this goal zone.
Doing a pretty good job with 3 members there. It is going to be a little bit tough. Oh, Blaziken finally gets the best of the Blue Bunny. 29 points going on in. Smash getting CC chained all the way back to the Pokemon Center. KO streak of 2 for the Sentient Bowling Pin.
Sugar very late to respond there. I think that, you know, if they were going to give it up, they should just give it up. But they definitely tried to defend that goal zone. And unfortunately, the rest of the team just wasn't able to respond. Mimikyu not nearly as high of a level as they want to be. This gives the opportunity for Micro and Cheese to go on an invade, and not much Sugar Rush can do right now.
Overheat able to secure that red buff away. Umbreon is able to take out that Sableye, so a nice little KO on the opposite side for Sugar Rush. As this fight's going to continue on, and Blaziken is going to get caught. Mean look, double KO for Umbreon. That's going to be some massive XP over to Sugar Rush.
It is fortunate that the Umbreon's the one that picks up those KOs, because you'd probably want it to go over to a Zoomerall or Mimikyu. Mimikyu did go down in that situation. Buzzwole picks Bessie up, slams him on the ground. I know a couple people who would like to do that as well, so Buzzwole living out some of our dreams over here.
4 members down. It's going to be a 5th when Slowbro joins. On his basement side push, Electro Ball is going to connect, take some of the XP for Sugar Rush. Sableye grabbing a little bit of vision, seeing exactly where the rest of the squad is lined up. Great engage from Sableye, going to stun a couple members. Oh, Blaziken pushes a couple into danger, but no real big KOs find. It's just the Umbreon that goes down there.
Yeah, Mimikyu unfortunately can't take that Shadow Tag when the rest of the team is down. So they'll just have to try to go for a Lucky Steal on this Registeel, but they do have an overheat on the Blaziken. It is Smash with the big steal. They take that away. Big Scald from the Smash Bro.
Smash making this Pokemon work. However, 2 members are going to go down for Sugar Rush. This Azure Spy Vision is going to hold down the A button on this Inteleon. Send a couple members to the Pokemon Center on Sugar Rush. Points are going to go on in. It's a 36-point overcap and 212 to 8. Micro and Cheese in the driver's seat.
Unfortunately, even though they get that lucky secure, Micro and Cheese is still dominating in terms of map control, just able to pick up KO after KO, and unfortunately this Azumarill is nothing compared to the newly buffed Blaziken. Picks up another KO on that Umbreon, and a snipe actually lands on the Azumarill as well. Sugar Rush trying to defend with 2 members in the top path, but 3 members of Micro and Cheese are there and wanting more.
Oh, and they find more. 2 members go down for Sugar Rush. However, good response here from Mimikyu is going to push a couple members back. Oh, Buzzwole picks them up, sends them back to the Pokemon Center the hard way. 2 more members of Sugar Rush here to respond. Try to keep this Regieleki from going on in. Micro and Cheese sees the writing on the wall, realizes it's not happening. Instead, goes for a little bit of an invade once again to grab some more points, more central area Pokemon of Sugar Rush.
Yeah, Sugar Rush already playing for Rayquaza. They do have a good defensive stand there, but with only 8 points nearing the halfway mark at this point, you basically are going for a Rayquaza secure endgame fight. Another 13 points go in from the Sableye, and I feel like this is the way that we expected the Sableye in that first game to end up going, just being annoying, having a lot of vision, but that only works if you have the map control, and right now Micro and Cheese absolutely does.
Feint attack. Gonna throw some AO Synergy fake ones into the tall grass. Grab some vision. Registeel on the map now in the basement path. Good zoning here from Umbreon. Is going to steal some shields away from Micro and Cheese. Registeel now down to half. Pikachu Unite move is going to rain down some damage from Sugar Rush. Pokemon are in the fray, and it's Blaziken getting the big overheat secure, not letting Smash get that one.
Yeah, Smash Bro can't get lucky twice, but a big slow beam did take down that Buzzwole. So now it gives the opportunity for Sugar Rush to try to put in some more points here. And Teleon is there. Just a couple auto attacks, and everybody on Sugar Rush should be going down 40. Looking for a Azumarill does not happen. Smackdown is there, and the Buzzwole Unite move takes 2. And Inteleon's in the back line to throw snipes, try to clean it up. Umbreon and Azumarill have to back up.
Mean Look keeps that Azumarill insulated from that Buzzwole, who is on hot pursuit, looking to try to get a triple KO. Regieleki hovering around in the top path. Sugar Rush still down by over 200 points. They need to find some presence here. 330. Probably the last time we'll get to see some Unite moves. However, Sugar Rush is barren. Does not have a single one. 35 points go on in from Sableye. There's the Unite move from Pikachu. Finally gets back. Blissey, though, able to take them out.
Yeah, the Pikachu does unfortunately go down. The Unite move just isn't enough. Now Micro and Cheese, at their last chance to use some Unite moves, want to go for a push here.
Oh,
wow, taking down everybody. This overheat 2 KO streak for them.
That's even massive. This goal zone is threatened, and it is down. 389-48. Sugar Rush on their heels. The only way they're coming back is through Rayquaza at this point. However, that is a big KO on Buzzwole, who finally goes down. That is exactly what Sugar Rush needed to get back into at least a little bit more of an advantageous position.
You definitely need a couple level 13s, and now Pikachu is just on the brink of that. Mimikyu not looking too hot, though. Wanting to get this Regieleki. You definitely don't want this secured by Micro and Cheese. Some snipe shots being thrown out, and the overheat is going to be lined up. Are they able to secure it? It is the Blaziken. Of course it is. Smash can't get lucky 3 times. And Blaziken also taking out, and Teleon taking out that Slowbro, and every single member of Sugar Rush goes down. With only 30 seconds left until Rayquaza, Sugar Rush is not in a great spot. They might need to get some protein in their diet as well or something to make up for that.
4 members up now with Azumarill. It is going to be 5th, but this is a base of Lecky that they have to deal with. Micro and Cheese already grabbing into position for this Rayquaza, and they could potentially just rip.
Yeah, they could rip, and it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. Sugar Rush is nowhere near the pit, and Rayquaza's already at half. They have a lot of secure. They have Inteleon and Blaziken just going in right now, but it's not enough. Not in time. It's not even those secure Pokemon on Micro and Cheese. It's the Sableye to pick it up, and now Blaziken can continue to clean it up. 3 KO streak for them, and the burgers are dunking.
Burgers are flipped. They are ready, and they are in the base. 909-48. Minute and a half left in this one, but it is almost an insurmountable lead that Micro and Cheese is holding on to. Yeah, we don't have to talk about the secure there. Sableye getting it. Maybe a little bit of a scuff secure, but I think the only person that was even in the same area code as Rayquaza for Sugar Rush was the Umbreon, and that just goes to show you how good a positioning Micro and Cheese had to kind of just starve Sugar Rush away from the Rayquaza pet.
I mean, whoever secures it, and if anyone on your team does, then you get the Rayquaza shields. 50 seconds left, but over 1,000 points have been dunked from Micro and Cheese. Even if they KO every single member and dunk everything they have twice, they'll still not be able to overcome this. And Kyle, I think for this next game, I think that Sugar Rush needs to consider not going with Azumarill. I don't know. I just don't think it worked. Yeah. And maybe we need to bring back Smash Tree. As much as we love Smash, bro, maybe Smash Tree is where it's at. I don't know why he would do this to us on broadcast. Bestie, come on. We were counting on you.
Come on, Bestie. Yeah, we had a whole meme about Smash Tree. He even changed his name on one of his alts to Smash Tree.
Yeah.
I don't know.
As a fellow doctor now, Dr. Professor Smash, I feel like I have the authority to critique the draft strategy in that situation. And I think that Smash Tree is the way to go. But in all seriousness, I feel like there's a lot of options that were not utilized in that match. One of them being the Psyduck. Though I love the Slowbro and the Umbreon pick, I think that the Umbreon is really strong. It maintains its top spot in the meta and in consistently being picked. But I think, you know, maybe in the support role instead of this kind of gold bro supporter kind of attacker damage slow bro, we go with the utility potentially of the Psyduck. Wow! Look at these damage numbers. I don't know if I've ever seen damage numbers that big in a competitive setting.
168 from that Blaziken.
And you know what? Maybe Sugar Rush can do anything, and they're not going to be able to do anything against this Blaziken and Teleon. Wow.
Maybe we look to ban Blaziken. Honestly, like, are we at a point where we're banning Blaziken? Like, we're switching. From
are we back?
Blaziken
is back.
I think it's back. I think like Overlord made a tweet the other day. Once this.
Why? Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's over.
Blaziken. Yeah.
The only reason LG hasn't been doing good is because Blaziken hasn't been good. It's over.
Yeah. Blaziken back. Yeah, that's tough. Also, 126 and 10 from Q on this Inteleon is also insane. Again, just like not being able to have any sort of counter into the Inteleon can be really detrimental. Like, I'd love to see Lapras. Honestly, Lapras is such a good counter against this Inteleon. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, you just talked about it in your new video on your channel. How good Lapras is. Hint, hint.
Lapras.
You guys should go watch it.
There's a link in there somewhere.
Lappy is my favorite defender to play. I would love to see it be prioritized a little bit more. But I think that with buffing some of these new all-rounders and the meta being shaped out again, we're seeing kind of the traditional top path come back into play. And it's going to be interesting to see how they're prioritized, because right now, Garchomp has been picked or banned in every match that we have broadcasted so far. I know that it has only been 3, but that's the sample size. So I wonder if Garchomp really is that high of a priority, or if we will start seeing things like Blaziken receive that ban priority again. Or, you know, we do what we saw in this last match, and now Blissey doesn't have ban priority anymore. There's a lot of opportunities for shifts, I think, with this patch, even though it's a fairly small patch. But it's very interesting. It kind of brings back some of the way that Unite used to traditionally look back in the olden days.
Yeah, I'm honestly scared. Admittedly, I haven't been able to play any of the patch. Obviously, it came out at like 3 a.m. for me, and then work into Underdunk. Haven't had a chance to like play any. But seeing some of these Pokemon tonight is a little scary. It's a little scary because the all-rounder metas have been not fun. The speedster meta, not fun.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of scared. Like, do we just start banning every single all-rounder? I don't know. It's
you know, I hate to say it, but I miss range. I miss it. We have one good ranged attacker, and it's Inteleon. Everything else is team dependent. Sometimes people like to play A9. Sometimes there's a player who plays Gardevoir. But for the most part, we're not really doing range anymore. It's just not like that. It's very melee heavy, and then buffing some all-rounders that a lot of players know how to play and have been very comfortable playing for a long time, have been in the game for a long time, have had respective metas. We are basically just pushing out attackers even more. And now even speedsters aren't that prioritized. I doubt we will be seeing much of the double speedster meta into an all-rounder meta. And honestly, as much as I'm a hater of double speedster, I'm an all-rounder hater even more. So, do I like anything? All I do is come on here and talk about things I hate.
That's a good rage bait, right? Like, you can talk about
Husky hates double speedster. She hates top lane Blastoise. She hates all-rounders. She hates Buzzwole. She likes Meowscarada.
It's a good hook, right, to a YouTube video. I hate all these all-rounders, and then you go into
everything sucks, and I hate this game. Yeah,
it's the rage
we all do that.
YouTuber intro.
Yeah, every YouTuber does that. I need to start.
I did that with my YouTube video. Hint, hint.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. This is the worst defender, or whatever it is you said. You were like, at least that's what we thought. And I was like, whoa!
That was a good hook, right?
Yeah, it
I
was
was talking
great.
to
I was like,
Squirtle about it,
oh!
like what I need to do, and he gave me like that one, and he's like, all right, we ate with that. So yeah, shout out Squirtle on giving me that like.
Shout out
intro
Squirtle. Yeah, I hate everything except Meowscarada and Bree. That's about it.
Wait. You tolerate me.
We've got our bans here for our second game. The Inteleon Blaziken. So Sugar Rush really switching up their ban options. They're going to ban out 2 Pokemon that dominated against them previously. I wonder what they're going to first pick. Do they want the Suicune? Do they want the Umbreon? They do. They want that Suicune.
I don't blame them. I mean, Suicune, you leave it on the table in that first slot. I think Micro and Cheese kind of knows that that's likely going to get picked. So if you're Micro and Cheese, you probably have to play at least like one ranged Pokemon to do a little bit of damage from afar, stay away from all those freezes. And I like this first pick of Psyduck. It was left on the table in the game 1, and Goose is a notable like disruptor player. He was able to play that Sableye in game 1. Psyduck kind of a, same shoe on a different foot.
Yeah, we've got
Is that a thing that people say?
Sure, whatever. We've got the Raichu coming out. I wonder if because of the nerf to stored power, we will see Electro Ball. I think Electro Ball is kind of better. But it is interesting to see that's what Micro and Cheese went with, because it does give Gemixity the Garchomp, which is very strong. Oh, we've got a Decidueye. That's very interesting. So Sugar Rush leaving their front line until the end, unless they are going to go with this EXP share Suicune. A lot of options here for them.
Decidueye in the year 2025. No real big speedster threats right now, and we saw a lot of Decidueye in the EU regional finals. Not so much in North America, but we saw, Toon playing it quite a bit. I'm interested to see how this is shaking out. Why we're seeing Decidueye. Leafeon could be a good counter into it. We'll see if they're able to penetrate that front line of that Lapras, which we talked about, and honestly, can't blame them.
We ban out 2 heavy secure Pokemon, and we pick a Pokemon that has pretty good secure. I think that's the strategy here with this Decidueye. You run Spirit Shackle, and you just kind of play it like Inteleon, and then you have that secure option, especially for the end game. Now, notably, we do have Lapras coming out here. So what we were just talking about, how you would like to see Lapras, because it counters a lot of these ranged things that we see. We see Alolan Raichu on the other side, and now we're also seeing Lapras with this Assault Vest. I do really like this pick.
And notable thing here, we have yet to see any Clefable enter the fray in either of Game 1 of this set, Game 2 of this set, or even all of last set. We had thought that maybe we'll see some of it, but teams still not prioritizing the healers so far. Very interesting stuff. I am interested to see what Sugar Rush is going to be able to do with this Garchomp that they were able to grab. Is it going to provide some value? Was that a bait from Micro and Cheese, knowing that they're going to play both Psyduck and Sableye? That could be very interesting, because that is a lot of crowd control that way.
I think the Alolan Raichu with the auto-attacking kind of setup is their, I guess, response to Garchomp being able to do a lot of shredding, but the Garchomp can't reach the Alolan Raichu, so that could be that option. But we do have the Suicune with the EXP share heading up into the top path. That provides opportunities for CC.
Basin path, it is going to be the Decidueye, still a Rowlet, along with this Lapras, as Zacian is going to clear the top path solo, while the Sableye goes for it. A little bit of an invade of the central area of Sugar Rush.
Yeah, we're looking for that buff. Does not get it. Sableye does to walk away, but Absol does know they're there. Absol, another pick that kind of fell off after the Speedster meta, but it's still a Pokemon that a lot of players know how to use very well. So I'm looking forward to see what moveset we end up going with here. Sableye does secure away that blue buff.
That is a little bit of a crime there from Goose. He's going to stun this Absol once again. More points the other way. Sableye being an absolute menace over on that Absol. And it looks like Micro and Cheese all the way going to be responding to the top, ready for these top bursts.
Yeah, looking for the Sableye. Wow, that's just so annoying. It's getting out on 1 HP and a blue buff, looking for a little bit of more on this Gibble here, but 4 members now. 3 members now moving up to this top path, but not there in time because of this Sableye control. Micro and Cheese still holding on to those birds.
Yeah, I think Micro and Cheese grabbed a majority of that central XP from that Swablu family. Nice little freeze here from Smash is going to send this Zacian all the way back to that T1 goal zone to grab some shields, 1 HP and a drain for both them and Sableye. Sableye also able to get out, good engage from the Zacian. However, once again, frozen solid. Unable to follow through was the Garchomp to close it out with the KO.
Suicune's really annoying if it can stay in the back line, but the interesting part about running the supporter Suicune is that you're not focused on dealing a ton of damage, you're just focused on freezing your opponents. And I think it can work really well. It can work kind of like what we saw with Wigglytuff, where a Garchomp can just kind of stand there and shred because everybody's frozen. But Micro and Cheese has taken control of the central area, and now it's just Smash and this Garchomp up here in this top path. Smash gets jumped on by this Leafeon, 5-man push into the top.
Garchomp gonna be back into that speed flux zone as all these points start to rain on in for Micro and Cheese. They look for some caps, they find it, and it is an even cap, an even 80 break of that T1 goal zone, with both of these Reggies about to spawn here in 25 seconds.
Quite 7. Definitely going to want that soon, and it's going to be really difficult for them to get it, especially with the Alolan Raichu. We do have that Electro Ball. Here comes Sableye. Wow, Reddy going down so fast there, even to that damage. Just way too much damage coming out from Micro and Cheese right now. They get a consolation prize of the side up.
You get that. I like the knockoff choice here from the Sableye. Hit 2 members. And this is also a Metal Claw caution as both of these objectives start to get hit. Regieleki going towards that T2 goal zone of Sugar Rush as this Reggie Rock is starting to get hit here from Sugar Rush. Almost a Confuse Ray to secure, unable to do so. But either way, Micro and Cheese finding max value on that top path.
Smash Tua with the secure. Once again, 25 points going in for them. They will break this bottom goal zone. Sugar Rush looking way better in the points now, but still, Micro and Cheese hanging on to it. 5-man push into the enemy central area. They want to continue any pressure that they have access to.
Zacian looking to immediately take this Altaria family off the map, and they should be able to do so no problemo. Lapras is going to try to slow it down, at least for the time being, grab some vision. Micro and Cheese sees this Zacian, going to start to converge 4 members, lays down the slow smoke, unable to advance any further. Knockoff right there, hits 3 members. Oh, but an incredible engage from Sugar Rush. They're going to find multiple members of Micro and Cheese. Absol finding a double KO. Zacian going to try to find some revenge, unable to do so. Absol closes them out.
Yeah, this Suicune Garchomp could be the answer here for Sugar Rush. I think they kind of got everything they wanted in this situation. The stuns and the freezing that Suicune is able to do just sets up opportunities for Garchomp to do some work. I love the choice to go with the EXP share on this Pokemon and run it as a support because it is just doing some work right now. KO from Decidueye as well.
Knockoff is going to send this Decidueye back to pad. Absol able to take off that Sableye very quickly. 169, 158. So Sugar Rush still in the driver's seat despite yielding quite a bit of points to that T2 goal zone. Looking for a little bit of a push here. Psyduck is going to try to respond. Unable to do so. 28-28. They dropped nearly 50 points on into this tier 2.
Ow, what a push there from Sugar Rush, just capitalizing on the momentum that they have. They do give up this Regieleki, but they could easily defend it, but it does look like Micro and Cheese might want to go into the bottom path to try to make a push, or just go backwards. They will give up this bottom objective. It's only Sableye up there on this top path while Garchomp deals with this Regieleki. The rest of the team, though, might start moving towards the bottom.
Sableye's going to try to dunk some points here. This is a very interesting situation that we have here, Husky. Despite them being able to defend that Regieleki, there is going to be a potential base one. That T2 goal zone sitting at 11 points in a score shield. Sableye might be able to close that out before Ray. Huge response here from Smash. Unite move from Suicune is able to set up a couple massive KOs for Sugar Rush.
It was absolutely huge Unite move, making sure that they were not able to get those points in. You want to make sure that you maintain your map control. But Sableye, with a score shield, like you said, does have a lot of access to that top path and can go for a score that breaks that at any time, which is why Sugar Rush is going to have to be mindful of where they position themselves to watch out for where that Sableye is. You do not want to let them dunk 40 points.
Holding on to it, looking for some vision. They see that a couple members are hounding that T2 goal zone. So good job from Sugar Rush to stay true, holding on to them. Leafeon able to take out the Absol. That's a massive KO right there. Level 12 on a level 13. Sableye once again looking for one, but again, great defensive stand here from Sugar Rush as Zacian is going to try to line up the Garchomp. Great stun from Sableye, but Garchomp turns it around. The healing from the boosted autos.
Amazing response from the Suicune as well, making sure that they're able to stun that Zacian before the Garchomp could go down. But in the bottom path, Alolan Raichu takes out the Lapras. Absol has to use the Unite move a little bit late. Leafeon picking up another KO. I feel like I haven't seen too much from this Leafeon, but they are coming online hard in this late game.
Sableye going for a cap on that T2 goal zone. I'm not sure how many points they're holding on to, but this could be very interesting. Basement Reggie about to spawn. Good response. Lapras, I believe, was able to stop that Sableye from breaking that goal zone. Regieleki gonna start marching towards it, but Registeel in the basement path for Sugar Rush. This is gonna be massive going into Rayquaza.
Registeel is going to be really big. It gives them a lot of options, having both their attack and special attack boosted. Going to have to deal with this Regieleki before it walks into base, so it does not give Micro and Cheese this base Regieleki opportunity. Garchomp with a big tap takes out the side up, looking for Sableye, finds them as well. Zacian in the L bush is forced to back up. 10 seconds left until Rayquaza, and we've got a fight on our hands.
Might have to play with a little bit of tempo here. Is Sugar Rush. They're going to hit some Spirit Shackles just to force them away. There it is. The rip is on. Are they going to continue this on? Leafeon looking for a way in. There's the Emerald two-step, but Smash Stats is able to get it. 4 KOs. Sugar Rush. That's a clean team wipe, and they're going to walk towards these goal zones.
Steve secure. Of course it is. Another secure for Smash and a triple KO for Garchomp. Absol goes down in the process. It does not matter. Make it a quadra KO for Garchomp. Points raining in now for Sugar Rush. The game is not over yet, but it's looking pretty good for our besties.
1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. 4 members of Micro and Cheese up, make it 5 now with Alolan Raichu. We're going to start running towards these goal zones. They have enough points in pocket. They just need to make a push.
The Sableye has a really good shot to just go into base goal zone with a score shield. Why would they leave that open? I don't know if Lapras is going to be able to break the score shield. They do.
Okay.
Micro and Cheese could get that basement goal zone and still push into the second goal zone, which they will try to do. They will dunk 100 points. Now Sugar Rush all accumulating onto this tier 2 goal zone.
Oh man, Lapras able to absorb the entire Unite move from that Leafeon. Gonna try to push on in, but 2 members make it 3 members are down for Micro and Cheese. It's just this Leafeon along with the Alolan Raichu. And on the opposite side, we do not have enough points. Leafeon can try to get to 60, but that's still not going to net them enough points. This is just gonna be all Sugar Rush. Good defensive stand to find the KOs at the right time.
Yeah, Leafeon does get some points, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to use the Sableye Unite move. 30 points. They're looking for it. Will not find it. Score shield is broken, and it is going to be Sugar Rush taking game number 2. We have our first 3-game set of the evening.
There we go. Sugar Rush gave these a rush of adrenaline as that Rayquaza was very close to going the other way for Micro and Cheese. I thought that Leafeon might have, if they would have waited maybe like a split second longer to hit that Emerald two-step, they might have been able to steal that away from Sugar Rush, but great heads-up play from Sugar Rush to make sure they get their secures lined up. They had plenty of them, and Smash walking away victorious with that Rayquaza. And then 4 KOs for Gem the other way. Points rained in. Sugar Rush ties this series up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it really just ended up being that secure in the end, and Decidueye was zoned out is what I was trying to say. I'm trying to figure out a way to say it. I figured it out. stay with me.
Yeah.
Decidueye was heavily zoned out by the Leafeon coming up from the top side. They were ganking on the other side looking for Decidueye. So Sugar Rush didn't have the option of the Spirit Shackle secure, which was really kind of what they would be banking on in that situation to make sure that that rip is successful. But Decidueye was zoned out. If it walked in, Leafeon immediately Unite moves it. We saw it multiple times get dove by that Leafeon, and it was not able to contest it. So it really ends up being that lucky secure. I don't know if it was the Ice Beam or if it was the Unite move that ended up taking that secure, but at the end, yeah, skill is skill. It was skill.
It has to be. We can't take that away from Smash. We can't take it away. Either way, incredible game. I think the biggest moment for Sugar Rush was ensuring that they stayed true to looking out for their win conditions, right? We talked about that T2 goal zone. Sableye was very much trying to break that and forcing a base Regieleki. They didn't allow that to happen. They were able to clear off the Regieleki pretty early and go into that Rayquaza pit with finding a couple of KOs too. Goose and Reggie fell down just before Ray, which enabled that rip from Sugar Rush.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need to capitalize on. I mean, we saw that previously in the previous set. Picking up a really strong carry or picking up a couple KOs right before Ray just really gives the option to be able to go for that rip and feel pretty confident in it. I mean, Leafeon could have 1v5'd, I'm not going to lie. But it ended up going over to Sugar Rush. But it is going to be a road ahead of them. I think that with them winning this match, I am sure that we will see Micro and Cheese take over that first pick slot again. And I doubt they will let Sugar Rush have all of those picks that were really valuable to them. I highly doubt we will be seeing the Garchomp Suicune coming into this next match.
I would also doubt it. I mean, Garchomp is definitely, at this point, from what we've seen, I think it's safe to say it's not a throwaway ban. Garchomp has been very impactful every time we've seen it tonight. If I'm not mistaken, did Micro and Cheese played it in game 1, yeah?
Yes.
Am I making that up?
No, they banned it. It was banned.
They banned
no,
it. Oh, they banned it.
Sugar Rush banned it.
Okay. So, but every game that we've seen it, so we've seen it 3 times tonight. It's won every game.
Yeah.
So, very small sample size, but very good. Very good. 100% win rate. Pretty good. Pretty good.
So far.
So far.
We'll see. I wonder if they will allow it in or, you know, try to bait a not Garchomp ban from Sugar Rush. I guess because Sugar Rush did ban it previously, I guess they'll likely want to ban it again, which means that they are going to either let in the Inteleon or Blaziken. Being first pick kind of really puts you in a lot of good spot for, especially if you're the team kind of playing on the back foot. Micro and Cheese is a really dominant team, especially in the grassroots scene. So if you're the team kind of playing from behind already, being second pick is like really a disadvantage.
I'll be interested. Micro and Cheese, from what we're seeing, is going to be on your first pick side this time. So Sugar Rush will be in that second slot in this game number 3 situation. The first one that we've had tonight, set 1 that we saw was 2-0. This one is going to be deciding who is going to be going on to your winner's semifinals. Loser will be going down to that lower side bracket where it is best of 1. Winner side, always best of 3, so you definitely want to stay up on this winner side, but if you do lose, tournament's not over. You still have a path to the grand finals. Micro and Cheese is a tough team. This team, if I'm not mistaken, qualified for the Engage Master Series via points during that engagement, and they oftentimes did finish near the top, so very strong team. If Sugar Rush is able to take them down, this could be a pretty interesting team going into the offseason.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder if we will be seeing Alolan Raichu coming back. It didn't get banned, and it got picked very early in Micro and Cheese's draft, and yeah, it looked good, but from what we have seen, especially in the EU region, Alolan Raichu just didn't perform great competitively, so I wonder if it's just this kind of sucky attacker meta where there's like one attacker that kind of works. And we are seeing Micro and Cheese go ban out this Garchomp, so not letting Sugar Rush get access to that pick again.
Not at all. I don't blame them. It looked really good. It's looked really good all night. But we are going to see that Garchomp along with the Inteleon and Greninja ban once again. Pirate King is going to pick this last ban out, hovering that Blaziken. Honestly, with what we've seen of that Pokemon tonight, I would not blame them a tad, because that Pokemon also incredibly powerful. But that means every defender, every supporter will be available in this match.
Imagine we'll see Blissey first pick. Yep, we see it. I wanted to call it out before so that it was like I'm reading their minds, but I feel like anybody could make that inference. But it does give Sugar Rush access to a couple picks that are commonly banned. We've got Umbreon on the board. We've got the Suicune again. I would love to see that Suicune come back. Yes, we do see it locked in. And the Umbreon, I do think this is a strong start here for Sugar Rush. Let's see what Micro and Cheese wants to do.
I love this draft so far, and this is kind of what we were talking about. If we start seeing a lot of these the strong attackers and all-rounders get banned, it really opens up the pool for whatever supporters, whatever tanks that you want to play. That means Umbreon, that means Blissey, that means Suicune will be available. And Sugar Rush is lining up pretty well, and Micro and Cheese once again going for this Disruptor composition. Sableye once again, and then this time it's going to be paired with this Dodrio, so points are going to be the name of the game.
I am surprised to see this Dodrio, especially this early in the draft, but I guess you want to kind of bait Sugar Rush into trying to counter it. What's interesting here is we do see the Machamp coming out. Instead of, we saw a Azumarill in game number 1, didn't look that great. Obviously, Garchomp looked great, not getting it again, but we're going to see the Machamp being tried out here for Sugar Rush. The Pikachu comes back, not going to be the Pikachu of variety, but still looking pretty good.
Machamp, I don't imagine that is for Smash, but I mean, Smash is a notable Machamp
Imagine.
player. Imagine.
I don't think you can take him off Suicune after the game that they just had.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you have to keep him on there. I like this gutter pick Talonflame from Sugar Rush, especially into the Mewtwo Y. You can really get on top of that thing. The one thing that they may have a little bit of trouble against is this Dodrio, who's going to be quite shifty. I imagine we'll see something to maybe slow that thing down. Maybe we'll see that Umbreon play that mean look. Maybe we'll see a submission Machamp, or just hope that you're able to hit your skill shots on that Suicune.
Yeah, I'm positive we see the mean look on the Umbreon here, especially with the Dodrio. What's going to be interesting is the Blissey Unite moves, because the Aegislash and Dodrio are fantastic Bliss Assistance targets, and it could really demolish the entire composition that Sugar Rush has put together. So I'm interested to see how it works out. I think that the Garchomp really kind of was that key previously, but they do have the Suicune again, and clearly Micro and Cheese wasn't that worried about playing against the Suicune, so hopefully, Bestie can continue to pull it out, give us some secures, give us some insane Unite moves, continue with the freezing, stunning, let Machamp do what Machamp do.
Honestly, yeah, if you're able to just set up your carries for success on Suicune, you're going to have a good time. And Talonflame is going to be quite the carry, and it's going to need to in this Game 3 situation of your winners quarterfinals. Micro and Cheese going to be on your left side, Sugar Rush on your right side. No invades just yet, but look at that little purple goblin. It is heading towards the central area.
There goes the Gremlin. Obviously going to make its way into the central area. I feel like that's just kind of the way you got to play Sableye. Look for some disruption. Do the absolute best you can. They will be able to secure that red buff away. Talonflame now looks for a KO to potentially earn it back. Not going to happen. This Sableye has just been devastating for Sugar Rush to deal with.
Dodrio looking for some points so they can get their attack weight online. Gonna try to steal that away. They do. Points go in. Micro and Cheese getting some stacks early on and getting some snacks early on. Is this Sableye 9 points along with a red buff? That means that they've been stealing some stuff. Oh, and a blue.
steal that one away too. Just devastating. Now fully buffed up Sableye and a fully buffed up Aegislash make their way up into this top path, waiting for the birds to spawn. This is not the start Sugar Rush wants.
Not at all. 850 birds on the menu. Sableye engages the backline. Knock off is going to go directly on the Suicune, looking to freeze through, but slicing through Sugar Ray is this Doublade who's getting online early on. Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray.
Sugar Gay? We've got Machamp going down as well, but they did evolve off of those birds, so I feel like that's at least some sort of win for them. But right now, Micro and Cheese just very clearly dominating, and it's starting to come together here for Micro and Cheese, and maybe for Sugar Rush, it really was that guard shot making that huge difference.
It's making a pretty good difference right now, but Sableye is able to take out that Machoke early on. Dodrio doing what it does best in causing havoc into the central area. Sableye goes down. Talonflame able to take them down. Great Electro Ball closes out Dodrio, and Sugar Rush gets exactly what they needed.
That was huge for them, really able to make sure that they come back in this match. I mean, if you're getting invaded in your central area the entire time, I feel like it's more tilting than anything, and the momentum just kind of dies in those moments. So being able to pick up a couple KOs there, come back, get yourself together, get your levels, it really can help shift the momentum back in your favor. But we do have Micro and Cheese still maintaining control, and now that this Dodrio is online, it's going to be particularly difficult for them to handle unless they can match its level.
There's a KO that way to make it 3 as Micro and Cheese slicing through Sugar Rush. Double KO for that Aegislash. Points going on in. Not going to break this goal zone yet. I don't want to yield all that XP over to Sugar Rush. They want to grab this Registeel first. But Sugar Rush starting to respond. Umbreon looking for a way in, maybe for a steal of this Registeel. Good stun from Sableye is going to keep that from happening. Sableye gets the KO there.
I think this Aegislash is just shaping up to be such a good pick. Even with the Suicune stuns, it just can't do anything with how much range the Sacred Sword has, and then its ability to use those boosted attacks. And Micro and Cheese also dominating in the top path, taking down 2. This Regieleki will go in. Blissey with a double KO.
Everything's going well for Micro and Cheese on this pseudo score comp. Dodrio, Sableye providing a ton of value, and now you get that Regieleki into that T2 goal zone. 243-24, setting up some massive late game plays here. Looking for a push in, 37 points, goal zone down so early. Micro and Cheese able to find that, but able to find a couple of things more. They find 4 members of Sugar Rush in that T2, where that T2 was standing, and man, Micro and Cheese is just putting the pressure on.
A great hit on that Unite move as well from the Aegislash. Sableye tries to get that cheeky 30 in. They're not going to let them go into that base. Imagine pre-5-minute base score is just devastating. Unfortunately, Sugar Rush not in the best spot, but picking up the Dodrio KO, definitely big.
Definitely helps there. Psystrike is going to connect on the Umbreon instead of the intended target of that Machamp. No basement objective just yet. 30 seconds until that appears in that basement pass. Sableye, once again, just doing exactly what you want this Pokemon to do and grabbing vision across the map for Micro and Cheese.
Noticeably foul play Umbreon as well. I honestly hate that. I feel like this is definitely a mean look game. But Micro and Cheese continuing to move forward. We've got the Unite move coming down from Smash. Not going to happen, bestie. Back to the Pokemon Center with you. And Aegislash, living on basically nothing, is going to be able to take control of this Regieleki.
Yeah, and that's going to push towards that home goal zone with the potential for an additional one before Rayquaza spawns. Psystrike connects onto the Talonflame. Regirock is going to shoot some rocks right onto Machamp, looking to close this one out. Talonflame able to do so. Psystrike once again connects onto the Machamp, and Sugar Rush going to have to defend this home goal zone.
Yeah, and they're also going to have to defend the tier 2. They are pushing in and will be able to... Where was the response on that? Sugar Rush just kind of let them walk in and score those points. Unfortunately, now almost breaking this other goal zone and continuing to get KOs, though Sugar Rush does get some back the other way, able to maintain parity with some of these levels, but the score lead is just growing and growing for Micro.
They're going to submission SteelAgentKyle back to the Pokemon Center. There we go. There's some scores the other way. Going to find a decent overcap, about 45 points on that T1 goal zone. So Sugar Rush starting to try to claw their way back into this match, 356, 182. It's still going to be very tough because that T1 goal zone on the top lane still up for Micro and Cheese, and they'll have pretty easy access to that Regieleki that will push towards that home goal zone.
The Aegislash and Dodrio in response to this Suicune is just really, really strong because they can't really set up those freezes the way that they would like to. SteelAgentKyle gets in 12 points, and now 12 points remain on this goal zone. We could see all goal zones being broken before Rayquaza. SteelAgentKyle will go down here, but look at Dodrio, still just havoc throughout the entire map.
They're going to try to put a little bit of pressure on this goal zone. But Machamp going to start running towards them as they're looking for a submission. 4 members converge on Dodrio. They go back to the Pokemon Center. That's a massive KO, Husky. Level 14 Dodrio going down there.
Yeah, that was just resetting their death timer. No big deal. Dodrio will go down, but so will Umbreon. But now you do have 2 level 13s on Sugar Rush. Level 14 Talonflame now. It is not looking too bad for them, but they still are going to have to be playing for Ray.
For a secure. Brave Bird's going to connect, but the coup de grace is out from the Aegislash. It goes down. And the SteelAgentKyle goes down for Micro and Cheese. That's the only thing to fall just yet. Oh, Talonflame going down for Sugar Rush is going to be very problematic as Regieleki is sprinting to this home goal zone.
And Dodrio's going to follow it as well. Look at Aegislash positioning right there at Rayquaza. They don't have the Unite move for the secure anymore, but Regieleki will walk in. But nobody can do anything about it because Micro and Cheese is positioning at the Rayquaza. It looks like Sugar Rush might start tapping this Regieleki. They might just go for the rip.
Oh, Umbreon's going to steal a ton of shields from the Blissey. 2 members from Micro and Cheese go down. Oh, Dodrio finds a KO on the Machamp without using a Unite Mewtwo. Why? Going to connect with the Side Strike on the Umbreon. Plays it low. Brave Bird connects. But they got to get some points in. 3 members down for Micro and Cheese. They're looking to try to get this Mewtwo Y down, but points got to go in.
Pikachu will get 100. We've got 62 going in the bottom path. Smash a shield very, very low, and SteelAgentKyle is standing there. They're going to use the Unite move forward. 43 points. They will be able to go in, break that second goal zone. 3-point differential right now. They need to score some more points. Does Sugar Rush have any more shields? They do with the Talonflame, but Micro and Cheese, now they're not going to know. Close battle is going to be shown on the screen right now, and Micro and Cheese does not know who is in the lead, but they do have a score shield, SteelAgentKyle, and they could continue to put points in here, Kyle. Look at Dodrio as well, going to get some more points in. And now cementing a bit of a score lead, 29 points. Sugar Rush has to make their way to the other side of the map.
Umbreon traversing the map. They're also holding that Rayquaza shield. They're going to need to score some more points. They know they are in a score deficit based on that score from the Dodrio. SteelAgentKyle going to put some pressure on the opposite part of the map. 8 points going to go on in. No contest there. 20 from Talon, 16 from SteelAgentKyle.
Oh, 3 points.
It's still a 3-point game, though. Are they going to be able to find any bits of pocket?
No, they're not. They're not. No points left on Umbreon. 3-point lead for Micro and Cheese, and they're going to barely hang on. Dodrio cements it for them. Cementing it right there with the little mini scores. Micro and Cheese hanging on by the skin of their teeth after that devastating Rayquaza loss. It's gonna be Micro and Cheese in a 2-1 victory.
Gotta give it up to Goose on this SteelAgentKyle. Going the knockoff build probably was the difference in this match, being able to steal away from my Sugar Rush a few of their points that they would have loved to have, especially in such a close match like this one. I can't explain how valuable that move directly impacted this game, especially as Smash was trying to score some. Man, what an incredible match here. Couldn't have asked for a closer one here. Micro and Cheese, though, getting the best of Sugar Rush in this 3-game set.
Yeah, what a match, and it just shows how valuable it is to have that score lead going into Rayquaza and making sure that you don't go down in those situations, that you can defend. Great job. And I mean, score comp is back, right? Dodrio was just able to provide so much with those constant scores, and even if they were losing after Umbreon made a score and those 3 points did match or whatever, Dodrio still would have been able to get some more points in the end and cemented the lead there. They made it across the map entirely and scored in 10 seconds. They jumped at 10 seconds and still made it to the other side of the map and was able to score. It just kind of, like, Dodrio is still just such a valuable pick.
And it proved to be quite valuable here in Game 3. 591, 572 your final. Sugar Rush going to be going down to your lower part of the bracket, and Micro and Cheese moving on to the winners semifinals, where they will be taking on, I believe it's going to be
Dojo
the
Demons.
Winner. Dojo Demons. Dojo Demons took down Goofy Goobers 2-1. So
wow,
that is going to be the next matchup that we see. And on the opposite side, Rapid Spinners. Thank you, Shiv. Rapid Spinners taking on Machichi's Litterbox Reborn. Is that the full name? Is it Machichi's Litterbox Reborn? That is the full name of that team.
Right, sure. Well, I'm glad we don't get to see them quite yet. Instead, we'll be seeing Micro and Cheese again versus Dojo Demons, which should be another really great match.
Oh, yeah.
Taking down Goofy Goobers is no easy feat. So seeing Goofy Goobers go down here 2-1, it's going to be interesting to see how they claw their way back up. But Dojo Demons versus Micro and Cheese will be coming up next.
It sure will be. So don't go anywhere too far, folks. We are going to be taking a quick break. So grab some snacks, maybe grab a water or two, use the restroom. We got the next round matchup going to be setting up very soon. Winners semifinals. So don't go too far, folks. More Underdunk. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, trainers. Underdunk 51. We have the winners semifinals on deck. Micro and Cheese, who just won that thrilling Game 3 set. And they are taking on the Dojo Demons. This should be a pretty good one. Immediately going to be getting into the bracket. I thought we were going into draft. That fooled me. But Machichi's litter box. God, you fooled me good. I was like ready to say, and we're immediately going into draft, but then I had to switch it up. Machichi's litter box 1-0 currently over the Rapid Spinners, and we are waiting for this draft here. Micro and Cheese Dojo Demons. Husky, what are you excited for this set?
Yeah, I'm excited to see Dojo Demons. We saw Micro and Cheese have such a fun performance, but we saw them falter when they didn't get that first pick. So I wonder what'll happen with Dojo Demons, because this could be a really interesting set. Dojo Demons has done really well, and they took down Goofy Goobers previously, and that's not an easy feat to accomplish. So I'm interested to see how this shakes out.
Me too. Dojo Demons in the most previous event 2 weeks ago, I believe they actually took down this Micro and Cheese squad on their way to getting back to the grand finals. They fell short, lost to KDU. So this is kind of like a little bit of a grudge match. These teams have met a couple of times in our weekly engagement with the Engaged GG squad. But we are going to get into draft, and different than the last round that we saw, Micro and Cheese is going to go ahead and ban the Blissey, so some of these supporters not going to get to play, along with the Suicune from Dojo Demons.
Yeah, not surprised to see that. Suicune still prioritization of that ban. Absol also catching some strays here. Who's the Absol player? Eterna? Is that right? Somebody's the Absol player over on Dojo Demons. They do not want to see that. And the Sableye getting banned away from Goose. We saw them pick it all 3 times previously, and it was kind of devastating. But that does leave a lot of options for Micro and Cheese to first pick. Garchomp potentially, Umbreon on the board. Reggie will grab. No, they'll switch over into that Blaziken.
Blaziken, we saw a lot when it was allowed, and it was quite strong. Those buffs in this most recent patch have been pretty significant to the Stance Change Unite move, giving some extra shields. Dojo Demons thinks that they're going to be able to counter that with this Inteleon, along with likely the Psyduck. I still think Psyduck is quite the pick here in this current meta.
Yeah, I do have Bren practicing the Psyduck for NAIC. He likes it. I'm definitely surprised it didn't get more nerfs, but we'll take it. Psyduck is still really strong, has a lot of options. On the other side, though, we have Hoopa being locked in. So no Umbreon pick, noticeably, for either side, even though that's been a Pokemon that's been picked and banned quite a lot. Instead, we're having the Hoopa come in, which gives a lot of utility, can do pretty good against the Psyduck.
Let's see what Dojo Demons wants to line up. Currently hovering the Metagross and the Slowbro. They lock those 2 picks in. Metagross, especially if there is going to be quite a bit of brawling. I mean, you think of this Blaziken, this Talonflame's going to want to get in the mix, and now you also have this Lapras Dodrio. These shields from this Metagross can be very devastating if they're able to kind of help self-sustain themselves, along with these stuns from both the Slowbro and Psyduck. And I do still like this Lapras into this Inteleon.
Yeah, you said that in your video as well. Lapras plays really well into Inteleon, which is a very popular pick. Noticeably, Slate is running that Drive Lens this time, so not the Inteleon build that we saw Jade play earlier. And Eterna going with that Scyther pick as the main speedster dive to try to counter the double speedster that Micro and Cheese has put together. A lot of scoring, again, for Micro and Cheese, Talonflame and Dodrio, and a lot of opportunities for map control. I think one of the things that I like about double speedster, and as we know, I'm a double speedster hater, is pairing it with a Hoopa, because you get so much map control and map pressure, and speedsters already move around the map so well. Having hyperspace hold to continuously do that, or even trick just to continue with the movement speed, I think is really, really powerful. So I think I really like Micro and Cheese's composition, but Dojo Demons does do really well with that Scyther pick, so this could be a really interesting match.
is going to be game number 1 of your winner's semifinals. Winner is going to be likely, if I'm not mistaken, I think Machichi's team is still in theirs, but they're up 1-0. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, kind of a favorite right now, right? Like, Mitchell's a very notable player, very good player. This squad that he's got together for this kind of pickup squad, still like a lot of notable names in North America. But we're going to see if it's going to be Dojo Demons and Micro and Cheese on this side of the bracket in your winner's semifinal. Game number 1. Look for potential invade here. We'll see if anybody on Micro and Cheese would do it. I think Hoopa could potentially be a good candidate.
Yeah, the Hoopa might be looking for an invade here. They do use the Diglett jump pad to head over, and they might look to try to slow down this Scyther. You do not want the Scyther getting ahead early, especially not Eterna's Scyther. Very powerful pick. I believe that did go over to Metagross there, instead of that Lapras, and Dodrio already getting some stacks.
Going to try to clear off this experience for Dojo Demons as Hoopa is going to take away this red buff. I don't know if Scyther didn't see it or if they just felt like they could just yield that. Huh.
Yeah, I feel like they just didn't know that the Hoopa was there. Maybe they didn't call it out to them. Psyduck getting very, very low here. Not going down, but Lapras looking to chase them, but they will get stopped. Wow, what a greedy play there from Lapras.
Oh, Beldum going down to the hands of the Dodrio. So good response from Micro and Cheese. They return a KO the other way. Scyther gonna hover in this tall grass, and Blaziken's gonna look to probably try to push some of this farm away from Dojo Demons. They accomplish that mission. Psyduck gonna be able to surf away any push onto that Scyther.
And Talonflame in the bottom path still at level 4, not quite able to get online just yet. And Psyduck is dealing with the Hoopa in the enemy central area. The Hoopa just going through, I mean, I believe that is a trick on that Hoopa, so likely going to be paired with that Talonflame just to get so much extra attack, and the Dodrio as well, just to continue to get so much extra attack, a lot of movement speed, shielding, opportunities for healing with Phantom Force, and just a lot of control on that build, taking down Inteleon as well. Pretty good start for Micro and Cheese.
And you see that immediate value of that Lapras pick into that Inteleon, just able to just disrupt any of the flow that Inteleon wants to do. Immediate damage onto the center Altaria, and 3 members of Dojo Demons gonna converge onto the Lapras along with this Hoopa. Scyther starting to chain some KOs. They only found 1 though. That's still gonna net them a little bit of a push on this T1 goal zone. Overheat is lined up, but a ton of damage falling the other way. Slowbro gonna try to insulate Dojo Demons, keep more of the Pokemon away. Gonna have to dash away from that overheat.
Big trick there on that Blaziken, really saved them, giving them a little bit of extra shielding, a little bit more speed, and able to make sure that they did not go down in that situation. Everybody from Dojo Demons now gathering in this bottom path. Metagross respawning, may go up into the top path to contest this Dodrio, but right now, Inteleon firing off some snipes, looking for some control over this tier 1 pad.
Not going to be able to do a whole lot into the Lapras, but Reggie in the bottom path is going to be taking advantage of, or take in advantage of Dojo Demons as they put immediate damage on it. Immediately going on inside, they're able to close it down. Looked like Talonflame was looking to try to get in, but unable to advance. Lapras going to get sliced down by the Scyther. Hoopa trying to dodge away with the Phantom Force, but the Green Illusion Dive is going to be able to take them out. Points rain down for Dojo Demons.
I like the telekinesis choice on this Slowbro, especially when Dojo Demons wants to just go for rips like that, because if telekinesis can connect onto that Blaziken, then you don't have to worry about losing that secure. But Dodrio is getting their points worth in the top path, able to get some more points, not letting that score lead extend any further for Dojo Demons.
Raveberg gonna try to advance in on Dojo Demons, but found out is this Dodrio. Slowbro to take them out. Inteleon living on 1 HP in a dream, gonna find their way back to the Pokemon Center before they get KO'd. And Dojo Demons, Regieleki still hanging out in the top path. It's gonna be 3-on-3 as Scyther is gonna enter in for a little bit of a power play. Dojo Demons putting pressure on the Regieleki, already down to half. Lapras gonna try to go on in. Psyduck gonna go on in as well. And it is Inteleon that's able to get that secure.
Again, just not letting the Blaziken get in there. They look for an overheat, not able to quite find it. Hoopa will take down the Scyther. Dojo Demons is dropping here, but Inteleon wants to make a play. They do have Azure Spy Vision up 1 HP, able to take out Inteleon. Huge play for them. I doubt they'll be able to get the Alecki in, but I think they got what they wanted.
Oh my gosh, what an incredible Psychic from Psyduck into the Slow Beam is going to be able to take out the Blaziken, who missed the Focus Blast, unable to close out the Inteleon. Over Dodrio finishes that job. A little bit of engage on the Lapras, going to find a KO there. Brave Bird Talonflame is going to take out several. Man, that was a massive catch there for Micro and Cheese, and they're going to put the tempo on, put some pressure on this T2 goal zone. 12 points looking to go on in. Lapras gets that down. Response here from Dojo Demons. Lapras, though, is going to Lapras Express their way out.
Yeah, that was a really, really great response there from Dojo Demons to make sure that they caught that Hoopa play. Can be really difficult to maintain the control over the macro when you have Hoopa's Rings Unbound Unite move that can just bring everybody there, but both teams are really just brawling throughout this entire match. It's just fight after fight, and both teams just tend to overstay their welcome just a little bit. Continue to go down back and forth, but it is Dojo Demons now moving into this bottom path. Scyther take here.
Man, good play, Scyther. Lapras going down, double KO for this Inteleon. Micro and Cheese, none the wiser. They're going to go ahead and break that T1 goal zone in the top, extend their points lead. 45 looking to go on in from Scyther, unable to do so, but Hoopa, good response there to at least stall this out a little bit. Lapras, along with Talonflame, going to be here just in time to break some shield, break some hearts, maybe find a KO or two. We have Psyduck going to have to use their Unite move, try to keep the team insulated. Going to keep this Lapras away, but another massive Brave Bird. Going to send a couple of Pokemon packing. 4 members down. It's just the Metagross farming up their XP that stays up top.
Saw the Green Illusion Dive come out, and I thought it was something, but that something was instead the Brave Bird from the Talonflame. Huge moment for them. I saw the damage bars just decrease, the health bars rather, just decrease so fast. What a big play for that Talonflame. Really opens up a lot of options for Micro and Cheese here. They will take that Regieleki, and I wonder with 3 minutes left if they're going to attempt to push or just continue to farm up the experience in the enemy central area. Dodrio looking for Scyther. They find them, and they will have to back off.
3 minutes left on the clock. 1 minute until Rayquaza. Dodrio is going to be able to find this Inteleon. Regieleki's starting to try to walk into that T2 goal zone. Metagross there to hold the door, and looks like we're going to have a little bit of a pause here. Might have had a disconnection, so we are going to wait a second while we get back into this match. But right now, Husky, 3-11 for Micro and Cheese, and they kind of have a little bit of a stranglehold on this match. What do the Dojo Demons need to do to get back in this game, other than reconnect?
It looks like Slowbro was the one that disconnected. They were out of it for a minute there, so they might need to reset their game or something like that. But I think that Dojo Demons had a really good start to their match, maintaining parity with Micro and Cheese, but when they let Dodrio get online, and now with all 3 carries at level 13, it's really difficult to try to deal with all 3 of those carries, and all 3 of them are a threat. And the problem with having Slowbro is Slow Beam can only Slow Beam 1. Yeah. So if you Slow Beam the Talon, great. Talon's out, but now you've got Dodrio. If you deal with Dodrio, you've got Talon. The entire time you've got Blaziken waiting for a secure on Ray with Overheat. I don't know if you just go for a rip and hope Inteleon gets it. I don't know if that's the play. I feel like they're just too squishy to go for a play like that. And they might just have to look for a team fight and hope it works out.
You got to get the levels up first, right? Like you have, it's starting to get a little bit out of hand. I think Dodrio, I have to double check, but I think they were level 13 already. Talonflame probably right there. Blaziken right there. It's going to be really tough to try to out-secure them as well, right? Like, you have the Overheat, you have Brave Bird, so you're going to probably have to find a KO or 2, especially on one of those 2 Pokemon, so you at least have, Inteleon or Metagross that can try to secure, because other than that, maybe Scyther can, right? You have a couple of tools, but yeah, I think right now, not looking good for the Dojo Demons.
Yeah, I mean, Metagross, unfortunately, I just haven't seen them really be able to make that much of an impact. I think that Metagross does work really well into Speedsters, but it needs a minute to get those shields up. And I think the squishiness of the rest of the team just hasn't been able to let Metagross get into a really good position. But Metagross has a great endgame team fight. And if they can get in there and do stuff, I feel like I'm saying the things that are the most obvious thing in the entire world. But if Metagross can get in there, get a couple Gyro Balls, huge Compute and Crush could really make a difference.
Really good. And that's like the raid boss effect of Metagross. But teams are ready. We are going to get back in. At least they told us they were ready in Start GG. So shout out Start GG chat. Always good to notify their TOs of any disconnections. 341, 131 is the current state of the match. 30 seconds left. We talked about win conditions. It's looking pretty rough here for Micro and Cheese.
Oh, they could catch Dodrio out, and that could be really big for them, but they are going to be able to try attack away. And they're just going to cause a lot of issues. They use the Unite move. The triple trample comes out. Scyther will go down. This is devastating for Dojo Demons, not able to pick up that KO, and the fight has moved into the Dojo Demons central area.
Oh, Snipe Shot was maybe a touch late on the Dojo Demon player, on the Micro and Cheese player. Rayquaza already going down to half. Compute and Crush is out. A little bit of a Psyduck Unite move. Are we going to find a secure? It is going to be. Oh, we found it. Micro and Cheese. It was Dodrio that got it. I think Inteleon was a little bit late on the Snipe Shot.
I think Inteleon also was getting blocked. There were just too many members in the Rayquaza pit to make anything happen. Double KO for the Talonflame. Dodrio picking up a KO. It doesn't look like Dojo Demons has the will to fight anymore. Slowbro will be able to stop the Talonflame, but there is 100 going in the bottom path for that Lapras. And I don't know if Dojo Demons is going to be able to come back. They won't. They will go ahead and GG. They want to just go to the next game, regroup, and try again.
That is the GG. Yeah, don't blame them there. It's going to be almost insurmountable. Looked like Micro and Cheese was just going to go ahead and insulate their goal zones instead of going for additional points. 441, 131 going to be your final. Still holding on to a ton of points, a ton of shields. So it was about inevitable at that point. So Micro and Cheese taking game number 1 here. 10 KOs for that Dodrio. It looked like Husky for a second in that Rayquaza, like pre-Rayquaza moment. If Dodrio would have went down, might have been the opening for Dojo Demons for, a little bit of a repush.
Yeah, that was just a really rough one to not be able to pick up that KO there. Dodrio going down could have been the game changer. But they used the Unite move, and, I thought maybe that was the game changer. You don't have triple trample, but it didn't end up mattering. And the rip, it was a rip. I thought there was a lot of moments there where Dojo Demons had the opportunity, so it means that they definitely can come back here in the second game, but they're going to have to change things up a little bit, and I don't really know what you do, honestly. I guess just lock in? I don't know.
Lock in. That's all you can do sometimes. That's all you can do sometimes. I mean, a disconnection obviously is going to hurt any player. Yeah, it's always tough when that happens. I'm sure, they should be back at this point. But I mean, even losing a player at all can always throw off timing. It could throw off, especially if it's at the wrong time. It can be the difference between winning a team fight and losing a team fight. And if it's a pivotal one, yeah, you might just have to hang it up. But you just regroup, get ready for game number 2. Tournament's not over. You still have 2 games. You just have to win one of them here to stay in it, and then force a game 3. Anything can happen in game 3.
Yeah. I like the Lapras pick, too.
I do, too.
I think it worked really well.
Have you played Lapras recently?
Yeah, I play Lapras all the time.
Insane.
It's my favorite render.
I've played 20 games of it all time, and almost all of them have been within the last week. I love this Pokemon. I love it.
It's fun.
It's so fun. It's so fun. You feel invincible at times.
Yeah, I run Water Pulse Ice Beam. And I believe I run a Spoon on it. Just because The extra damage, I just feel like is so valuable. But it's so much fun. I mean, you get a lot of opportunities for movement with the Lapras Express. You could even run Shell Bell, the newly buffed Shell Bell, for a little bit of extra cooldown. There's also like a carry Lapras option. Like I run it always with EXP share. I feel like EXP share is just way too good, even in solo queue, to not run it. But you could run a lot of carry items as well. Drive Lens is also an option for that Pokemon. It's really, really solid. And I think that I'm glad that teams are starting to realize how good Lapras actually is in that defender slot. What is not that great, that I am surprised is not that great, is the Slowbro. I feel like it just hasn't been doing that much. There's just too many ult targets to make Slowbro valuable enough, I feel like.
And Slowbro also kind of like suffers from the fact that it has like lower defense stats than any of the other defender picks right now. So it doesn't. It obviously has the utility of having that Unite move, but it tends to struggle in the stat category. The Lapras build that I like is I've been playing a lot of the kind of standard one that a lot of the competitive teams have been using. That Resonant Guard's really nice. I did run one game accidentally on a cursed build because I had like had it left it over from 500 point mode, so it was like cookie stacking. I think I had a muscle band on there and goal getter, or maybe a score shield. I don't remember what I had, but I like picked it, and then I think I was just chatting, and I didn't realize I had everything all that on. So like, ended up playing with it, and we dominated. So I was like, maybe this Pokemon's just broken. And this was before like people started playing it, and then people started playing it. I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. This Pokemon was a little nutty.
Yeah, I used to run double stacking EXP share Lapras. It's so much fun because you can build it in a lot of different ways. I think that we see this like Assault Vest build kind of coming out because it counters a lot of the special attackers that are in the meta. And it gives an option, because Lapras is specifically a counter, it gives an option for teams to kind of wait out their frontline picks, their defender supporter core, and use it as a response instead and get some of those carry picks out of the way, which I do like that option. You can use it as a response when usually you would draft defender supporters early in the draft, unless there's something kind of broken. Like, you know, we're seeing Garchomp Blaziken kind of get this priority, but you can wait on drafting Lapras, which is fun.
Sure thing. Yeah, so we're trying to get the players back in the lobby. There was a little bit of that disconnection issue, so that's what the little bit of the stalling is, for those that probably were wondering. So starting now.
When it's a yap, I actually am preventing the game from starting, like on purpose, because I just really like to hear my own voice.
So true, Queen. Game number 2 on deck. Micro and Cheese. Gonna be on your left side once again. Dojo Demons once again on your right side. Bands gonna be coming through in just a second. We saw that the Blissey ban in the first match, along with, I believe it was Suicune and Sableye and Absol. Do you think that we keep the same one? Immediately I get my answer. Psyduck is gonna be that first ban.
I mean, the Psyduck was definitely good. I don't know. I mean, it's always a ban-worthy Pokemon, but Dojo Demons will maintain the Suicune ban. Absol also maintaining priority as that ban. They don't want to see Eterna's Absol. Understandable. I don't either. But I wonder what we will see the last ban being. We could see a number of options, but it is going to be that Umbreon, which I don't think is what we saw before.
It was Sableye before, so that opens up this Umbreon pick. It also opens up, or Umbreon ban, also opens up this Blissey pick. Don't blame them, right? I was looking at the encounter rates for this most recent tournament for the regionals, and Blissey was, I think, #1 on the total encounters. It was like pretty much almost
does not
always
surprise
used.
me.
Yeah.
I love the Blissey pick for sure. I mean, you just, like, it's just so powerful. It has everything. It has so many build options. But it looks like interesting draft here for Dojo Demons. They opt for the Espeon in the attacker slot and the Buzzwole.
Big ol' Buzzwole. Not buffed in this most recent patch last night, but buffed in the previous one, and we've seen a ton of teams put a lot of value, a lot of stocks into this Buzzwole top lane. Doesn't need to evolve, so it has a pretty decent early game. I'll see how it plays against this once again. Pseudo score comp, I'll call it, the disruptor comp of this Dodrio along with the Sableye.
Yeah, the Dodrio Sableye is back, and I don't know if Dojo Demons is going to have the answer to. No, this could be the answer to it right here. Clefable, we get to see it, newly buffed. The Gravity Clefable could be the option here to disrupt this score comp, especially this Dodrio pick. I mean, I like to see it. I like to see this pivot to the Clefable here.
Yeah, that along with the Aegislash could be really powerful. Aegislash obviously offers a lot of those micro stuns, and then it could also like kind of lock on to those Pokemon with those boosted autos. So it could be very interesting, kind of match up into that disruptor composition. Dojo Demons does have this gutter pick. They could potentially play a speedster. They could play a tank and kind of put that XP share or leave that XP share on that Espeon, and that is what they're likely going to do.
We have a no defender game. No defenders brought in. And instead we have this Zeraora. This is actually, if Eterna's running this build, this is actually the build that I've settled on for Zeraora. The Razor Claw Focus Band Microsoft Excel Bracer with full heal. I'm working on my green ribbon, and I have fixed my Zeraora win rate. It is now back to 50%. So we have done it. We don't have the negative Zeraora win rate, and I have like 2 games until I get to green ribbon, and then I never have to touch this thing again. But I wonder if we will see the wild charge build just for the Dodrio counter, or if we will see the discharge build because Micro and Cheese is a little bit squishier. I found that discharge works pretty well into some squishier compositions, can really catch out this Inteleon. I also imagine that we'll see the stored power on Espeon just for those extra targets on the Dodrio and the Ceruledge as well. A lot of interesting things to look forward to in this match.
Yeah, this is the first time that we are seeing Clefable since it's been buffed, at least in this tournament. Obviously, you said that you saw it and played it a little bit.
Yeah, I played it earlier.
Today.
Really, I think it's really strong. But, as we've said, healers just aren't the meta for support. So, and also the cursed items. We saw the cursed bangle come out on the Ceruledge, so it prevents some of that healing.
Yeah, I think that's the only curse item that we see. So this is game number 2. Micro and Cheese on your left side. Dojo Demon on your right side. Micro and Cheese up 1-0. So they are looking to win their way into the winners finals to play against Machichi's Litter Box. They're going to have to do so. Or maybe Dojo Demons, they can stall this out and send this to a game 3.
Zeraora does secure that blue buff, not letting the Sableye get it again, but Sableye is still going to be there to harass the best that they can, stall out this Zeraora getting that level 5. They will not take that away either. Here comes Espeon, the little supporter Espeon coming in, forcing Sableye out of the central area. Not as successful as an invade as we saw previously.
Pretty successful for this Buzzwole as they take down that Dodrio or Doduo still and get 10 points on in. Ceruledge gonna pay a little bit of exception to that, gonna try to slice through this Buzzwole. Able to do so, finding the KO there. Gonna be looking for another one. Nice little response here from Dojo Demons. No, it's not. They turn their Uno reverse card. Dodrio able to get a couple right there along with some score.
Or gets 1, but it's not enough. A little bit of an overextension there from Dojo Demons, if we're being honest. They were a little too far forward on the enemy's side, not able to pick it up. But this Aegislash, we didn't really get to talk much about that pick, but it looked pretty good in the one game that we saw Micro and Cheese play it before. But it will be going down here to this Inteleon. 4 members in the bottom path, not as common of an option that we usually see at this point in the match, but it's working out so far.
Ooh, Buzzwole sees that red buff just spawned, and Oh, they see the Dodrio. They're guarding in. They're going to think twice of it. Going to try to get on away. SteelAgent also going to meet them. Oh, picking up the SteelAgent, but great response from Micro and Cheese to insulate their squad. 8-minute Altaria family on deck. Clefable, the only member of Dojo Demons that is going to be even in the area code. Micro and Cheese clears that off the map very quickly, but up the top path, double KO the other way.
We do have Spark, Zeraora, and we do have the Wild Charge as well, but not doing enough damage to this SteelAgent, and it will go down. 4 members now of Micro and Cheese have migrated to the top path. Noticeably, they are staying very much together as a pack here, just kind of moving as one, especially with that Blissey, the helping hand on that, which I imagine that is what we see here. The helping hand just able to capture so many members at once is going to be really important. Buzzwole trying to defend here, takes down Dodrio. Here comes Zeraora.
Zeraora with a good KO onto that Sableye. Gonna send Micro and Cheese back to their tier 1 goal zone. Good snipe shot there is gonna at least prevent Zeraora from pushing in even further. On the bottom pass, SteelAgent picking up a double KO, pushing in the goal zone, getting a 40-point dunk. Gonna break that tier 1. The top pass still, though. Zeraora's doing a ton of wild charge damage, unable to connect on the snipe shot. Oh, Espeon hit a massive stored power future sight combo, and this Inteleon's gonna get sent to the Pokemon Center very soon.
I mean, I was surprised to see the Psyshock come out from Espeon. I thought for sure we would go with stored power, but the stun from that Psyshock proving effective right there, allowing Zeraora to pick up a ton of damage and KOs. They did end up going down, but it was huge for Dojo Demons to make sure that they could come back in this. Dodrio now trying to run away. They will not get picked up by the Zeraora quite yet. Wow, I cannot believe this Dodrio keeps getting away with this.
They really do, and Inteleon staying alive in that moment too was pretty impressive. I think they might hit like maybe a close range snipe shot there. They aren't gonna be able to stay too insulated here. Buzzwole misses the Unite move. I think it hit a bunch of air. Another snipe shot's gonna find their way onto a couple of these Pokemon. Espeon frontlining, making sure this goal zone goes down. 122, 151. Micro and Cheese still ahead here though.
Maintaining the little bit of the lead, they definitely want to 2-0 this and make sure that they go home right away. They will take this Regieleki on Dojo Demons, but I believe Micro and Cheese will be able to defend this at the tier 2 goal zone. It might be Dojo Demons' best opportunity to head down at the bottom path and look for some scores, but SteelAgent is there, picks up the Espeon.
Oh, that's a massive KO though. Aegislash gonna find one the other way. Clefable is able to take out the Blissey. Gonna try to slice through Dojo Demons. Unable to was Micro and Cheese, and Zeraora on the off lane gonna be able to score quite a bit. As Aegislash is putting in the work, and this is a decent overcap, 33 points, and that's gonna cut into the lead of Micro and Cheese. Still an 8-point game between these two squads though.
Yeah, I mean, just KOs again, back and forth. We've seen this be a very brawly set between these two squads, and just making sure that both teams are maintaining their levels, and the score very, very close right now, 199 to 191 for Micro and Cheese. And even with the score comp that they have, Dodrio, Sableye on the board, they have not been able to get a huge score lead at this point.
We're going to get 19 points in on this T2 goal zone, able to accomplish that mission. Psyshock Espeon into the Unite move is going to try to take out the Dodrio. They do! 3 members of Micro and Cheese go down. Dojo Demons getting some XP there. Double KO for the Zeraora, insulated by this Clefable, who is ticked into their plus version of this Moonlight. And now we're really going to start to see what value this Pokemon can add.
I am shocked to see that the reason that you picked Clefable here was not for gravity. They are running a follow me build, which I honestly hate into Dodrio. I feel like you definitely want to run a gravity, but it doesn't seem to matter too much right now because Dojo Demons has picked up a couple KOs and they want to move into pushing into this bottom path. They do pick up another KO, and now it's just this Inteleon firing snipe shots off. But they are able to respawn for this defense.
Oh, good KO. Zeraora is able to take out the Inteleon along with a couple of Pokemon. Micro and Cheese trying to hold on to this goal zone with whatever they have, but this Zeraora is hitting massive wild charges, and they don't have anything to hit it through the iframes. 4 members of Dojo Demons still pushing down there, while Aegis/slash slow-lows this Regieleki on the top half. Oh, big Revenant Ren from Micro and Cheese, but it doesn't matter. 2 members fall once again, and Dojo Demons starting to come alive.
Clefable healing is really just proving to be so effective. Nobody has been able to go down from Dojo Demons, even with every member of Micro and Cheese respawning to defend that. And Aegis/slash by themselves in the top path, Dojo Demons was still able to come out on top.
Still 4 points in the advantage is Micro and Cheese. Not a whole lot of points separate them, right? 20 seconds to go. Rayquaza is going to either determine who wins this game, or if it doesn't go on in, Micro and Cheese has plenty of scores, so Dojo Demons is going to likely need this objective.
Lining up now is Dojo Demons. They definitely have a little bit of a positional advantage, but Dodrio is going for that classic Dodrio back cap. Only 14 points, but the rest will be doubled up. Another 28 on top of another 28, extending the score lead, but not up to 100 just yet. Dojo Demons is going to engage on this Blissey. They find the Dodrio, might have to use that Bliss Assist before they go down, but they don't. They go down without using the Bliss Assist, since that is big for Dojo Demons, and they might want to capitalize on this Rayquaza opportunity.
Gonna look for it, gonna start slicing through Rayquaza, but they have to be very careful. Cerulege looking to engage into the Chaos Glower. Espeon goes down. Clefable gonna try to keep the rest of the squad alive. Sableye able to escape just barely. Dodrio also able to do the same. Still 4 members of Dojo Demons. Oh, they're gonna get sliced through. Rayquaza takes out the Sableye, but 2 members of Dojo Demons still down. Zeraora now down. This Buzzwole is doing some work. They take down Micro and Cheese, multiple members. Dodrio still here. Rayquaza at half. Inteleon found that double KO, so it's just a 2-on-1 in this central area. Espeon joining the fray. Rayquaza getting dangerously low, looking for the secure. Buzzwole finds it. Espeon Psyshock didn't get it, but Buzzwole able to clean it up.
It is going to be Buzzwole, but can they get the points in? And it looks like they will easily be able to come out on top here. Sableye is the only one on the other side of the map, and everybody had respawned by that time. So Dojo Demons is going to be able to rally back here. 30 seconds left, and they need some more points, and Micro and Cheese has to make their way to the other side of the map. But everybody else is sending themselves back to the Pokemon Center to refresh. And now it's up to Micro and Cheese with a hero push. Can they do it?
With a Clefable along with some Rayquaza shields, they're going to make quick work of these 2 Pokemon in the bottom pass. Cerulege and Blissey go down. Sableye still trying to find their way into scoring. Unable to do so. Good defensive stand. Dojo Demons, they're going to take game number 2 and force a game 3 to go to the grand finals.
Another game 3 situation here between Micro and Cheese and Dojo Demons. So we will be getting to see one more game. And I wonder what Dojo Demons will want to do here, if they will want to go with this first pick option. Take it away from Micro and Cheese, potentially grab something really valuable. But, I mean, I think we saw a little bit of the value of that Clefable here. I'm interested to see what the stats ended up being on its healing. It's really strong throughout that entire match and just able to have them just kind of stand around the Clefable the entire time, and nothing was really doing area effect damage on Micro and Cheese to be able to punish that. So I think that ended up being a really valuable pick.
Quite a valuable pick. Yes, Zeraora putting in more 13 KOs. Buzzwole also putting in a lot of work. Yeah, they also absorbed a lot of damage, but I think Lily on this Clefable just continuously healing in a lot of those pivotal moments, provided so much value. I was very, you called it out in the mid-match. I was very surprised to see the Follow Me opposed to the gravity on like all these dashes that Micro and Cheese had. So very interesting, but it worked out, right? I mean, Clefable, still good. Follow Me, tons of shields. So yeah, who am I to say? Maybe it works.
Yeah, no, it really did work out. It was a really interesting match. I think that the Clefable really could be an option, and I was surprised before for teams not picking it up, but as I'm looking at these team comps again, I feel like the reason that Clefable ends up working so well is because everybody on Dojo Demons could just crowd around that Clefable because there was nothing really doing a ton of area effect to them. And I think that if you have some more circles on your side, more circles that can do a lot more, you know, even having, like, if you did have Psyduck, for example, with the Surf, just able to just push everybody around. If you had something like a Mamoswine, able to displace the rest of the team. If you had some of, like, a Delphox Unite move. I know that, you know, Delphox isn't used a lot, but, you know, like Fire Spin or something like that to just make sure that you're getting area effect options. Yeah. Then I don't think Clefable would be as valuable. But in this case, it was really, really strong, and it really did shut down that score comp core of the Sableye and Dodrio because they just couldn't KO anybody.
I was also surprised by the Psyshock pick on that Espeon, especially into like the Dodrio and
me too.
And the Sableye. I thought for sure it was going to be stored power, but they hit some pretty timely and pretty skilled Psyshock, so hey, more power. It does more damage, right? It's a stronger last hitting ability. You saw a couple times of getting some big KOs there. We're seeing more and more Future Sight as well, which I think is interesting. It received a buff. Well, I don't remember. I think it was the patch before.
Yeah, a while back.
A little bit ago,
at this
right?
point.
Like, maybe like 2 or 3 patches, but either way, like, not a move that has been picked a ton, but we're starting to see teams maybe tinker with it a little bit. I'm liking it.
Yeah. I mean, Follow Me is great. Yeah, like Future Sight is, I saw Garrett saying that Follow Me is good. Yeah, Follow Me is good. Future Sight as well is also, you know, pretty solid because it does give you that sure hit option, and then you also have the stun of Psyshock at your disposal if you can hit it. So I guess, you know, Psyshock is definitely my favorite way to play because when you hit it, it's just so good and it sets up a lot, especially if you have a team that's trying to group up to defeat your group. It's like, you know, it sets up a counter to a potential death ball composition that I really like.
Clefable's, I mean, I'm gonna, once NAIC's done and I can stop being on attackers, I'm gonna really mess around with this Clefable because it seems like it can really shine. It won against the Blissey, right? Blissey was the most picked supporter, or I guess most encountered supporter. I don't know. Clefable definitely seems more niche. But
what do you mean?
Not.
You can play it as an attacker. Run Draining Kiss.
Oh my god. Oh, no, they canceled it, right? They canceled
Draining Kiss?
It. Yeah, they canceled Draining Kiss. Draining Kiss is no longer. Well, that's what they nerfed.
Draining Kiss is canceled.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said in the patch. I'll have to double check what they said on it. But they said like we don't want Clefable to. Or I guess they said we want to lean it into its healer role. So basically, they said.
Well, they didn't.
Kiss.
They didn't. They buffed it.
No, they didn't.
They buffed it. They buffed Draining Kiss.
Nope.
I have it up. I have it up right now.
They didn't. They nerfed it.
Draining Kiss got.
They buffed
nerfed
healing. it. They not Draining Kiss.
They buffed healing. No, they and nerfed damage. It looks like. That's what it is.
They buffed the healing of
nerf damage, buff healing of Draining Kiss. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're both right. We're both
We're both so
whatever
right.
you wanna look at it. So leaning into healing is correct. It's a birth, said Zoinks.
It's a birth.
It's a birth.
Is that what we're calling it?
But they wanna lean into the healing aspect of what Clefable has, so I imagine we'll never see Draining Kiss. But if you want to run it as an attacker, just do it.
Maybe.
Triple 100K, probably not possible.
It's like an all-around. It's like a brawler because you kind of have to be like close.
Whatever.
It's an all-rounder class.
fine.
It's the
I love
other
Clefable.
special attack-based all-rounder.
I love Clefable, but I've never played Draining Kiss once. So. Moonlight Supremacy.
I played it. I think I played it a couple of times just to like test it out, and yeah, it's fun, but it's not like competitively fun. But I mean, also like I feel like we've seen it like a couple of times on Underdunk, and it's performed okay. So I don't know.
Yeah. I remember
It's
it was like 100% win rate Draining Kiss Clefable was like a meme here on Underdunk for a minute. But we do have Dojo Demons opting for the second pick slot again. So instead, interestingly enough, Micro and Cheese is going to ban out this Blissey, so they don't want to first pick that Blissey. I wonder what it is they're going to want to take away from Dojo Demons in this situation, because Dojo Demons did ban the Sableye. So I wonder what they will first pick. It looks like they might go... interesting. They go with the Hoopa. No Garchomp first pick. No Blaziken first pick. Nothing that we've normally seen first picked. Instead, it's going to be Hoopa.
First pick. We don't normally see a ton of Hoopa first pick, so it's very, especially with like Umbreon still on the board. But I guess like you could try to counter pick into an Umbreon, or at least like play around it. I wonder if we're gonna see this Talonflame come out again. We've seen like Talonflame with Trick Hoopa quite a bit. Even Dodrio we saw a little bit. So I wouldn't doubt that that's kind of like what Micro and Cheese is trying to set up. They're hovering this Blaziken. There it is. There is that Umbreon. It somehow fell to this side, but they still end up finding a way to grab it.
Umbreon Hoopa is a really classically strong support core, and Dojo Demons has opted to go with the Buzzwole again, and they've picked up the Clefable for a second time, but this time they have the Psyduck, which could be even more impactful alongside the Clefable because of the disposition that it has. Meanwhile, Micro and Cheese goes with the Dodrio again, so not really changing up too much about the opportunity for this Trick Hoopa, but they are hovering a Chandelure pick right now.
Chandelure, okay. I can
Prison,
kind of see this
in Prison.
Not only that, but they could probably put a curse item on it, right? Especially with that Clef.
Yeah.
Right now, Clef is holding on to some items that I'm curious about, but I imagine they'll switch it eventually.
No, they're gonna switch. Lily will take it. Lily will take it again.
Surely,
that's who played it previously.
Surely we're not.
But yeah, we are seeing the please no. We are seeing the Curse Incense locked in on Chandelure, and I do want to talk about that a little bit more because I think it's important to go over just like the mechanics of it. Running Overheat with that curse item and hitting Clefable with it will decrease its healing, and it gives an opportunity to hit Clefable more from the backline. That's why curse items are really valuable on backline attackers. Running Curse Incense on those backliners can be really valuable because, especially with area effect moves, because you have more opportunities to hit Clefable with the moves and decrease its healing. So it ends up working out pretty well, and I really do like that as a counter option to Clefable. We saw it excel against even with the Cerulege running the curse item previously, and we saw Clefable still excel, likely because there was no area effect that Cerulege was doing, so it wasn't really hitting Clefable. It was hitting everything else. Yeah, we need more circles, and this time we're gonna get them.
Circles, we've determined this. We're very smart. Circles counter Clefable. More circles equals more better. That's just how it works. Game number 3, winner semifinals. Micro and Cheese, Dojo Demons. Winner is going to be taking on, if I'm not mistaken, the Chi-Chi's Litter Box. And I'm so glad that I don't have to say that for an entire match.
I'm leaving after this, so I don't have to say it either. We do have Psyduck in the bottom path and looking for a secure here, and it was Umbreon who ended up picking that up. The water gun. They waited out that water gun and then waited for the secure. I feel like players have done better at playing against the Inteleon secure, because Inteleon water gun is one of the or Sobble, excuse me, Water Gun is one of the best secures in the early game, but teams have kind of done a little bit better at dealing with that early secure.
Looking for a Fell Stinger, another good early secure, but they went for the KO. Ended up missing. Doduo gonna try to run away, but they cannot run away from the inevitable as Talonflame, the Fletchender, got the KO there. 850 Birds gonna be coming up to the top path. Combuskin gonna try to probably push them into the side of Micro and Cheese, just to try to keep them away, but with 3 members there, it's gonna be a tough deal. But they do find a little bit of a push, but no follow-up damage from Micro and Cheese means this is gonna be a little bit of a stalemate in that top path.
Yeah, and I really do like this Talonflame pick into the Dodrio. We mentioned it a bit before. Picking up a Talonflame could be really good, but you were talking about it in terms of Micro and Cheese's side, and I think that it works really well into Dojo Demon's side just because of the ability to dive and potentially punish something like a Dodrio. We do see it not do well in that situation because Combuskin does take it down here, but that's just part of, like, you know, you got to keep them guessing, keep them on their toes.
Gotta keep us guessing, too. I think it was like eject buttons traded both ways, too, so... Combuskin used theirs, Talonflame used theirs, so those will not be tools available for the next 75 seconds. A lot of damage immediately onto this Altaria family from Micro and Cheese. They're going to take all of that off the map. Dojo Demons just going to try to get their own XP on their map. And Micro and Cheese looking to push on forward into this T1 goal zone. It's just this Buzzwole trying to hold on in. 30 points attempting to go in from the Umbreon. Talonflame going to try to fly directly on the Umbreon, but they stole the Citrus Berries and some of the XP from Dojo Demons.
Yeah, and Clefable does make it back and is able to heal up with the Moonlight. Not quite enough damage yet on Micro and Cheese's side to be able to do much right now. Dodrio going down off screen here, off stage. But able to get a KO. Here's the Psyduck taking out the Umbreon with the help of the Snipe Shot.
Looking to push forward is this Buzzwole into the front line. Flamethrower. Oh, it is going to pick up Hoopa into the fly from Talonflame. That's going to send Dojo Demons to this T1 goal zone to attempt to score. Points go on in, leading it at 11 points. Snipe Shot's going to connect onto the Umbreon. Going to try to wish heal. Chandelure, still a Lampent, going to go back to the Pokemon Center. 6 points going on in. I think that was an overdunk of 0.
Yeah, I mean, not an overdunk, but still breaks the goal zone here, and you are going to be able to push. Yeah, it could possibly be an underdog. Oh, they said the title of the... What? And then, but they will be able to take the Regieleki and push that into the tier 2 just for some extra map pressure, which is definitely what you want to do against a Hoopa. Even though they don't have Hyperspace Hole, I still feel like Hoopa provides so much map control just because of its ability to move around so easily and provide those tricks. So breaking early, not that bad.
Tricks are for kids. Dodrio gonna try to attack this Clefable, but with a little bit of a pocket here, it's gonna be tough. Regieleki walks right into this T2 goal zone of Micro and Cheese. Buzzwole gonna try to get a KO on one of these. Gonna Ultra Swole Slam directly on the Hoopa. Finds the KO, finds additional points, and this T2 goal zone is very low. And as I say that, Dojo Demons also grabs a basement Reggie for themselves.
Yeah, this is a great start here for Dojo Demon. Psyduck seems to have gone AFK. I wonder if we will end up seeing a pause or if they just decided they wanted to go down in that moment. But Micro and Cheese now has the opportunity to push forward a little bit, but Dojo Demons has done a great job of rallying back to make sure that they don't have as much control as they did previously.
Oh, there we go. A nice little flame sweep to insulate that T1 goal zone from Dojo Demons. Snipe Shot misses the mark. Micro and Cheese gonna still continue press forward. They find a KO on that Inteleon. Psyduck back in, gonna join the fray, try to hold on to this goal zone down here. Buzzwole frontlining, looking for a KO. Talonflame finding it, and now this Umbreon's gonna try to run away. Buzzwole misses that combination there, and Umbreon getting to safety.
I really do like the Buzzwole with the Clefable combination as well, because you can pocket them a little bit better if your moves are just single target. But that being said, the Flamethrower on the Chandelure does connect, but Buzzwole is able to get in on them. They take down the Chandelure, and members of Micro and Cheese are dropping like flies. Buzzwole hits the Dodrio. They full heal out of it, not going down, but the damage is done. Dojo Demons breaking that bottom goal zone.
Fable is keeping the entire team's HP bars very full in 267.63 as we enter this 4-minute mark of the match. 2 minutes until Rayquaza. Another Regieleki likely going to be taken by Dojo Demons as they are all here to respond. However, Micro and Cheese is starting to come up top, so they might try to contest this as Dodrio enters the fray.
Dodrio silently level 11, looking for an overheat here, but it's not going to happen. It is the snipe shot instead, securing that Regieleki. Talonflame takes down the Blaziken as well. And the Umbreon also going down here. Talonflame looking to break this before the Regieleki hits, which they will. Wow, Kyle, a base Regieleki at 340.
Yeah, it's going to be defended by Micro and Cheese. They have plenty of Rip, but that is going to enable Dojo Demons to maybe look for a push elsewhere. Dodrio, although is kind of hanging out here, going to get met by this Talonflame along with Clefable. This little follow me is going to keep the Dodrio a little bit away. 3-4 members down here for this Registeel, and Dojo Demons in full control of this map should be able to take it off.
Yeah, this game is just really, really exciting, but Dojo Demons definitely has a little bit more control. That being said, Micro and Cheese has kept up decently with the points as Dodrio continues to put in a little bit more, but it's definitely Dojo Demons' game, which is not what we've seen in the previous 2 matches. They've really clawed their way back here, and I feel like it's off the back of this Clefable, or maybe I would just like to say that it is, but they really do have the control heading into our late game.
Fable gonna try to disrupt the flow of this Blaziken Hoopa, just to make sure that they are not able to get everything that they want as far as experience-wise. Another Follow Me is gonna stun this Blaziken, but a lot of damage. Fable able to cleanse a lot of it with this Moonlight Plus. 30 seconds until the Regieleki spawns, meaning that will not appear before Rayquaza. 288, 127. Dojo Demons right now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think that Micro and Cheese really wanted Chandelure to be the answer, but unfortunately they just haven't gotten the opportunity to be the answer to Clefable's healing. And they're only level 12 right now, which is fine, but you definitely would rather be level 13. And they really just have to be able to get into the fight, and they just haven't been able to, as Hoopa, an early KO in this fight for Dojo Demons. That is a rough one to lose.
Really is. There's the Unite move from the Clefable. Gonna give some shields, some heals. Talonflame is the first one to fall in this fight. Psyduck is gonna use their Unite move, and Teleon also gonna try to use theirs. Dodrio is gonna find the Inteleon. That's 2 members down for Dojo Demons. Make it 3. Dodrio's starting to heat up. A Hoopa's gonna bring the team in with the Rings Unbound. Buzzwall gonna be falling. That's a team wipe. Micro and Cheese, while they were on their heels, they should be able to take this set 2-1. They just need their points.
Wow, the Talonflame fell, and then all of a sudden Dojo Demons was in shambles. I mean, a lot of the reason that you play Clefable is when you're playing all together, and they were not able to do that. Micro and Cheese did a fantastic job of dispositioning them and having different members of Dojo Demons in different spots to make sure that Clefable could not get the value it needed in that fight, and then just able to pick off member by member and able to take that Rayquaza. What a great fight from Micro and Cheese, and a great series. They are going to be taking this one 2-1.
Incredible stuff from Micro and Cheese as they're 30 seconds away from heading to your grand finals. And Dodrio's gonna add a little bit of insult to injury, getting some more points on in. Blaziken gonna try to score theirs. They do. 100 burgers flipped and served. Micro and Cheese heading to your grand finals of Underdunk 51.
7-7-7 is a great score line. I'm kind of hoping that they don't score any more points. It doesn't look like they're going to. That's a great score line. We did it. We did it. 7-7-7 to whatever the other one was. Doesn't matter. Micro and Cheese will take this one. Dojo Demons had a fantastic game, but unfortunately just fell apart in the Ray fight. Not able to bring it home off the back of the Clefable. I would love to see the Clefable keep winning, but not today. Micro and Cheese has solved the Clefable problem, and they are taking this one. There it is, 7-7-7 to 2-8-8. That's aesthetically pleasing.
It really is. Massive plays there. Pulling a win out of a hat. Dojo Demons look like they were in the driver's seat, especially when Rayquaza spawned, but yeah, it's a massive KOs the other way from Micro and Cheese, and Oh man, more circles on the Clefable meant more wins. 1 win to be exact.
Yeah, they did have some circles going on. They had flamethrower on the Chandelure. And then they had Trick, which is a circle, not area effect, but it is a circle nonetheless. And I believe we saw Mean Look on the Umbreon. That's a circle. So some circles here, and I think that did solve the problem. But still, look at the Clefable healing. Still almost 100k healing, even with them trying to answer it. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, that was a really good fight from Dojo Demons. They did a great job throughout that entire match, and it was just the Ray fight fell apart for them, and Micro and Cheese was able to take it. But I really am confident that Dojo Demons could claw their way back up here through the lower side bracket, potentially make another run and look for their opportunity to make it back to the grand finals. But we will see what ends up happening.
We shall see. Massive plays here. Micro and Cheese going to grand finals. They're going to be taking on Machichi's Litter Box. Reborn is the full name of that team. Whereas Dojo D heading down to that bottom side of the bracket to take on KDU. That should be a very interesting matchup over there. So let's take a look at the bracket. That's kind of what we said. Goofy Goobers hanging out in that loser semifinal matchup. KDU versus Dojo Demons gonna be the winner of that match, taking on the Goobers in that lower semifinal. And then the lower final will be either the loser, or it will be the loser of Michichi's Litter Box versus Micro and Cheese. And then the grand finals, we will see. But with that said, we are gonna be taking a quick break, folks. So actually, Husky, this is our last set. Anything that you want to say before we head on out for the day?
I think, no. Cool. I'll see you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to extend it any longer. Thanks for having me, of course. Always happy to be here. Chat, please stick around for the rest of the tournament. It's only just getting started. This last year ever going to save me. Just kidding. It's not.
Oh.
Stick around, watch the rest of the tournament, show some love to the casters that are going to be casting the rest of this for you. And yeah, that's it.
Sick. Alrighty, yeah, folks. It'll be Draku and Professor Malice when we return, so don't go too far. Winners finals, lower finals, and grand finals will be up next in Underdunk 51, so don't go too far, folks, but we'll be right back.
And welcome on back, Pokemon Unite trainers. You got a couple of new casters, new faces. Welcome back to the broadcast. Underdunk 51. Did you guys know that number 51 for Pokemon is Dugtrio? So this is actually Underdunk featuring Dugtrio. That is the theme for today. Malice, it's good to see you once again. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. I got a job as a head coach at a university and been very busy with the transition for that. But it has been the opportunity that I have been waiting for to really launch some big upcoming events, and more information on that coming soon. But it is great to be back in the booth, as limited as it may be, to see your guys' face again and to really get to cheer on some of these teams I've been watching today. Micro and Cheese being facetiously devastating in today's match, and I'm excited to see what they do against Litterbox Reborn. Did they just change their name again? It was Machichi's Litterbox. Now they're Litterbox Reborn. Reborn anew.
Hey, me.
With a new
they didn't go to the losers bracket, so they haven't needed to get reborn just yet. So you work with college kids for esports, right? Is their final exam they have to beat you in a 1v1 in the top lane? That's the final exam, right?
No, I will start the development of esports curriculum here, I think, within the next 6 to 12 months. I'm going to get brought into that project. I could make that the final test. I make them get into League of Legends or Pokemon Unite. We duke it out in a 5v5 team, and if they win, they automatically get an A.
That is incredible. If you're just joining us on the broadcast, this is Underdunk 51. My oh my, how far Underdunk has come. And look how pretty everything looks. This is all new graphics. Kyle, a big shout out to you. Whoever made this, it looks absolutely incredible. But we are going to be moving on to the winners finals, where we're going to be seeing Machichi's Litterbox going up against Micro and Cheese. You can see here, this is how far we came for today. I know some of these teams, or at least some of these players, are getting ready for the North American International Championships, which is a little bit less than a month from now in New Orleans. I'll be casting out there, and I believe you will be bringing a team out there as well, Malice, question mark?
Yes, I am actually. I'm grouping up with Beena and a few other people that I know to go play, and we're putting a team together called the Professors, and I think it's going to be an absolute delight. Speaking of this event, I've been putting together a bingo book, and I'm really excited about it. I'm writing down all the different names of the casters and talents that I have met and want to meet in person or have yet to meet yet, and I think I got like 15 or 16 names. I'll have to go look, but it's growing. I'm going to be lots of selfies happening at the NAIC next month.
Yeah, just talking a little bit about the players on the teams that you're going to be looking at for the winners finals. Machichi's Litterbox, of course, their captain Machizzle is at the helm, maybe in the central area or in the top path, but they got a pretty stacked team. They got Machizzle, who is on You Need Coaching, Bora Reach, who's on Nemesis, Duskrunner, who I believe is on Tagay. I may be wrong on that one. And we got Lisa and Burzy coming in as well. Burzy was on You Feel Me last year and also has been on a couple of various teams for the UCS season this year. But generally, a really strong all-around team. No surprise to see them in the winners final. This is a pickup team. There is, of course, a couple of players that have played with each other. We have Machizzle, Lisa. They play with each other all the time on the ranked ladder. On the other side, though, we got Micro and Cheese. This is a team that's been playing together for the most part, for the most of the UCS season. So you got kind of a team that is kind of a jumble of really strong players versus a team that has been playing with each other for quite some time. So they definitely do have that chemistry under the banner head of Micro and Cheese. And I gotta say, Micro and Cheese in that last game, they definitely got kind of struggled in that last set, but nonetheless came out on top in a Game 3 scenario over Dojo Demons to move on to the winners final set. Any predictions for you? I feel like Machichi's Litterbox is definitely the team to not only win this set in particular, but also just generally this tournament. Any thoughts from you, Malice?
I don't know the teams well enough, but I think this is going to be a case of synergy versus, I guess, technical skill, for lack of a better word. Sounds like Machichi's is absolutely stacked to an incredible degree, but their lack of experience together, or at least as a 5-stack, might give Micro and Cheese an exploitative play or avenue to take the game away for the winners final. I'm thinking it's going to be a 2-1 split. I'm expecting a 3-game series, but I will have to say, I think Machichis will be the winner of today's winners finals. It's going to be 2-1 in their favor.
And just going over the patch, I'm pretty sure the other two casters have already had a discussion about the winners, the losers, and we've kind of seen some of the Pokemon come out to play already in today's event. I do want to highlight one particular player on the side of Machichi's litter box. She loves to play Clefable. That is Lisa. She's the supportive player on Machichi's litter box. She loves to play Clefable, and that is, I would say, one of the biggest winners of the Breath of Evolution Part 2 balance patch. You got all the defenses for this Pokemon have been increased. The amount of healing for Moonlight has been increased. A couple of buffs and nerfs to, I think it was Follow Me, but generally this Pokemon is looking really strong. Not only can it heal more, but it also stays on the battlefield for longer, allowing you to get even more Moonlight just generally off on the battlefield. Are there any other Pokemon that you're expecting to do really well, not only today, but just in the weeks to come, Malice?
You know, I just reviewed the patch a day or two ago. Somebody who I think has dropped out of favorability to a great degree is going to be Raichu. I don't think it's pick or ban the way that it used to be. It lost attack speed on its stored power, so it's not getting the damage ramp as quickly as it was before. I believe they nerf the damage and the damage reduction, or sorry, I guess it'd be the defense reduction that's on that move as well. So I think that's going to be a bigger loser. As for people that have come back, I think Clefable was the only one that's really on my radar for making a significant change that's going to come back. I could pull it up right now, but Clefable was the one that I really felt was a big winner. Might see more play. Before, there were already rumors of it being the best healer in the game. It just didn't have the best setup to act upon or get the most value out of that Moonlight. You weren't getting the full duration of it in most instances. And so while it had the potential to be the best healer, it didn't execute that way. But with more defense, more HP, and stronger heals, you're going to have more uptime, which means higher healing. And because that healing heals you, you've got a bigger buffer to stay in those fights longer, to get more value, to get more health, to get even more uptime. It's just massive.
Yeah, it is an incredible Pokemon right now in the metagame of Pokemon Unite. We're in a very bulky metagame. We kind of started with a bulkier metagame the start of this year. Then we got the Speedster penetration buff that was added. It was the Speedster meta for about a month or so, a couple of weeks. And then we're back to a very bulky meta. And that Clefable buff is cementing that even more so. But here we go, Malice. We are in the winners finals. Micro and Cheese is on our first pick side. On our purple side, the left side team, Machichi's Litter Box Reborn, can't fit their entire name. They are on the orange side. As you can see here, Clefable, Comfey banned out by Micro and Cheese. I think they're definitely trying to ban out some of Lisa's picks in particular. Sableye is also up there as well. She will be that 10th and final pick option. A Pokemon that is also a huge winner is Machizel. It's a Machizel Heart Lisa. That is Machizel with one of their alt accounts, but Garchomp is an incredible Pokemon. It is back to the peak of the metagame. It is having more life steal for its auto attacks, and potentially this might be a candidate to hold on to one of the newest buffed held items. It's one of the oldest held items that's been in the roster of Pokemon Unite, but it is that Rocky Helmet. You're doing less damage, but it is proccing way more often. So I think a lot of players right now are just generally in the community of Pokemon Unite. They're trying to figure out what Pokemon is really good with a helmet on. Right? Not the Drain Crown, but specifically a helmet on. But not only do you have the reflective damage of the Rocky Helmet, but Garchomp also has Rough Skin, that passive ability that reflects physical type damage. So if you're jumping on a Garchomp like this Talonflame or the Serena, you gotta be careful of the damage you're doing to it, because you are reflecting some of that damage back to you, but you also got Garchomp just damaging you generally as well.
One of the things that, speaking of Garchomp, he is absolutely a winner of this patch. The duration of the defense and special defense buffs that he gets from Dig has gone up by 25%. It's a whole other second, went from 3 to 4 seconds. This means that his uptime is going to be higher, more value is going to come out of that Rocky Helmet, and more chances to get that healing from his boosted basic attacks. If you pair that with the new healing coming from Clefable, you've got nasty combinations.
Garchomp is honestly one of my favorite all-rounders. I think right next to Buzzpole, it's one of the all-rounders that I play the most. I think even generally one of the Pokemon I play the most, just generally in Pokemon Unite. I think Garchomp is really interesting as a stage 3 evolution. It needs a lot of experience to get to level 9, but honestly, it has a presence at all stages of the game. Even in the early game, it's typically a Pokemon that doesn't need to stack, so you can put it in the top path, counter stacking the enemy team that wants to get their points in onto your enemy goal zone. So once you get to level 5, you get a really cool pulling ability in Dragon Rush. Level 7, it gets even better. Level 9, you get faster auto attack speed. You also get that Unite move as well. But here we go, Malice, into the winners finals. Best of 3. Winner of this, we're moving on to the grand finals. Loser of this, of course, will need to be reborn to rejoin the fray.
You know, Tyranitar might want to try to learn something from Garchomp. As we move into the game, it looks like an exchange is going to happen in the bot lane here between Mycoon and Machichis as they fight over the centerpiece. Both Psyduck and Pikachu laying down a massive amount of damage and will be able to secure one of the wild Pokemon from Micros and Cheat's side of the map.
We do have an Alolan Raichu in the bottom path. Of course, it is a Pikachu right now. To tell the difference between a regular Pikachu that stays a Pikachu the entirety of the game, there is a little icon around its level indicator. We don't see that right now, but here in the top path, we have our little Gibble using those auto attacks against the enemy team. You got to be very careful when there's a Dodrio around. It is, like a lot of these features, has a really strong level 5 gank or level 5 entrance into the battlefield, and Blissey, or this Chansey, is the first to get scrambled.
All right, Talonflame on the bot side right now, looking for the opportunity to get his gank. Will go into the center for the birds, but is not going to be able to get a successful play as Dodrio comes in with the counter gank, giving another knockout over to Machichi's litter box. And a double being secured by the Psyduck, 57 points, going over early to Machichi's litter box.
Yeah, always got to be very careful of this Dodrio, right? Level 5, it gets its primary damaging ability in either Tri-Attack or Drill Peck, whereas, as you can see in the central area, there's a huge invade going on right now, forcing this Fletchinder back to its Speed Flux zone. And, you know, Fletchinder, unfortunately, just doesn't have as strong as a level 5 gank as, say, Zoroark or Dodrio or some of these other speedsters. In this top path, though, Machizel is starting to get online. Again, needs to get to level 9, but it has impact even in the earlier stages of the game. Malice.
8 minutes in the game, both teams are now fighting over the center spawn, already down within 5 seconds. Talonflame trying to get out with an escape, but Raichu is going to pick up the knockout, going for the Electro Ball build this game. That's something that is new to me. I don't see that very often.
I actually love the Electro Ball build. You know, you can lay these mines down on the field. I think you could plant maybe 3 or so before it rotates back to a new one if you continue to put them down, but it is on a cooldown. It has a number of charges, so if you put multiple of these little orbs in a bush, you can see right there that Blissey, or at least this Chansey, still at this moment in the game, you can get some damage before the fight even starts. Dodrio going in. KO streak of 2 already. This goal zone is not looking good, and oh my gosh, this Fletchinder just not able to find enough experience to become a Talonflame at level 7. Micro and Cheese right now is getting cheesed in the micro.
This is quite brutal. It was a great double drag coming from the Psyduck, allowing the gank from the Dodrio to go and pick up 2 prior for the dive. We're now looking at 7 minutes left in the game as the Garchomp goes for the Regieleki. Space being controlled and defended by the Umbreon, now using the Wish to keep the Garchomp alive and healthy as he goes into a 1v4 team fight. Umbreon using the Wish to restore himself. Talonflame trying to use the fly and get the Regieleki, but Garchomp will secure it. Psyduck coming in from the side to assist Garchomp, picking up the knockout on the Talonflame. Now a 3v3. Regieleki connects with the pad, and 40 points is secured by the Garchomp.
Machizel's litter box, Machichi's litter box continues to push on forward, and look at these auto attacks coming in from the Garchomp. They are keeping themselves alive. They don't even need a traditional supporter on your team because you can just heal yourself, and all of a sudden the Garchomp is back to full HP. This is a Wish Umbreon right next to them as well, but man, this is going to be such a hard Pokemon to take down even without a traditional support following this Garchomp around, and Machichi's litter box is starting to steamroll ahead. Level 11s on your Garchomp and level 11 on your Dodrio. First plus abilities available to these Pokemon.
level 3 to 4 level advantage on the side of Machichis. That is a very difficult wall to try to climb over, especially with the 20% buff coming in from the Registeel. Looks like a pick is going to happen here as the Hoopa is caught out by the Psyduck and team. Knockup coming over from the Mewtwo, trying to isolate their opponents, but a dive comes in from the Garchomp, picking up another double knockout in favor of Machichi's litter box.
Oh, speed flux zones doesn't even matter. You run them down in their own home. Psyduck is gonna walk on slowly through that speed flux zone. Unfortunately, does not have a dash like a Garchomp does, but Chi-Chi's litter box, they are gonna take the entire top path, and this tier 2 goal zone is fragmenting as well. Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo once again. Prancing on them is the Umbreon. Lisa stunned on him in the tier 2 goal zone, and the Raichu looking so safe. And if you take a look at your map on the top left corner of your screen, that is 4 goal zones to 0. Machichi's litter box in full control of this game.
24.5 minutes left in the game. Machichi up by over 400 points. No scores, no points on the side of Micro and Cheese. A very aggressive play happening from Machichi's as they try to keep Macro and Cheese stuck inside of their base. However, if they get shut down here, this is a massive amount of EXP that can go back to Micro and Cheese. 1 knockout, 2 knockouts already secured. Do I see 3? 3 goes down. KO streak on the Mewtwo at 2. Garchomp tries to get in and revenge his teammates, but will be taken out by the Serena. We are now looking at a quadra knockout in favor of Micro and Cheese, trying to shore up that EXP deficit.
Yeah, they are definitely hiking up on the experience, but they need to score some points, and they finally scored some points in the bottom tier 1 goal zone. That Talonflame finally getting those stacks in if they do have an attack way associated with them. Here comes the Hoopa, is going to bring everyone up to the top path. The Dodrio once again going down. Same thing with Lisa on the Umbreon. Micro and Cheese is starting to build up some momentum here. They finally take the first objective for their team. The Regieleki inches from the tier 1 goal zone.
Great displacement coming from the Talonflame, using the Unite move to send the Garchomp away from their teammates, leading to more shutdowns. Only 3 minutes left in the game, a minute before the race spawn. Micro and Cheese showing up that EXP, finally having their first level 13 on their team.
1 minute remaining before the final stretch. Machichi's litter box finally able to get Micro and Cheese to disperse off of their tier 1 goal zone. Bora going for a KO streak of 2 once again. A couple of wins though for Micro and Cheese. Definitely showing some life here once again. 1 minute before the final stretch. Let's take a look at the field state, and even though they got a couple of wins, it's still not looking very good. Malice, level 14 Dodrio. Level 14 almost is going to be on this Garchomp. That you're going to get this global EXP from taking this Regirock off of the field. They will also have increased defenses and special defenses, the buff given by Regirock's capture for the final stretch. Hoopa going to take a quick trip to the Pokemon Center. This is almost a 400-point lead. This is almost the point of no return. Micro and Cheese needs to win a macro play in the central area in order to get back into this game, Malice.
They need a significant play here in order to have enough teammates alive at the end of the Ray fight in order to score those points. But a fight is going to be breaking out right here to the left of the Ray pit. Talonflame going for a back cap will be able to get the 100 burger going in due to the timing of the game. They were able to wait until the spawn goes into the final stretch. Though Trio, though, will pick up a knockout on Blissey. Blissey will no longer be there to contest the fight at the Ray. Talonflame using the Unite move to try to isolate the Garchomp, but Garchomp will be able to survive. Only about 20%, 10%, and it goes over to Garchomp. Garchomp secures the Ray fight and dashes the hopes of a comeback for Micro and Cheese.
Livid outrage secure by Machizel on the Garchomp. Not very happy with the potential flip by Micro and Cheese. Secures it with the final hit of that Unite move. We got about a minute, 15 seconds left, and with most members of Micro and Cheese, I think it is pretty safe to say Machichi's litter box is going to take the first game of this winner's final set. We've got a whole minute to talk unless they surrender sometime in this minute, Malice. Where did it go wrong for Micro and Cheese? What do you think?
If I had to keep it for Rizzle with you, it would be Machizel just being a dominant player up in the top lane, getting a massive EXP lead, as we saw about 4 to 3 minutes into the game. Machizel was up by 3 to 4 levels, and so was another player on Machizel, or Machizel's litter box. That's so such a word, such a name to try to get out there. But by having this huge EXP deficit between the two teams, it just meant that they were able to continue to snowball, get a massive amount of points, and control the map, making it very difficult for Micro and Cheese to really do anything, to attack, to defend. It wasn't until the very end, when they were right on top of their base, Machichis happened to overstay and get picked apart, giving EXP to the way at Micro and Cheese. Had they not done that, I don't think there would have been an opportunity for a comeback whatsoever this game. It was just in complete control.
We can talk all about Garchomp, but honestly, I think this was a game won in draft, right? There's not a whole lot of things to contest a Garchomp. In the early game, there wasn't many things. Serena doesn't have a very good early game until they get to level 6. Talonflame doesn't have the best early game as a speedster. I mean, relative to a Dodrio, for example, until they get to level 7. So during a time when supposedly the stage 3 evolution Pokemon, especially Garchomp and other level 9 stage 3 evolution Pokemon, they should kind of struggle in the early game, right? But there's not really anything on the side of Micro and Cheese to stop that ascent to get to level 9. And once they do start to scale to level 9, there's not really much to stop this Pokemon. It's not a single defender. Of the Pokemon on the side of Micro and Cheese, there's not a whole lot of crowd control as well. And the Pokemon that are also trying to damage the Garchomp are also getting damaged themselves simply by damaging the Garchomp, right? They have the Rocky Helmet, but we were talking about before the draft or during the draft was that passive ability, Rough Skin. So this is just an easy Garchomp pick for Machichi's litter box, right? Not a lot of CC, mostly physical damage dealing Pokemon on the side of Micro and Cheese, and so this is just a game where Garchomp is able to thrive, right? Garchomp kind of struggles at Pokemon at range, and Mewtwo, why? It's a very good attacker, don't get me wrong, but it just doesn't do enough damage into something like a Garchomp to make that significant impact, right? Maybe an Inteleon would be really good here, or maybe even 4 times super effective in the main tiers game. Alolan Ninetales would have been really good here, but they just need something to slow down this Wrecking Ball, and a Wrecking Ball was what Machizel was this game.
They didn't quite think about it until you pointed it out, but you're absolutely right. There was a lot of sustain on the side of Machichis, and they did not have the burst damage to take out or deal with any of those threats on the side of Micro and Cheese. As well as Micro and Cheese didn't have the early game damage or the early game threats in order to contest that early game. And so when things went bad, they quickly got worse. Machichis was able to snowball. They hit the power spikes of Garchomp when he hit that level 9 far faster than he otherwise would have, which meant that his impact across the game was going to be consistent. And even, as you pointed out, Mewtwo, who is a special attacker and can bypass some of that defense they have, is an auto attacker, meaning he's going to constantly get procced by the Rough Skin and get procced by the Rocky Helmet. And it's hard to say how much impact that damage alone has, but it does mean that you're going to be within the damage threshold of Garchomp or other threats significantly faster because of those consistent ticks of damage. Great observation.
Yeah. In a fight of longevity into a Garchomp, you will lose. Especially with the Breath of Evolution Bounce Patch Part 2. Its lifesteal also got improved as well. So with each of those auto attacks, it is healing even more so. Its lifesteal for its auto attacks did get buffed.
Just its empowered, its third one.
No, it's all of his auto attacks, or at least generally the lifesteal for the Pokemon just got increased. I'll have to check I'm looking at Unite DB right now. I'm just scroll through here really quickly. I'm pretty sure, yeah, lifesteal
one of those things that
for the boosted attack,
just like Cinderace, huh?
Yeah, so it's not every auto attack. It is the boosted auto attack, but remember, it holds on to that boosted once it gets to 5 stacks. So I mean, once you're fully stacked up, you can increase the amount of stacks you have by using your Dragon Rush or your Dragon Claw. You get like 2 or 3 stacks. If you're able to hit a couple of targets, if you're able to auto attack multiple Pokemon, you're instantly at 5 already, right? So you're not really, the non-boosted attacks are really negligible. It's really when it starts to ramp up is that lifesteal has been increased by full 10%. 10% is incredible. I expect a Garchomp ban here. If you don't, then I don't know. Micro and Cheese. We gotta ban the Garchomp. Like, honestly, this is one of Machizzle's aces. A lot of people know Machizzle for playing things like Machamp, the Machampion. That's what he's most known for. But I'm most known for is the Garchomp. He played Garchomp in my community customs way back in the day. It was almost 2 years ago. He'd be this random demon just coming out of the woodworks, playing this Garchomp and doing so well. They don't ban it out. They better be first picking it here, or else this is a game.
Oh, well, they might be. That has to be the strategy. Maybe not has to be, but it is a strategy they can employ. Remove 2 threats and get the priority pick. Blaziken might be an interesting priority pick. Did get a significant shield increase on its Unite move, but it looks like they will go for the Blaziken. Okay. Garchomp's still open.
Blaziken has burst damage, don't get me wrong. It has good secure, has overheat, for example, but it only has overheat like once and often, and it's kind of hard to sometimes land or at least hit the Garchomp if it's moving in or weaving in and out. They have another opportunity here to pull out a Garchomp, but they're going to go with their conservative set, their supportive set, pulling out Psyduck, grabbing this Hoopa.
I like the Psyduck.
Some crowd control, please. Anything at mid to short range, or else this Garchomp is just going to eat through you once again. And Lisa got one of her favorite picks, that Blissey. Oh gosh, this is for sure a last pick Garchomp, a last pick all-rounder. It could even be Buzzwole is really good here. Heck, it could be Phalanx. 10th pick is so good too, but Machizzle has like the entire floor here. They don't have any crowd control unless out of Micro and Cheats. They have like Psyduck. Maybe? Okay, there we go. We got the Garchomp. Let's see what Machizzle decides to do with his 10th and final pick for his team.
All right, sorry, I was holding my breath there. I was really curious if they were going to go for the Chandelier. I almost called him something totally different. And the Inteleon. I thought Inteleon would be better for high burst and a little bit further range, which they could use against some of these characters. But Chandelier might be a pretty good pick as well. And it looks like Machizzle will be going with Serena. I get her name botched all the time too. One of the things that's curious to me is going to be Brizzy's pick here. I made a comment at the beginning that I felt the nerf from Raichu was no longer going to make it a priority pick, but it looks like in Brizzy's eyes, this is a character that's still worth grabbing very early on in the draft. And I forget who made the comment. Somebody was making a comment about the strength of Raichu, that the stored power and the sidekick by getting nerfed might make way for other characters into the game. And as you made a comment about using the Electro Ball as a form of getting information, a form of getting vision, perhaps that playstyle might become more prolific as we see people adapt to the changes of Raichu. One of the changes I'll ask you that have come in this newest patch is going to be changes to the drive bands. They've doubled the amount of stacks that are required in order to get them. Do you think this is a healthy change? Did it slow down the game? Did it make a noticeable impact, or you think it's pretty negligible?
I think so. I think it was very easy to get to the endpoint of both the bracer and the lens. Right? They haven't changed the endpoint. It just it takes longer to get to that endpoint, right? I think it was pretty easy to get to 10 stacks and to the current endpoint that it is at. So I do like that change a lot. I think it's healthier and it allows the opportunities for a little bit more flexibility, because before it allowed junglers to almost forego stacking altogether, score stacking altogether, and just put on one of these KO stacking items and just get that same amount of value without having to risk getting those scores in. But in my opinion, pretty healthy change. But here we go. Game number 2, Malice. We got Machizzle in the top half, the little balance suite. He's going to show him how Serena's done. I think, in my opinion, the matchup between Serena and Garchomp is definitely in Garchomp's favor, but this is a Worlds qualified player, not just once, 2 times in a row. We're going to see what he can do with the little queen.
All right, on the side of Machichis, we already have Dotrio coming to the top lane looking for a gank. Will be countered by the Blaziken. Both teams are in position, but no knockouts going to either side. In the bot lane that we saw Micro and Cheese and Machichi was not able to get the same dominant start, but it does seem to be at a little bit of a stalemate. Now, Dotrio is going to be leveraging that extra speed advantage that he has to make an aggressive play. Looks like he will be going after the Combustion here, trying to hunt them down in their own jungle. Has the HP advantage here and forces the Blink to come out from the Blaziken.
It's bird-on-bird violence in the central area. And Blaziken is another one of those Pokemon, very similar to Talonflame, that needs to get to level 7 and then further to level 8, where it gets that Stance Change Unite move. That's where all of those buffs for this Pokemon was provided. And, well, you gotta get there. Dodrio still gets all in line at level 7. They'll get there another secondary ability at level 7, but it's still a really strong Pokemon at level 5, and you can see it's taken all of the central area of this Combusken. Doesn't matter though, Combusken, KO Shriek of 2, gets some stacks in the bottom path, and is almost level 7, 24 points. Really good already start for Micro and Cheese. A lot better than the last game at least.
The thing is, if you know where somebody is, you know where they're not, and if you know they're in your jungle taking your center area, it means they will not be there for a gank, and so he got a successful play on the bot lane. Not to be outdone though, Dodrio is on the top, making a very aggressive play. It looks like we'll be getting 74 points over to Machichi's litter box.
Oh, this Serena is starting to do some curls with that attack wave because they got a lot of points onto this tier 1 goals and down to 10. We don't know how many exactly, but you can expect the Serena is starting to become that wrecking ball as Machisel was with the Garchomp before. And not only that, they do have the Blissey pocketing them so well. And one of the really cool things about both Garchomp and Serena is that not only do they have really strong presence on the battlefield, but they can also self-heal themselves. Right, this triple axle has healing integrated into the ability, and right next to a Blissey, it's just such a difficult Pokemon to take down. For Serena, it's the lifesteal on that ability. For Garchomp, it's those auto attacks.
Not only that, but you have access to Safeguard from the Blissey, which can make it very difficult to lock them down, enabling them to execute their combo. Already several knockouts going over to Machichi's Litterbox, but Micro and Cheese fighting for the Regirock on the bot side here will be able to knock out the Raichu and possibly even the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff on the flank here, looking for a way to get in, but does get sent back to the Pokemon Center, giving the buff of the Regirock to Micro and Cheese.
All right, they're going to go for a back score behind the Serena, who's currently putting the Garchomp in the Queenly Ascendant, maybe sending them to heaven for a little while. Chandelure, Ghost-type Pokemon, is going to be made to disappear for quite some time, or actually got just a couple of seconds here. But here comes Machichi's litter box. They got 4 players pushing to the tier 1 goal zone, and Serena, just like Garchomp, doesn't mind speed flux zones with all those dashes they have. Thunderstorm Aerial placed onto the tier 1 goal zone, trying to push on forward. Do they have enough points to break this? They got to be very careful as the Psyduck uses that Unite move, defending their tier 1 goal zone, reducing the amount of damage that Machichi's litter box can do, but they are continuing to make their presence known. Finally, a couple of KOs going in the way of Micro and Cheese. They got the Blissey, but they have traded so much to the Serena. KO Streak of 2 from a Chisel.
Honestly, I thought Micro and Cheese had the defense there. They did end up being able to protect the pad, but it was a difficult position to be in. A lot of kills and knockouts going over to Machichi's, but looks like the counterplay will come from the Garchomp as he tries to go in, but is 1v4 and left to be knocked out by the Raichu. Raichu now up another knockout, level 10 compared to the level 9s on the side of Micro and Cheese. The objectives no longer on the map, but Machichi is looking to take that bottom pad. I got my tongue twisted worse than some of these team fights, I swear.
All right, we got 1 KO here. Lola Raichu heading back to the Pokemon Center. We do have Hoopa Unbound ready to go. Trigger ready to be pulled by this Hoopa. Let's see what they decide to do here, right? They're maybe going for a push to the tier 1 goals. It's at 3 points, so they can break it really small for positioning. Here comes the Queenly Ascent. The Stilettos coming out to play, getting a KO streak of 2 potentially as the Blaziken gets pushed off of the Regi Ice that has appeared in the bottom path. Alola Raichu is back on the battlefield as well in a 1v1 against the Duck. Thunderstorm Aerial is going to place the star on the field. Unfortunately got KO'd too quickly. Can the Blaziken stay alive long enough? The healing, the shielding is not enough. You cannot hide from Machichi's litter box. They will continue to run you down at 50 points from Machisel. Is going to slam into the tier 1 goal zone. 37 in the tier 2 as well.
Machichi Little Box securing the Reggie Eyes, getting a healing buff for their team. Now we do see the Hoopa popping the Unite move, trying to get a portal on the bot lane to help assist with this defense. Will it be enough? I am not certain as shields start to roll out on Machichis. We see the Unite move coming from the Blissey, trying to keep the uptime on their team. The exchange is still happening in the bot lane. We move to the top. Reggie Alecki going to that top pad. Many more points going over to Machichis, but the defense from Micro and Cheese continues as they try to pick apart the aggressive onslaught of Machichi's litter box. Micro and Cheese about to grab this arena. Serena at 10% HP, incredibly low, but keeping the lifeline alive with all of that life steal. Unfortunately, will be sent home by the Garchomp, but the fight's not over left as Wigglytuff tries to escape but get caught by the Psyduck. And now a fight in the top side of the Micro and Cheese jungle, breaking out between Dotrio and the Blaziken. Dotrio on the retreat, but hovering around the space trying to pick up points while their pursuers back off.
45 seconds before the final stretch. This is a lot closer than game one, I would say, for Micro and Cheese. They still got a hill to climb, but that hill is a lot less steep in game number 2. 30 seconds remaining, about 200 points separates the two teams. Got a couple of scores in the tier 1 goal zone, breaking that goal zone wide open. And I feel like the worst enemy right now for Machichi's litter box is honestly themselves. Maybe getting a little too greedy on the left side of the map, on the side of Micro and Cheese, giving some experience, but it doesn't even matter. You got 2 level 14s, and this is the story of this game, is Machizel running down the enemy team. They use the iframes and the Queenly Ascendant to stop the damage coming in from the Chandelure. First to fall is the Duck. Soon to follow is the Chandelure and the Hoopa as well. Machichi's litter box, they have the opportunity to move on to the Rayquaza now. Here comes the Livid Outrage. Not very happy. The team is falling, but the Garchomp is the next to fall. And with everyone on Machichi's litter box still alive, the Blaziken might be the only hope, Malice.
Might be the only hope, but it might not, because Blaziken is on the side looking to get the steal. And will they be able to do it? No, it will be Machichi getting the secure by the Dotrio. It was close. If Blaziken was able to hold the line just a little bit longer, 3 of their teammates could have poured it over by using the jump pad. Unfortunately, they were just short on time. Machichi's playing aggressively, getting those points in, and now are up by nearly 300 points with many more to come.
Short on time, short on score, short on goal zones, but not short on games. They got a couple of more games to play here. Losing in the winner's final set will send Micro and Chi to the loser's final, where they have one more opportunity to play Machichi's litter box reborn once again, but they got to play one team and win that set. 850, because some more might be a 4-digit game for Machichi's litter box, but looks like difference maker here might be Machizel. Did not matter whether it was a Garchomp or a Serena. Give this player a pocket, and they can go to infinity. It's a Pokemon we don't see all too often, but it's so interesting to see Serena do so well because it's a pretty technical Pokemon, hitting all of these dashes and staying in the fray for such a long period of time. It takes some of the best players to do it, but if they have the micro prowess like Machizel does, Serena can be one of the best all-rounders in the game with the right hands.
Was very interesting to be a very strong and dominant pick. Not what I expected from Serena, who has not been as prevalent in the meta as some of these other all-rounders, such as Zacian, who did recently get hit by the Nerf hammer. I will have to say, though, I think it mattered a lot. The performance from Micro and Cheese in game 2 was significantly better than what they did in game 1. It was a lot more contested. Although the final fight wasn't as great as I would have liked to see, they did show a... What's the word I'm looking for? They did show a great sense of improvement, and as I tell a lot of my players, a setback is a setup for a comeback. And so they did make a comeback in game 2, much stronger than we would have thought before, and they will have an opportunity, as you stated, to play again in the losers bracket and see Machichis for another series in the grand finals if they can pull through. But they have to figure out a plan and what they're going to do, because as you pointed out, Machichi or Machizel as a champion, as a character, has been a significant threat at 122,000 points of damage in this game.
Yeah, definitely a steamroll of a game. Let's take a look at who Micro and Cheese is going to be playing. They are going to be playing Goofy Goobers down the lower side of the bracket. Thank you so much, Shivam, for bringing up our bracket here. These are two teams that I feel like is going to be a really good set. In my opinion, they are two teams just about the same level. I think the Goofy Goobers, they did make it through to the group stage for the North American Regional Championships. So they are a really strong team. All right, who did they get knocked down by? Let me look really quickly. Dojo Demons, so they did not see each other, but if we do a little bit of transitive property, right, Dojo Demons ended up beating Goofy Goobers, and Micro and Cheese ended up beating Dojo Demons. So, you know, do a little bit of math, squint your eyes, tilt your head. Goofy Goobers should, or at least Micro and Cheese should come out on top in this matchup. But of course, it is a best of one, and anything can happen on the Thea Sky Ruins.
Oh, shoulda, coulda, woulda. You know, Micro Cheese won two. No, it wasn't Micro Cheese. It was Dojo Demons won 2-1 against the Goofy Goobers, meaning that there was a way for Goofy Goobers to win, and you know, it could have easily gone any other way. I don't know if the math necessarily equates as something that is definitive. I have to defend this though, because my boy, my friend AJ is on the team of Goofy Goobers, and I want to cheer him on and see him be successful. So sorry, Micro and Cheese, I was hyping you up, but this just might be the day that you have to lay down and take the L, because Goofy Goobers is here to prevail.
We will find out who prevails.
I'm excited for them.
We will find out who prevails in this losers final set between Micro and Cheese and the Goofy Goobers. Do not go anywhere. Underdunk featuring Doug Trio. We'll come back right after this break. Number 51.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Underdunk Week 51. I'm Professor Malice with my co-host here, Draku, and we're ready for the losers finals of today's tournament. In this match, we have Micro and Cheese against the Goofy Goobers. Draku, who is your favorite for today's match?
I don't even know if we can talk about the players just yet. Who has the better name in your opinion, right? Goofy Goobers, Micro and Cheese. Goofy Goobers, it's based off of an actual like pairing of words, right? Goofy Goobers is from SpongeBob. I think Micro and Cheese, in my opinion, is a little more has a lot more ingenuity, in my opinion. So in terms of names, Micro and Cheese, pretty cool, pretty cheesy.
Oh, so you had me until you said that. But no, Micro and Cheese, I think, is a more clever joke. It's a more clever meme. Goofy Goobers is already an existing thing. It's an ongoing meme. We're just being goofy. We're being little goobers, little guys, little gremlins. All sorts of different things. There's another G word I think would be more funny, but we can't use that word. You thought about it, Draku. I see that smile. Don't act like you didn't.
No, yes, all you.
But I do think Micro and Cheese, a more clever name, but I am rooting for the Goobers today. I want to see them succeed. I have an invested bias on that team. That's why you have to be the professional here.
I would say that the Goofy Goobers on paper, in terms of their success relative to Micro and Cheese, Goofy Goobers making it through to the top 16, the North American Regional Championships, not able to make it to the live event for the Regional Championships. That was the in-studio event that we were watching a couple of days ago, but still making it through to the top 16 is no easy feat, especially through the open bracket. So again, on paper, Goofy Goober should come out on top here to beat Micro and Cheese to move on to the grand finals, but we'll see. I think the Goofy Goobers also is not only is their name pretty goofy, their team compositions they play is also pretty goofy as well. They can play some really interesting team compositions. Every time I've seen them, they remind me of a team that I've casted a lot before. Their name is the Pocket Rockets. They play some very interesting compositions that kind of demand your attention at all stages of the game because they're all over the place, not only just in draft, but generally just in Thea Sky Ruins.
I'll be curious what to see. Already they have 3, 4, 5 different Alolan Raichus. Yeah, they're goofing around already, and we haven't even started the match. In the ban phase, we have the Comfy and the Psyduck being the first to be removed. And it looks like more, I was going to call them enchanters, but that's the wrong game. More supporter characters being the target of a lot of these bans.
They also are color coordinated too, the Goofy Goobers. I think they recognize that they might be on the orange side. Of course, they're on the purple side on their screen, but yeah, lots of supporters heading up to the ban slot. Comfey, Blissey, Psyduck. I know some players like to play EXP Share, Inteleon, but it's not a supported Pokemon. That does leave the most recently buffed supporter, Clefable, on the field to be selected. Is it a first pick option though? We'll see here. Reggie is hovering over a couple of different supporters. They are the supportive pick for their team, and Reggie is going to move on over to another pick Pokemon, the Sylveon. Never to see Sylveon in the first pick option, kind of a head scratcher for me, but that leaves a lot of really powerful options for Goofy Goobers to take in their first pick. Garchomp, Blaziken, they can go more conservative picks like Lapras and Hoopra. The entire floor is open to them, honestly.
They have free choice to take whatever. It looks like it's going to be Darkrai, not in my bingo book for first picks, but certainly a strong pick, and Lapras. Now, Reggie on the Sylveon, as you said, it's a head scratcher. They were changing a lot of picks at the last second there. Do you think that's an accidental pick or something that's intentional? A pocket pick for Reggie, or perhaps something of a denial for the Goofy Goobers? While I cheer them on and I'm very excited to see them, I do not watch their games regularly, so I don't know the inside picks against them.
Yeah, I think it might have been an accidental pick or might be a comfort pick. But it's hard to believe that Sylveon was a first pick option. It was really powerful in some instances, but there are a lot of attackers right now, and for the history of Pokemon Unite, have been what I call like they are adaptive to the draft. You typically pick them towards the end of draft rather than the beginnings of draft. right? As we continue on with this draft, we're getting the last pick options for either team. We do see the Rapidash coming out to play. Double speedsters on the side of Goofy Goobers. You might say double speedsters depending on how fast this Wigglytuff is. Might be triple speedsters potentially, but typically don't see a Rapidash. It was really strong when it was released, but really big. I wouldn't even say a slap on the wrist, but yeah, putting an anchor on this Pokemon has really sunk it down in its pick rate. Triple speedsters on Goofy Goobers. What was I saying, Mal? It's pretty goofy for this team.
You were right. I was already flabbergasted at the pick of the Rapidash. Was a menace upon release, the pick or ban, and then very quickly after was relegated to a more useless status than... I don't have a setup for this one. I'm not going to fish for it, but it was incredibly useless. It was just not getting picked. I think his pick rate was less than 3%, less than 1% even. And he did get a buff, I believe, the patch before this one, but I didn't think it increased its performance. And so AJ on the Rapidash, I don't know what to expect. It's going to be a spectacle nonetheless. This is either in a genius strategy that's going to catch us all off guard, or it's just a Goofy Goobers living up to their names. It can be either way.
So we do have some answers, or I guess some questions answered for us as to why there might be a Sylveon first pick. There was a crash by one of the players. It may have been Reggie. That's why we were kind of head scratching at that first pick. So it might not actually be a Sylveon, and we may be going into a completely new draft for these two teams. So thank you all for being patient, but it gives us a little bit more time to talk about some of the picks that we haven't talked about just yet. We've seen a lot of Wigglytuff today. I think we did see Duskrunner playing Wigglytuff earlier. It's definitely not a Pokemon that sees a lot of play. It has really good hindrances. It has a lot of similarities to the Defender class as being a supportive Pokemon, but right now, more than ever, in my opinion, support Pokemon are doing so well. Blissey, obviously one of the best Pokemon in the game. It has been for a long time. Hoopa has been the trailblazer, being added in year one as being one of the most impactful supportive Pokemon in the game. In the right hands, Sableye does really well. Talking about like rolling it down from the orange juicers. He did so well with this Pokemon in the regional finals. Now Clefable is joining the supportive echelon as well. I mean, supportive class? Malice, what do you think? Is this the best class in the game?
I think, I don't know if I'd say it's the best class in the game just yet. I think it's heading in that direction. Earlier this season, we saw Speedsters really take over the meta on account of how much damage. They were just too good. And then the new items came out that made them even better. And when they started to dial down the damage, they started to slow down the game. It gave space for other roles to be more impactful. And attackers are starting to be more popular, at least in the solo queue ladders. And supporters are able to have more uptime and more utility usage within these team fights. Outside of those, within those metas where there were high damage, the only supporters that we really saw were those that can prevent a lot of the damage immediately, like Blissey, or those who had some type of burst control utility that played into that same high damage, high burst output playstyle. So Psyduck was really popular. Hoopa was just universally great because of how unique its portals are, and Blissey was one of the better supporters that were in the meta that was pick or ban even when these speedsters were dominant. Now I think that the scaling on the bracers have died down. Many of the carries that were incredibly threatening from the speedsters into the all-rounders have been nerfed or reduced a little bit, and some of these supporters like Clefable got some significant buffs that allowed them to be more competitive at the current stage of the game.
As you can see here, supportive Pokemon really strong in the metagame. 3 of them banned out, with the first selection going over to the Hoopa on the side of Micro and Cheese. As you can see, they are doing so well. I mean, this is almost every supporter selected, or at least encountered, if we do see AJ going the Sableye, but Double Defender on the side of Goofy Goobers is already forming up a really strong front line.
One of the things that are interesting to me that has changed in the draft habits of a lot of these teams is that Snorlax is no longer, as a defender, the de facto pick or ban. He's not being picked as as frequently as he was before. Why do you think that might be?
I'm sorry, repeat your question once again. I think you cut out a little bit.
Snorlax isn't being, sorry, I apologize, but Snorlax isn't being picked as frequently. And when he is picked, he's not being picked as early in the draft phase. What shift or change do you think made that happen?
It's hard to say. I think Snorlax right now, it's really strong in the early game, kind of struggles in the late game. If you're going against Pokemon that on the enemy team that struggle in the early game, Snorlax does really well. It's a Pokemon that doesn't require any EXP to evolve, right? It stays as in TCG, it stays as a basic Pokemon the entire game, or just stays at that stage 1 because it doesn't have a pre-evolution as it does in the main series game, Munchlax. But yeah, Snorlax, honestly, it's, in my opinion, it's kind of a reactionary pick as well. So you normally pick Snorlax towards the end of drafts rather than the beginnings of draft. But I think it's just up to the team, honestly. It just does really well at all parts of the draft and at all stages of the game. So it just depends on the defender player, honestly.
Well, that makes sense to me, although it doesn't line up with what we saw on the last 2 metas. Snorlax was commonly being picked within the first 3 picks. But now Umbreon still a staple and being able to pivot into that supporting or healing role and getting a lot more uptime in these slower team fights. But Lapras, I think we've seen quite a bit more. Trevenant was very prevalent, but I haven't seen him as much, although that could be attributed to the nerfs. I think it's been a bit of a shakeup, and with some of the lost value on these defenders, supporters are becoming a lot more prevalent. I mean, as you mentioned before, 3 of them got banned this round.
I think Kyle is going to hear this on a delay, but I would love to bring in Kyle to just talk about his most recent video that he just released about Lapras having such a strong showing in not only the North American regional finals, but also in the European finals as well. So both regions in the West really loving the Lapras, and it's honestly really interesting because nothing changed with Lapras, right? It's been the same for months and months and months. And so it's a really interesting thing to talk about because the reason why, in my opinion, Lapras is doing really well is because it's a very bursty meta right now, right? The speedsters were really strong. They are typically very bursty Pokemon. Some of the all-rounders like Buzzwole, very bursty in its abilities. And that passive ability, Shell Armor, can actually mitigate some of that burst damage at the front. So it allows Lapras to stay on the field a little bit longer. It also have higher healing with its boosted autos. It doesn't have the best engages with its regular abilities, but it has one of the most impactful engages with its Unite move that Lapras Express, right? You have the engage with it, but you can also sometimes pick some people up, which is really funny too. But Lapras, though, is a really strong Pokemon in this metagame in particular, and it's mostly because things around it are so bursty and not necessarily because it's one of the best defenders in the game.
Fair enough. Some shenanigans breaking out between Goofy Goobers and Micro and Cheese. Micro and Cheese trying to invade the jungle side of the map of Goofy Goobers, but Lapras was able to rotate to the defense, secure the red buff for their team, and push back the Hoopa. Kung playing very aggressively, trying to stop the Sableye from stealing his camps. But while he's occupied, while he's busy, Fletchling has been able to grab a good number of his camps and get the early part of the tempo. He is ahead in tempo, level 5 to Urshifu's level 4. Or I guess
yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Sableye does, right? You don't have to really be in the lane in this early part of the game, and especially when there's a Kung in the central area on the opposing team, you just gotta be around a Kung, and it's really hard for this Pokemon to not only take down or capture wild Pokemon, but last hitting wild Pokemon as well. As we have to the top path, Psychic against Ghost type Pokemon, Darkrai found its Nightmare, and it might be a Hoopa.
Right, fight bringing out the top side. It looks like Buzzwole will get the knockout onto the Umbreon, but Lapras will pick up a revenge knockout onto the Sableye 2 minutes into the game. Goofy Goobers currently up by 10 points, getting a little bit of an opening lead. However, they are significantly down in EXP, most prevalently with the Talonflame, who is level 7 and is ahead of their counterpart. Now, this is largely attributed to the Sableye being a little menace, being a little bit annoying. You're losing some of that early EXP in exchange for, well, you're getting more EXP in exchange for some points because you don't have that lane presence, but it doesn't seem to be stopping Micro and Cheese, as Micro and Cheese has managed to get some points in now, 68 to 67.
Not only does the Sableye give you vision for your team, but again, it's preventing the enemy team from getting their levels, and it's supporting your team by enabling your team to kind of dominate their lane, right? As you saw in the early game, the Lapras was forced to help the Kubfu out, sitting at level 6 right now, but again, this is the non-EXP share holding Pokemon, so it's going to struggle getting EXP in the early game if it's helping this Kubfu get to its level 5. For the first objectives on the field, it's a pretty close game, Malice. About 10 points, 11 points to be exact, and the rip has already started with this Registeel that's appeared in the bottom path.
All right, fight breaking out on the top side as Talonflame tries to shut down the Lapras, but Lapras will get a bubble onto the Talonflame. The revenge comes in. Talonflame picking up a double knockout. Decidueye possibly getting the shutdown on Talonflame, but Talonflame will be able to hide in the bush and try to go for an escape, utilizing its abilities deep into the Goofy Goober's jungle, but will get chased and shut down by the Decidueye, causing a reset on the Registeel. Lots of EXP going over the Goofy Goobers. Decidueye getting a second knockout, now at level 9, tied with the Talonflame. Control of the map in hands of Goofy Goobers as the Umbreon plays onto the bushes in order to stop Micro and Cheese from collapsing on the Registeel, now being taken by Goofy Goobers. But an interruption comes in from the Talonflame, who uses the Brave Bird and will be able to steal the Registeel from Goofy Goobers.
Really nice steal. I think it was a confirm with the aerial ace following the Brave Bird. Decidueye got to be very careful. Hoopa with a boosted auto is going to get that KO there. But here comes the rest of the team through that Hoopa hyperspace portal to maybe push in response to the Goofy Goobers. Here comes the Lapras Expressway. Is going to find a Talonflame. He's going to try to send them back home. Brave Bird once again coming back in. Prancing on them is the Moonlight Pokemon Umbreon in defense of their goal zone.
I see what you mean about the defense coming up from the Lapras. Lapras, I thought, was going to get knocked out there, but got a lot of shields and heals. Very difficult for Micro and Cheese to knock out. Being able to stay alive under that pressure gave Goofy Goobers the opportunity to destroy the bottom pad and pick up several different knockouts. They lost a buff, but they did gain a lead in EXP and in points on the pad. Goofy Goobers currently the only team with a level 11. Another fight have just been decimated with the Talonflame getting a knockup. Buzzwole getting a knockup onto the Darkrai, using the superpower and trying to stop him, but Darkrai will be able to escape, kiting out to his team where Urshifu picks up the knockout.
Yeah, unfortunate miss there by the Buzzwole. The tier 1 goal zone gives the least amount of healing, but it was just enough for this Darkrai to stay on the field for the rest of the team to come for the support here. Decidueye also living on 1 HP. Couldn't even see that, as you can see dancing on the tier 1 goal zone, happy for his team in the defense and the peel. Halfway through the game, about a 90-point lead by the Goofy Goobers. Not a significant lead, but more importantly, this Decidueye is starting to ramp up in damage, right? They can start to build up that Excel Bracer as they get KOs. It takes longer to get there, but once they do get fully stacked, they can be doing some massive damage. Worst Nightmare trying to go into the Buzzwole. Doesn't even matter. 50 points, 38 over cap, over dunk. Tier 1 goal zone. The rest of the team fighting in the Speed Flux zone that was there. Unite move coming in from the Hoopa. A huge Nightmare. Worst Nightmare onto the Talonflame as well. Talonflame into the 1v1, loses their Darkrai, heading back to the Pokemon Center as well. The fight continues to break out here. Decidueye taking the Reggie Ice in the bottom path, but it looks like Micro and Cheese is going to come out on top on this one.
You know, you talk about the damage from the Decidueye, but one of the things that has caught my attention is just the sheer impact of the Happy Lappy. You know, Lapras is doing the Lord's work, lots of shielding and healing, disruption, able to do a significant amount of damage too, which has caught me by surprise in a couple of these team fights. Decidueye is playing aggressively, moving up, trying to use the Umbreon as a point of vision as he pokes out the Buzzwole. Buzzwole walking away safely, going for a reset to regain that HP, but only 1 minute left on the map before the Ray fight, and Goofy Goobers currently up by over 100 points.
Oh, that plot has been stifled. The Darkrai with the nasty plots and the counter, increasing their special attack for the Dark Void to do so much damage, even into a Sableye. As we head into the final 30 seconds, into the last quarter of this game, pretty significant lead this time by the Goofy Goobers, about 140 points. Regieleki gonna bounce to the tier 2 and a potential double score on that tier 2 as well. One thing the Goofy Goobers has done so well is maintaining both of their tier 1 goal zones, and for a Pokemon like Decidueye has very little mobility, really thrives when they have this to retreat to.
Talonflame goes in with a Brave Bird, but does quickly recall to his team. The Ray has spawned, and both teams are looking for an angle, a way in. We do see the Brave Bird Hoopa combo as he dives in and quickly gets recalled by the Hoopa, able to reset and reload. Decidueye letting out these powerful angle arrows, dealing a significant amount of damage to Micro and Cheese. Sableye almost being brought to his knees, but we do see that the Talonflame is able to Brave Bird in and grab the Decidueye, putting him on a 15-second respawn timer. Brave Bird coming in for the Talonflame. Aerial Ace tries to pick up more, uses the Unite Leaf, but does get sent to the floor by the Darkrai. Fight breaking up at the top by Urshifu, looking to grab somebody on the flank. Buswell going in, going for the Darkrai, and will pick up the knockout. We do see the Inteleon repositioning, trying to get the damage out there. Umbreon using the Unite move, Hoopa using theirs. More players coming back into the fight. Who is it? Decidueye is back, unleashes his Unite move, about to grab the Buswell, but Buswell is able to sidestep, is not able to sidestep as he gets knocked out. The score currently 2 players up for Micro and Cheese and 4 up for Goofy Goobers. Goofy Goobers trying to chase down and eliminate Micro and Cheese. Being ahead at this stage in the game, they don't need the Ray. They just need to keep Micro and Cheese away.
Goofy Goobers doing such a good job at insulating the win condition from Micro and Cheese, and 30 seconds remaining and no Unite moves to use, whereas the Goofy Goobers has 2 Unite moves to use. They have one more chance here, but it might turn into a nightmare. Inteleon is going to be sent to the Void, the Dark Void by the Darkrai, and Rayquaza will remain standing for the last 2 minutes of the game. And unfortunately for the Micro and Cheese, they will not be standing, as they will be going home, and the Goofy Goobers to the grand finals.
I wouldn't be so sure she's quick, as we did see about 96 points go in from the Sableye. I forgot his name so briefly, so quickly. I was excited and distracted, but 44 points comes in to offset the point advantage gained by Sableye. Sableye able to get a lot, but not enough. Almost 200 point advantage going for Goofy Goobers. Goofy Goobers will move on to the grand finals. Great job, AJ.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Micro and Cheese really, not necessarily struggled with, but I think they kind of struggled with their drafts. We saw this in not only in this game, but in the previous game against Machichi's Litterbox. They don't have a defender. You know, defenders are just, they're right next to supporters. They're some of the best Pokemon in the game. So if you're listening to this and maybe potentially thinking about going to the final stretch, NAIC, maybe pull out a defender. Defenders are so good. I don't know.
I think, you know, there is an argument to be made. There were certainly some elements of Micro and Cheese that worked very well for them. I'm not sure exactly what it is. You could play with the double supports. I think that you want more all-rounders, a little bit more bulk if you're going to do that. But I think it's something worth exploring, and this tournament, Underdunk, is absolutely the place to do that. You go against some of the highest level teams in the scene in this tournament, and you have an opportunity to field and test ideas. It looked like they did a little bit adapting when it came against Machichi's team. Between games 1 and game 2, they tried to come up with a different strategy. Didn't quite connect. And in this game, same thing with Goofy Goobers. They did fall a little bit short, but in those instances, you stand up, you dust yourself off, and go right back to the drawing board. I don't think this is going to be the end of Micro and Cheese. They are a very persistent team, lots of tenacity, and that's one of the things I appreciate about them.
Yeah, I think when you think about the synergies for Micro and Cheese within their team composition, right? We know the obvious synergies of Talonflame, Hoopa. You have the really cool trick with Phantom Force and the Brave Bird. It's really cool. We saw that with the KO onto the Decidueye, but with 2 defenders on the side of Goofy Goobers, as long as these 2 Pokemon stay together right next to a Darkrai, which also acts as a ranged Pokemon. If these 3 Pokemon, even with a Decidueye, it could kind of interchangeably change that ranged Pokemon. If those 3 Pokemon just kind of move around together, I don't know what Micro and Cheese can actually do against that. Especially this Inteleon, right? Can continue to shoot off those snipe shots, but you don't really have anything to stop the fast break for the Goofy Goobers. So, I mean, in terms of draft, I would say if you're going to run something like a Talonflame, you got to make sure you're offsetting some of that fragility with bulk. You need another all-rounder, maybe instead of Inteleon, you pull another all-rounder in there, so those 2 are kind of acting like a pseudo-defender together, pulling their HP and their presence in the front line together. But yeah, that just means Goofy Goobers is going to be moving on to the grand finals where they are going to be facing off against Machichi's Litterbox Reborn. What do you think,
That's
Malice?
what I wanted to see. Oh.
Alrighty, everybody. Underdunk 51 featuring Dugtrio. Once again, remember, number 51, Pokemon, and the Pokedex is Dugtrio. 52 is going to be Meowth. We'll talk about that later. But right now, we're going to be going on to the grand finals. Again, Machichi's Litterbox Reborn on the winner's side of the bracket. Goofy Goober's got to reset the bracket and then win best of 1 after that. Do not go anywhere. Underdunk 51 will be back very, very soon. Welcome on back, Pokemon Unite trainers, to Underdunk 51 featuring Doug Trio. We are at the grand finals, the finals of today's event. We got, of course, myself, Draku, and Malice on the mic, on the desk to bring the action to you. And we've got a really fun game ahead of you. We got Machichi's Litter Box. Wait a minute. Reborn. This thing is backwards. Oh, you got it. Reborn, the finale, season 1. We can't fit their entire name, but we did promise them that we'd put their entire name on the broadcast somewhere. On our orange side, on the winner's side, going up against the goofiest of goobers. Super stoked to bring this one to you. I think, Malice, you had a prediction going into this game. You want to repeat that prediction that you said in the green room behind us?
No, I don't. No, I do not. I believe it's going to be a greatly contested match, going for a solid 2-1, which causes there to be a reset, going over to Goofy Goobers in the end.
They got a lot of games. They got a lot of games to win over Machichi's Litter Box, and Machichi's Litter Box looks so strong against Micro and Cheese, winning out 2-0. You were correct on that prediction there. So really the question is how do we slow down Machizel, the carry in the top path? Before it was a Garchomp. Game 2, the winners finals, it was a Serena. Of course, I know Machizel to play a lot of different physical attack damage dealing Pokemon. This is the player to watch, and as the player, if you're on the Goofy Goobers, that you need to stop.
Look, if you want to slow them down, just read their full name. I think that slows everything down. But here we are. The game's about to start, and it looks like Goofy Goobers is not targeting any of the all-rounders from Machichi's Litter Box. They're going to leave it open for them to select which all-rounder they would like, and perhaps that's not a bad strategy. He's going to pick somebody. You can't block all of it, so maybe start targeting some of the other players instead. We see Brizzy going for the for the Alolan Raichu. Goofy Goobers grabbing the Blissey and the Buzzwole.
Really strong opening first 2 picks for the Goofy Goobers. They definitely don't want to pick a silly draft against a really powerful team, really proficient team like Machichi's Litter Box. Buzzwole, probably the winner of the Breath of Evolution Part 1 balance patch that was released a couple of weeks ago. Buzzwole back into the limelight once again, unstoppable with Leech Life, but overall, this Pokemon is just really difficult to deal with in the early game. Once it has its abilities, it gets even stronger. I would say it's one of the all-rounders that is kind of the epitome of the all-rounder category. Really does well in the early to mid-game, but struggles in the late game.
Really liking the Decidueye pick here, a strong counterpart to the Inteleon, matching their range and effectiveness throughout the stages of the game, and going for the Talonflame, another pretty strong all-round speedster with great impact, great mobility, and great displacement, allowing to Goofy Goobers to set apart the Machichi's Litter Box's team and split them apart so they can isolate and get the picks. Now, Goofy Goobers doing something different than Micro and Cheese. They did grab a Defender, they did grab a Lapras, and so they're going to have a similar approach that Micro and Cheese had, but in this case, swapping out one of those double supporters for a Defender, and perhaps that might be the game piece that was needed to upset and beat the Machichis.
Really like this draft adaptation for the Goofy Goobers, right? See two attackers at range. In the earlier parts of the draft, they respond with a Decidueye in the middle of the draft. I would have actually preferred to wait to pick this Decidueye towards the very end. They have the 10th and final pick. They should have picked the Lapras there, and it allowed Machizel to respond with picking the Absol. Right? Speedster's the natural counter to attackers like Decidueye, has very little mobility. But generally, really good draft adaptations on both sides. Decidueye does really well into other attackers because it simply outranges them with Spirit Shackle. And then the adaptation by Machichi's Litter Box, to pull out a really mobile Pokemon like Absol. It could have been any other speedster, honestly. I just know Machizel loves to play the Absol.
All right, so the question is, does Machichi Litterbox Reborn, the final season 1, have the advantage of draft, or does it go over to the Goofy Goobers? Both teams calculatively trying to figure out what the other team's going to do and how best to position themselves to get an advantage going into this first game.
Grand Finals featuring Doug Trio. Underdunk 51 comes to a conclusion after this set. Machichi's Litterbox, your purple team, Goofy Goobers on the orange side of the map. In the top path, we have a Sobble. I don't typically see this Pokemon in the top path, going up against a Buzzwole. Two Pokemon really good at last hitting. The Owl, and I believe it is the Alolan Raichu, a Pikachu at this point in the game, in this bottom path, Malice.
Been interesting to me to see, as you pointed out, the Sobble in the top lane. Typically, they do go in the bot lane, and Raichu will be more commonly in the top lane when it comes to attackers being in that position. But I think the idea here is really to leverage Inteleon's range advantage on contested. As you can see, Buzzwole is taking a pounding. However, this has made Machichi overextend, giving Talonflame the opportunity to come in and get a gate for the first knockout of the game. Not to be outdone, Machichi's Litterbox finale grand final season 1 all for all was able to gank the bot lane and get a retaliatory knockout in favor of their team to score now 40-20.
Yeah, speedsters are swapping positions. You can see on the mini-map, Absol heading up to the top path to help Machichi's Litterbox, so the rest of the team to move on forward. Buzzwole heading back to the Pokemon Center with a scrambled egg for breakfast as well. Early lead by Machichi's Litterbox, 73-20. This earlier part of the game.
All right, both teams still active on the map. We do see Machichi's invading Goofy Goober's jungle. Buzzwole will pick up the knockout on the Absol, shutting that down. Inteleon trying to get out and will be able to do so. Snorlax looking to initiate on the Lapras, but does not connect. Machichi's Litterbox now on the retreat. Goofy Goobers having the advantage in this fight, both in numbers and in EXP. Or perhaps not quite. Absol now level 7, but Goofy Goobers will be able to get the priority on those center wild Pokemon, but is stolen away by the Alolan Raichu. Now we have a knock-up coming from the side of Snorlax, knocking up the Lapras and allowing Machichi's Litterbox to pick up the knockout.
To be expected, though, Machichi's Litterbox should win this early game against Snorlax. Really strong early game Pokemon. Same thing with Absol. Gets its primary damaging ability at level 5. Whereas Goofy Goobers, you know, they really need a lot of experience to get their carries online. Talonflame level 7 to get Brave Bird and or Fly. Same thing with Decidueye to get Spirit Shackle, to get that Stage 3 evolution. Buzzwole really the only Pokemon that can, you know, hang in the early game. But unfortunately, they did lose their Buzzwole a couple of times. Brave Bird, Talonflame, maybe too brave there as they head back to the Pokemon Center. Next to fall, Pursued Absol finds the backside of the Blissey. Another win in the top path for the Litterbox.
All right, 3 minutes only into the game with 7 minutes left. Score 176 in favor of Machichi's Litterbox. They are able to take out the first 2 pads of the Goofy Goobers, giving them more territory to play in the map. Absol using the Unite move, but absolutely getting sent back to the Pokemon Center as Goofy Goobers retaliate with a great coordinated effort. Inteleon on the top side grabbing the Regieleki. Alolan Raichu grabbing the Reggie Ice on the bot lane. Both objective, both buffs going over to Machichi's Litterbox, maintaining the aggressively dominant stance that they've presented throughout the game. But Talonflame coming in with a knockout on the Inteleon, sending him back once again as Goofy Goobers tries to hold on to any EXP lead they can get.
Inteleon flying too close to the sun, that sun being a little bit goofy. Talonflame stacking up that attack weight most likely, as you can see them picking up some smaller scores. Brave Birding out of danger. Buzzwole practicing their combos off of a Clefable. And Clefable has been boosted, and not only the healing of that ability there, Moonlight, but also its general defenses have been improved as well. Two supportive Pokemon going to stand right in front of this Inteleon. Inteleon's gonna love that one. This is a Protect the President trio, at least you're seeing right here. Dragon, Lisa might be having a conversation themselves.
Blissey trying to walk out and escape here, but his escape route will be cut off by the Snorlax. Does get caught by the Yawn, but is going to be bailed out by the Buzzwole, grabbing and throwing the Caflable back. Caflable popping down a gravity and able to heal up a substantial amount, and will be able to walk out of that. But Lapras is trying to keep up the assault. Talonflame coming in with the Brave Bird, staying on top, but Snorlax will be able to hop over. Buzzwole smacking them around, and they are still up. They are still standing, but Lapras will finally get the last laugh as they send the knockout back to Machichi's Pokemon Center. 5 minutes left in the game. Absol looking for an angle to pick up some revenge knockouts, but gets shut down by this Buzzwole. Talonflame using the Unite move to displace Machichi's, but Machichi's will send the Talonflame packing. A fierce fight over the bottom pad.
Yeah, they're able to score a few scores in the Tier 1 goal zone. Still looking pretty healthy. 43 energy remaining to break this goal zone open. So Machichi's litter box can retreat to it if they need to. It's going to be very helpful, especially for this Inteleon, to sniper on sniper battle as the snipe shots and the spirit shackles are flying from distance. But Dusk is right on top of this Decidueye being put to sleep. And here comes the rest of the team. A predatory Absol. They call it the disaster Pokemon, and it's become a disaster for Machizel as they have themselves flown too close to the sun. Brave Bird, Talonflame getting the KO, trading their life for that one.
Man, we're talking about Nintendo IPs here, and just like Icarus, they got way too close to the sun, but unfortunately enough for the Inteleon, he will be able to pivot away. Now, dude, Decidueye has something to say as he takes out the Snorlax, sending him packing, but there is no chance for Goofy Goobers to disrupt and steal the Registeel away from Machichi's litter box, giving the buff once again to the purple team as both teams try to pivot in position in the stance required to come back and take over the Ray fight, coming a minute and a half from now. Buzzwole going in, but will get sent away. And then we have the Talonflame coming in with the Unite move, pitting them up against the wall. A phenomenal opportunity for Goofy Goobers.
Oh, this fight going in the way of the Goofy Goobers. They aren't playing around this time. A Yawn finds itself onto 3, taking a nap on themselves. The Buzzwole is trying to find a way out. They are able to KO the Snorlax, but they did lose a lot of Pokemon in response. Goofy Goobers is looking really strong in this latter half of the game. Level 13s on their carries exactly where they need to be, but Pokemon they need to look out for is that Absol, now at level 14. 1 minute remaining before the final stretch, and both teams take a big, deep breath, a sigh of relief before the storm to come. 45 seconds remaining, about a 80-point lead by Machichi's litter box in double time. That is a lead that can shred really quickly, especially with a tier 1 goal zone to work through for the Goofy Goobers.
Man, I would take an 80-point deficit for the EXP lead that Goofy Goober has any day. They have 2 level 14s right now. Their second carry is level 13. They are in a great position. They handled this game wonderfully. A strong onslaught coming from Machichi's, and even now they're trying to take an aggressive stance with Snorlax, looking for the knockup. Lapras very low and will be able to escape with just a little bit of HP left. Snorlax again trying to get onto these carries, but Talonflame coming in from the side, grabbing the Alolan Raichu. Here comes the Unite move. It fails to connect, but another Unite coming in from the Decidueye, about to pick apart the Snorlax, but Snorlax gets away. Talonflame gets the Inteleon. 3 players are down from Machichi's litter box. This is the opportunity. This is your chance. This is your moment. Do not blow it. Goofy Goobers, you need to seize this chance.
And the Goofy Goobers capture the Rayquaza and potentially game 1 of the first game of the Grand Finals series. They got a lot of points to score. They got a lot of shields to help them do so. Decidueye is going to break the tier 2 and the Blissey into the tier 3 as well. The Goofy Goobers find themselves a win here in the Grand Finals, where it felt like Machichi's litter box was in the driver's seat. It felt like the momentum started to flip around 1 minute before the final stretch, 3 minutes remaining in the game, and Machichi's litter box, unfortunately, they gave too many KOs to the Goofy Goobers right before the final stretch began, allowed them to get back into this game. With 50 seconds remaining, 300 points to climb. Blissey may go for another score. Talonflame right next to them as well. They will have enough time to recall back to the main base for the deep end, but this should be an easy game for the Goofy Goobers to hold.
Machichi's trying to go for one last offensive, will be going for the pad. Unite moves are going out, but it will not be enough. Conflable and Absol both being sent back. Goofy Goobers with the shield from the Rayquaza, just too resilient for Machichi's litter box to make a comeback into this game. 18 seconds left, over 400 or nearly 400 points to climb. It's gonna require 4 full scores, and with 4 players out, that is going to be it. Goofy Goobers, you have taken it, you have seized it, you were hungry!
They were hungry indeed. Machichi's litter box, they did lose the Absol and the Inteleon very early in the final stretch fight. These were the highest 2 Pokemon on the battlefield, and without these Pokemon really cementing your team, keeping your team together, the glue that they were, the rest of the team soon to follow. The only one left on the field was Lisa with their Clefable, was buffed recently, but they really wanted to hone in on the supportive capabilities of this Pokemon, reduce the amount of damage this Pokemon can do. I don't think it was Draining Kiss to begin with, but nonetheless, it was a very difficult secure for only one Pokemon on the battlefield. And if we did have replays, unfortunately we do not have them today. This would be a highlight reel mostly for Machichi's litter box, but unfortunately just could not close it out in the very end. Huge shout out to the Goofy Goobers, though. They kept their composure. They took the advantages that Machichi's litter box quite literally handed them on a silver platter and ran with it. They got the KOs they needed early, and they secured the Rayquaza.
All right, I'm not beating the allegations of being a fair weather friend here, Dreku, but I do have to come clean about something. When you asked me earlier what were my predictions, I gave you a very dodgy answer saying that Goofy Goobers were going to somehow come back and win the reset. What I really said in private was I was expecting Machichi's litter box final Go Pro, Go XL #1 to be the team that takes the series 2-0. I really thought they were going to maintain this dominant appearance. Excuse me, and win the series. They know that I'm full of it. I'm already choking up. But I really thought they were going to win 2-0, and yet here I am, Goofy Goobers, already upsetting my prediction and really making a believer out of me that, man, maybe they can do this. I always knew they were strong, but Machichi's was just looking unstoppable with the way that they played. I don't think they dropped a single game in this entire tournament up until this point, and Goofy Goobers were the one to do that.
Yep, they have not dropped a single game, so this is their first map loss of today's event, and that's not unsurprising in my opinion. This team is, like I was saying when we introduced this team between ourselves, it's a very proficient team across the 5 players on Machichi's litter box, but they got a couple of games to give, right? They gotta Goofy Goobers has to reset this bracket, so they do need to win this first best of 3 and then a singular game after that. All right, this is going to be a very pivotal game for Machichi's litter box, right? They need to hold on here, or else they are then in a best of 1. That's going to be very scary for Machichi's litter box if they lose this game, because there's so much momentum going over to the Goofy Goobers.
It might be reassuring. They drop this game and goes to a best of 1 and they win the last one. They still get it. But Goofy Goobers needing to try to grab 2 more wins is a difficult position to be in, not an impossible one. They've already proven it was possible. They took a game off of them, they're the first to do so, and they had a great winning strategy. They weren't even that far behind throughout the totality of the game. There were a few moments that they fell behind, but you know, a setback's a setup for a comeback, and they absolutely found the way to do that. Now, Machichi's grabbing this Suicune, a champion previously pick or ban status permanently for the last 2 patches, and yet is now getting through after the nerf.
Yeah. Actually, it's a surprise to see Suicune in the first pick option for Machichi's litter box. I think Suicune is a very interesting Pokemon to talk about. It's formerly an all-rounder, right? But it has fluidity in attackers because it is a ranged all-rounder. Also deals special attack damage. It also has a lot of similarities to being a defender. It's one of the Pokemon that might be like the poster child of what I call categorically fluid Pokemon. It's an all-rounder, but it's kind of like an attacker, but it's also kind of like a defender, right? It can also have an EXP share sometimes. It's a really strong Pokemon in all the roles that you decide to put it in. Is it a first pick? We'll see.
After the nerfs, I don't know if it really works as an attacker anymore, but you are absolutely correct in that it can do anything, everything, and more. It is the best champion to explore, the best champion galore. It is dazzling and shiny, pristine, and okay, I've got nothing else to go with this, but it was a phenomenally fantastic character, and I do think at first pick is still warranted. Now, many of these drafts have allowed Suicune through, and nobody has grabbed it. Maybe after the nerfs, it's in a better position to just be a counter pick or utility pick or something to plug in to well out your composition, not something that needs to be picked as a denial for the opposing team. But I still believe that it's incredibly strong, though it's interesting to me that they will be taking it into a carry role. You can see the Slick Spoon, the Curse, and the Band all on the Suicune.
Decidueye coming out to play once again. As you can see with the items that they have both KO stacking item, the Excel Bracer, but they also do have the old stacking item, the attack weight as well, really leaning into the damage that they can do with Spirit Shackle, but also allowing this Pokemon to flex into ripping apart objectives with that Muscle Band, again doing percentage damage to all of the objectives. This is a Pokemon, of course, is kind of really interesting in the metagame right now. It's kind of like Lapras. There's nothing really done to Decidueye, but they gave it an item that it excels really well with, right? Attack weight, there is some inherent risk because you have to go to the other side of the map to score. Well, you don't really have to do that with the Excel Bracer and or the Drive Lens. Both of those you can just stack by playing the game. Bless you, Malice.
I feel blessed and blessed to be here. And, you know, I'm trying to figure out where I stand on the comment that you made. The attack weight does have some innate risk, what made it more difficult. The brace being a better item that amplifies an attack. They could do it from a range and do it from afar, but it takes a lot more involvement now with the recent nerfs to those items that I'm not so sure it's worth for Decidueye anymore. That is 10 knockouts or 20 assists or some combination thereof in order to get the full value out of the item, which you might be able to get by the full course of the game right in time for the Ray fight. But it does make him weak early in mid-game, which are already areas where he suffers.
Yeah. Early game Decidueye, early game Greninja, Cinderace, those attack damage carries, ADCs typically struggle in this early game. They really thrive by heading into the central area. You can see with the Froakie heading into the central area for the Goofy Goobers. Early K opener by Machichi's Litter Box, and Luigi will need to take some of this defense, but right now, Burzy and the Phantom is really dominating this early game with the Lapras still coming back from being KO'd.
Great defense from Decidueye, being able to secure the wild Pokemon camp, did not give it over to Machichi's, but my foot is already in my mouth as we see Suicune being an aggressive attacker on the bot lane. An exchange coming up top as the Greninja tries to gate the top lane, but Talonflame will come up to counter gate, gets faked out by the Greninja, and Greninja will be forcing him to retreat, giving the tempo over to Goofy Goobers, where they can take those center birds largely uncontested, or so I thought, until Talonflame was healed by the Comfy.
Yeah, expect this Pokemon to be the primary holder of this Comfey. Either this, or at least these two Pokemon, right? I think the Garchomp is going to be the primary holder of that Comfey. Like we were talking about before, Garchomp already has really good lifesteal. It was buffed from 20% to 30% when its boosted attack gauge is at full. But with a Comfey attached to it as well, you're adding even more healing to a Pokemon that can heal itself pretty sufficiently.
Right, fight breaking out into the Machichi's Litter Box jungle as Lapras goes for the invade, but does get collapsed upon by the Suicune. Lapras now trying to collapse to the top side of the map, but will stop for the red buff as they figure they are no longer being chased. 8 minutes into the board, everybody is running towards the center. Talonflame looking to stop and take the red buff. It will get stolen. No, it is not stolen. It does go over to the Talonflame. Moving back to the center, Machichi's Litter Box playing very aggressively, trying to pursue the Goofy Goobers, who are incredibly low on HP, but Goofy Goobers will be able to successfully disengage Lapras in a fight for its life, but will be sent back to the Pokemon Center by the Talonflame, now up in EXP at level 7.
I think one thing that I'm concerned about with this Garchomp on the side of Machichi's litter box is kind of the same downfall of Micro and Cheese in game number 1, where Machizel really took over the game. They don't have a lot of crowd control. That is the Goofy Goobers, right? They have Lapras, whose really only form of crowd control is its Unite move, but at all other times, this Garchomp doesn't really have anything to worry about. They got to worry about maybe some damage from these auto attackers, but again, you have that lifesteal, you have that Comfey to help you out. If you're able to jump onto any of these auto attackers, expect this Garchomp to really, again, take over the game like it did before.
I do think Goofy Goobers is in a slightly better position. Their composition is able to better kite it out, especially with the Greninja. If Greninja can get afar, and they do have some long-range support coming in from the Decidueye, Lapras is not the greatest front line, in my opinion, to be the sole defender on your team, but you do have Blissey, which can utilize its Unite move to give an increased amount of uptime to any one of its carries. I think it's a difficult position, but far from hopeless, especially if certain carries are able to pull their weight. So top lane fight breaking out, and looks like the Meowscarada will be able to steal the Reggie Alecki. Goofy Goobers going for the fight up there, but you know, I've already forgotten what the Garchomp is who I'm looking for. Full of HP, full of shields, it is not taking any damage in these team fights.
And one of the interesting things about Garchomp as well is you can heal off of the wild Pokemon. You don't even have to engage on the enemy team. You can stay around one of these Altaria family or using your auto attacks on one of the Bumblebees and also heal on top of that. So the sources of healing for a Pokemon like this are bountiful. 7 points on the goal zone. Talonflame missing on their Brave Bird. Here comes the Greninja trying to reset those surfs. They are able to KO the Talonflame, but a question to be asked once again, like against Micro and Cheese, is how do they deal with this Garchomp once it becomes a fully fledged dragon? This is a pseudo legendary Pokemon, but is definitely going to be a legendary task for the Goofy Goobers.
One of the things that are devastating to see is that Comfey took the what was it, the Vine Snare, Vine something, and what this ability does, it say again?
Grass Knot. Talking about the Comfey's
Grass
ability?
Knot. There's no Vine whatsoever. Grass Knot locks down the opposing team, and so if Garchomp can get in range of these carries, follow up with the Grass Knot, they will be isolated, stuck, and put in a position of absolute peril, and this worked to the benefit of the Garchomp. Now, Goofy Goobers having a significant amount of burst damage through the arrows of the Decidueye and the massive amount of damage from Meowscarada allowed them to take care of the Garchomp at least once, but will it be enough to consistently do? And perhaps so, as Greninja picks up another knockout on the Garchomp.
Yeah, right now, Decidueye and this Meowscarada is actually doing a really good job at playing both the short and long-range game. The Pokemon to watch here to KO the Decidueye is going to be that Talonflame, and I don't know if that Talonflame has been able to get to the backline very well. You know, the Talonflame able to secure the Registeel for Machichi's litter box, but again, the Talonflame's sole job in this game is to get the attackers in the backline, right? One of the things that Garchomp kind of tends to struggle with is after it uses all of its abilities, it uses the Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo to close the distance, but after that, maybe with an eject button, you can maybe try to close the distance, but as a Decidueye retreating backwards towards the safety of their goal zone, it's really up to the Talonflame to close that distance very quickly and to get that KO. If this Decidueye or this Greninja stay on the battlefield, they can easily kite away from this Garchomp. As you can see here, they are forced to use that Unite move, and Goofy Goobers can run away or just simply hold back on their thumb pad, right? And here we go. Machichi's litter box going to test the defense of the Goofy Goobers once again. Talonflame KO Shrika 2 finds the two attackers in the back line, or finds the Decidueye in the back line, and the rest of the team will follow after that. If this Talonflame gets the Decidueye, it is over for the Goofy Goobers.
Great defense coming from Goofy Goobers. As they try to defend the pad, they keep coming and spawning. They were able to stop the Regieleki from connecting. Almost got through thanks to the Talonflame Unite move. But Garchomp putting an impressive offense up as they knock out continual members of the Goofy Goobers. Blissey being the next on the list. Garchomp now pivoting back to their side of the map in order to grab some of these yellow dots, or perhaps grab the Lapras, who is now in a position 1v3 against the Machichi's Litterbox. 1v4 as the Suicune pivots up from the bot lane and isolates, freezes, and stops the Lapras. Only 18 seconds left until the Rayquaza spawns. Goofy Goobers currently up by 19 points and almost tied in EXP, with the exception of one player being 14 on Machichi's Litterbox.
Best of 3 into a best of 1 reset. Goofy Goobers wins this. It resets into a best of 1. Both teams on the loser side of the bracket to determine the winner of this event tonight. 2 minutes remaining and about a 20-point lead by the Goofy Goobers. Who would have thought that they would find themselves ahead here? Really nice Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo, finds the back line. Greninja the first to fall, and a very healthy Machichi's Litterbox. Blissey's going to be scrambled as well in their own central area. Lapras trying to hold on as best as they can. Big shield by the Unite move, being pulled in by the Trevenant, pulling them towards the central area. Says, get over here. And the Lapras, the next to fall. Let's see what Machichi's Litterbox decides to do here. They do have to KO the Decidueye. Again, that is the primary securing Pokemon for the Goofy Goobers. I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to find where this Pokemon is and KOing everyone else as they approach the central area. Blissful assistance onto the Greninja. Can they KO the tree? Look at that healing from the team. Here comes the Phantom Forest, gonna put them in a grave, and the only ones left standing are in their central area, and Garchomp is on the Rayquaza. Quick to secure, quick to rip. Here comes the Brave Bird from the Talonflame, and a beautiful showcase by Machichi's Litterbox of how to play a Rayquaza fight.
That was difficult to watch. I really thought the Goofy Goobers had bought enough time to get right back into that fight. We did see Greninja come back. We did see Decidueye able to walk from the base where he was chased back and towards the Ray fight, but was pushed out once again. Greninja going in with the Unite move, followed up by the Blissey, looking for an aggressive Pepper Stray against Machichi's, but will be left in a 1v3 position, eventually getting isolated, giving Machichi's the opportunity to get the picks and secure the Ray fight. 13 seconds left in the game, up by nearly 400 points. Machichi comes with a powerful closeout to game 2.
Exactly how you're supposed to play against any sniping or ranged Pokemon like Decidueye or Venusaur or Inteleon. As soon as you get vision on where the Decidueye is, I think the Decidueye did a really good job at masking or hiding where they were on the map, but if you're hiding, that also means you're not really providing any impact for your team. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in a way. So Luigi was trying to reposition, using the jump or recalling back to the main base, jumping down to the tier 2. But at that time, Machichi's Litterbox was making their stay in the central area. And as soon as they put out their net and cemented or anchored their positioning in the central area, the Ripper on the team took down the Rayquaza and secured it with their securing tool. That was Brave Bird on the Talonflame. It's exactly what you're supposed to do. Push out the Decidueye, push out the Venusaur, push out the sniping Pokemon, KO anyone that approaches, and then secure the Rayquaza when it is safe to do so. It was textbook.
It was. I mean, that fight could have gone either way. I feel perhaps if Satami had held on to his Unite move and waited for more of his teams to respawn, or waited for Machichi to engage on the Ray there, they may have put themselves in a better position, since the focus of Machichi would now be split between the Ray and into the Greninja there. But going in 2v3 and then not having Blissey or anybody else there to follow up or give him a chance to escape, left them isolated and alone. That will certainly be a team fight where both teams can rewatch, review, and try to find some better ways to approach. Now, we're going to be moving on to game 3 here very soon. Score is currently 1-for-1. If Machichi wins this, that's it. That's the end of the day. That's the end of the night. Machichi's is the champion. However, if Goofy Goobers is able to win this, it will be a lobby reset, and we will go to a best of 1 where either team can take the series.
Yeah. Garchomp is just a very difficult Pokemon to deal with. It's why it's had such a high pick rate during the Asia Champions League a month, almost 2 months ago now. It was nerfed and then it's been rebuffed in like the most recent 3 balance patches, right? It's like I was saying before, I think I kind of touched on it briefly earlier when we started our broadcast, but Garchomp again has a presence at all stages of the game. You kind of were making a joke about Tyranitar not having that presence, has really good early game, right? Even though it's just an auto attacker, those auto attacks can be deceptive and you can take down some Pokemon in the top path. Has a really good pull at level 5, can displace the enemy team, has an even better pull at level 7, has Unite move at level 9. It has a faster auto attack speed at level 11, so your lifesteal is even more important at level 13. You're just getting better and better and better. And again, this Pokemon impacts the game at every stage in the game, and it's very rare to see that for a stage 3 evolution Pokemon like Garchomp.
Will agree, has a lot of damage, at least from its Empower auto attack throughout the game. And that displacement can allow for early picks, which are not prevalent on many of these tier 3, or I guess double evolution Pokemon, as their middle forms tend not to be too impactful. They just are more tolerable as they try to make the transition to their actual characters, where they can have influence on the map. Now, my question was to see if Garchomp was going to get through this game, and it looks like it may, as it did get through the ban phase. Still not significant enough of a threat. Suicune now removed from Goofy Goobers. Do not want Machichi's litter box in order to get that again, but the trio pick coming in from the Inteleon, that is an interesting play to me.
Honestly, Inteleon is one of the best attackers in the game. It's one of the most, if not the most consistent attacker in the game, where it kind of leaves all of your success for this Pokemon in the hands of the player, right? Snipe Shot is a very volatile ability. If you miss your shots, you miss your shots. If you hit them, you do a lot of damage. Sometimes it feels like you aren't really impactful to the game, and all of a sudden you do 110k damage. Right? So Inteleon honestly is one of the only attackers that, in my opinion, can be a first pick option attacker, and that is pretty rare for that category. As you can see with Machichi's litter box with their bans, they're trying to ban out Pokemon that isolates members of your team, right? I'm surprised to not see Slowbro up there. I'm also surprised to not see Slowbro being picked on the enemy team when you have as prolific of a carry like Machizel on everything they play. I think one of the best ways to shut down a carry is the hero, is Slowbro, right? You don't see it all too often, but you could see it when you're playing against a player like Machizel. They are going to steal away the Garchomp. Blissey Garchomp, again, really strong because they can self-heal. Garchomp can self-heal. On top of that, healing is just really strong. Machizel is going to go with a Pokemon that has been, since nerfed, it takes a lot more to become a Gyarados. Its passive ability Rattled has been diminished, has been nerfed in the most recent balance patch. It doesn't have the formal evolution, but it has an effort gauge evolution, so I guess that's what they're trying to lead into, more formal evolutions instead of effort gauge evolutions. I don't know, that's kind of a joke there, but Gyarados is, again, a Pokemon that did really well in the Asia Champions League. It's also a Pokemon that has kind of pioneered this rocky helmet on top of an all-rounder. This is probably one of the only Pokemon I've ever seen play a rocky helmet, and it did really well again in the Asia Champions League. And so I'm interested to see how players maneuver this Pokemon. Now it takes longer to get to Gyarados, and it's also doing less damage when it becomes Gyarados. On the other side, we got Decidueye coming out to play once again. I like this pick into something like an Alolan Raichu and an Inteleon. You're outranging them. You're also doing piercing damage, so it's better than a Snipe Shot in that way. Only Pokemon that can really get to the Decidueye is going to be this Gyarados, unless we get like a really interesting gank from a Unite move from a Lapras, for example. There's not an eject button on the Gyarados, so it's really only going to be Waterfall to get to that back line. This Decidueye should be feeling fairly safe in this game, as long as they have their tier 1s available to them.
I have to agree. I think they took your advice after watching the VOD for Game 1. You made a comment that you didn't like the Decidueye being picked against the Inteleon so early on in the draft, and that you wish that it would have been on pick 5. And that's what Goofy Goobers did in this draft. They took the Decidueye on pick 5. And there is, outside of the Gyarados, not a great way to get onto him. And furthermore, as we've mentioned, it takes longer to get to the Gyarados, and it has a reduced payout. It's not as strong as before, and I am not optimistic about the Gyarados pick with those types of reductions and losing its ability or not losing its ability, but being delayed in its ability to get that type of payoff is going to be very beneficial for Goobers, who are also able to match it with a significantly powerful all-rounder of their own in the form of the Garchomp.
Yeah, goodbye in the early game. It's really strong. We've talked about it already. Can prevent this Magikarp from contesting these wild Pokemon. The auto attacks. Oh no, Bulldoze!
Just like that.
Gonna get a streak of twos. Gonna put them in an early grave. Make that a grave for 2. The Alolan Raichu is gonna come up to the top path. They're not gonna find anybody there. The Magikarp is gonna be bouncing to the bottom path where they might find 2K Pokemon KO'd as well. The Phantom is gonna take an early KO. It was a little bit late to that party. I wish they held on to that KO so the Magikarp can come and maybe get the assist and get some of that effort gauge, but Chisel's looking pretty good. They got KO'd, but they are already set or 50% all the way to Gyarados.
All right, with only 1 minute into the game so far, score is 48-41. Machichi's playing with a 4-man play on the bot lane, trying to help get some effort gauge for the Magikarp. They have to cover its weakness. They have to try to help it empower so it can get to its payoff sooner. And Goofy Goobers is using this to great advantage. They have control of the center right now. Talonflame is currently up in EXP, and he's going back to his cycle so that he can continue to build that lead. Will grab his own buffs. Lapras now rotating to the top lane, trying to get a play going against the Goofy Goobers, but the Goofy Goobers very strong, up in levels in this top lane. 2 level 5s against the level 4. Lapras coming in behind at level 5, getting knocked back by the Garchomp, but Garchomp being able to shrug off this damage thanks to the Blissey.
Really nice disarming voice there by Lisa to get the last hit on one of the Bunnelbees. Right now, this top path is looking really bad for Machichi's litter box. This was where the Gyarados, or at least the Magikarp at that time, they were there for a little while, but they kind of vacated the top path, sent the Gyarados down to the bottom path, got a couple of KOs, a couple of scores there. If they get a KO here, that would be huge. Waterfall and the Deluge coming in is able to get a knockout there, and all of a sudden, this Gyarados is becoming one of the level leaders of the game. Nerfs who? Not Machisel.
I may have spoke too soon. It didn't seem like the delay in the effort value really impacted the Gyarados too much. He was able to grab it only 2 minutes into the game, giving him a significant amount of time to be able to operate as the Gyarados, getting those early knockouts and still having a strong presence. Goofy Goobers will be able to get a retaliatory knockout coming from the Talonflame, 2 knockouts going over to their team, the tempo going over to the Garchomp, level 10, level 8, not level 10, whoa, wrong words coming out my mouth, but they will be able to go ahead and grab those center wild Pokemon, pivot and grab the center Baneri, and then start to play onto the opposing side of the map. Lots of EXP, Goofy Goobers looking to have a aggressive and powerful position on these next objectives.
Between these 2 Pokemon and no one on the side of Goofy Goobers to come down and contest it should be a very easy secure. On the other side of the map, because that is Bora trying to make some room for the team. Here comes the Thunderstorm Aerial. Machisel going directly to the Regieleki. Here comes the Unite move from the Garchomp. Cannot secure it as the Shark, the Loch Ness Monster, Machisel coming in to get the secure and the Regieleki to the tier 1 goal zone. Can they get here to stop it? No, they cannot. And once again, Machisel holding on to this top path in a place where they have lost most of this early game.
All right, 4 minutes into the game, score is 270 in favor of Machichi's litter box. Now, Machichi trying to press up and get more points in, but this might be a mistake as 4 members of Goofy Goobers work to repel Machichi's litter box, picking up a knockup on the Caflable. Gyarados looking to maybe steal a red buff, is able to do so, gets a knockout onto the Blissey, but is 1v3, and the knockout goes over to Goofy Goobers. And yet, the retaliation comes from Machichi's litter box as Inteleon is able to pivot his way through, using his string shot, allowing him to grab 2 more knockouts.
The Shedinja doll Decidueye. I think I did see very briefly a Shedinja doll pop up to where the Decidueye was. It got KO'd nonetheless. And it's a really interesting ability or a battle item to go here, especially when you have the dive of something like a Gyarados. But here comes the Unite move from the Decidueye. Not going to get a whole lot of value there. Inteleon retreating back. Really nice Spirit Shackle lands onto the Inteleon. Machichi's litter box, kind of like in game number 1 of the Winners Finals, they got to be very careful staying on this side of the map. They might be a little bit too greedy, but if I know Machisel, he loves to be on the enemy side of the map. And Lisa always doing such a valiant job job at holding on as the bull continues to push on forward. KO going in the way of Goofy Goobers. I think that was Burzy the first to fall, and the rest soon to follow. Machizel heading back to the Pokemon Center. Lisa as well. KO streak of 2, maybe a KO streak of 3 for the Goofy Goobers.
These were important knockouts. Both the level 11s going knocked out over to Goofy Goobers, allowing them to get an EXP lead and the tempo to go for that Registeel, which will intensify their future efforts to play aggressively and get more knockouts and comeback EXP. Goofy Goobers not far behind, in fact, taking the lead as Garchomp is now level 12. Gyarados and Inteleon working together to get the knockout onto the Trevenant, who is only level 9. Not going to cause a lot of EXP, but the health sustained from the Conflable and the Gyarados is a powerful combo. Gyarados engaging with the Waterfall, grabbing both the Blissey and the Decidueye. Machichi's Litter Box being able to get the Registeel, getting that 20% buff, and they continue to press onwards. Some retaliatory knockouts going over to Goofy Goobers, but the total team fight will be won by Machichi's Litter Box, picking up an additional 3 knockouts.
Oh my god, Machizel going in, team. I don't know what he's doing, but he's dodging, he's ducking, he's weaving, and he's diving on the tier 2 goal zone and make that a 1, a 2, a KO streak of 3 for the captain of Machichi's Litter Box. 1 minute remaining, and finally they are going to start to retreat back over to the left side. They will take a consolation prize of a Talonflame at level 11, but right now for the Goofy Goobers, it's almost like they are just ramming their head against the wall, hoping for a different outcome, and the outcome is all but the same. 40 points followed by a 50, potentially another 50 as well for the Inteleon. Talonflame is going to try their hand once again. Lapras Expressway runs directly into the Talonflame and into an Inteleon, and the finger is going to point them back to the Pokemon Center.
The amount of disruption coming from this Gyarados and Lapras together is really interesting to me. I underrated it, and it has been devastating for the Goofy Goobers composition. They're not able to get their full combos off. They're being disrupted consistently, giving enough time for the Gyarados burst damage to take them out. Talonflame only level 12, Gyarados level 14 is matched by the Garchomp level 14 on the side of Goofy Goobers. 19 seconds left before the Ray fight. They have to get some of these significant knockouts. It could still go either way, but Machichi's is looking really strong.
Uh-oh, Machizel got caught in the fishing net, that net being the Trevenant, and here comes the Goofy Goobers. Let's see what they decide to do here. Blissey healing up the team for the fight to ensue. Machichi's Litter Box does not have the pivotal piece. Machizel, and let's see, Goofy Goobers going into the central area. Decidueye being hounded by the Lapras. Slow to fall is the Rayquaza appearing in the central area. Garchomp using those auto attacks. Knock Knock coming on in. Not the best securing tool, but here comes the final hit, and the Brave Bird of the Talonflame, the secure for the Goofy Goobers. Not fooling around this time, and they are 1 game away, 1 minute away from resetting this grand final set.
Phenomenal secure coming out. They had 3 different things all aimed at that Ray to secure it. They had the Garchomp ready to have it with one of its massive attacks. They had the Decidueye using its Unite move, and then the Brave Bird, which comes in at almost it's between 700 and 1,000 points of damage going in onto that Ray to secure it as well. If one missed, one of the other 2 would surely be enough, and certainly it was. They now have the Ray buff. They are up by 70 points. They still might want to get a bigger buffer, but if they can defend for the next minute or get some more points in, that is going to be all that they need. 42 more points going in from the Talonflame. Talonflame now recalling only 2 paths that they need to defend. Gyarados trying to push up the Decidueye, but within the Flux Zone, Decidueye will be able to kite out and get a good chunk of damage off on the Gyarados. Now, Blissey will get another 40 points, trying to get a bigger buffer for their team. Talonflame using the Unite move to keep Machichi's Litter Box off of the pad. We do see Unite move coming from the Raichu, but it will be too little, too late. Another 49 points, which will be doubled into 98 going over to Goofy Goobers. Over 200 points. Machichi's now has to have 2 players score within the next 10 seconds, but with 4 of them down, it cannot be done. Goofy Goobers has taken the crown and will be forcing a reset for a best-of-1 face-off.
We are going the distance, my friend. Full game 4 this time as we complete that game 3 to complete the reset by the Goofy Goobers. We are going into a best of 1, and best of 1s is pretty high stakes. Pokémon Unite. Malice. Winner of this next game will be the winner of Underdunk 51. And once again, like I said previously for Machichi's litter box, their greatest enemy is honestly themselves. Machizel getting caught out right at the 205, 210 mark, foregoing their position in the central area because of how dominant Machizel was in the early game. That KO timer was quite long. I didn't see the final number when they got KO'd before the final stretch, but it was probably 20 to maybe even full 30 seconds. That was a quarter of the remainder of the game at that point in the game, but it's a lot of damage from Gyarados. A nerfed Pokemon, mind you, 110,000 damage. I mean, a couple of things to think about. You know, I was talking about the only form of dive to get onto the Decidueye was maybe the Gyarados, but on the flip side, Gyarados doesn't have much to worry about in terms of crowd control, right? They have to worry about maybe the Trevenant, as you saw there right before the final stretch. He got caught out by the Trevenant, but as they're going through the waterfalls, they're not completely unstoppable. You can be hit not out of it, but you can be moved around by certain hindrance abilities, but you can continue the second and third dash to get to the back line, right? And so Trevenant's ability is only like 2 instances of crowd control, one for the Wood Hammer, I guess 3 instances with the second hit of the Wood Hammer, and then followed up by the Horn Leech, for example. But hitting the Horn Leech is also pretty difficult, hitting into a waterfall Gyarados, for example. So Gyarados may have trouble getting to the back line, but using their abilities to get to the back line isn't very difficult for them to be stopped on the side of Goofy Goobers, if that makes sense.
I think I follow. My understanding of it is that Gyarados was incredibly strong, did not have much impeding it from reaching its win condition, which will be getting onto the backline carries, and was able to do so at many instances during the fight, which is why it got to level 14 and 15 so quickly this game, which ended up being its Achilles heel because it got caught out, it got isolated, and then because it was such a high level, it was not able to get back into the game until after the Ray fight was already settled.
Going into a best of 1, it's hard to think of what could happen in this one. With a team like Goofy Goobers, they're pretty unpredictable. I feel like they need to pull out a really, really strong draft right out the gate. But for Machichi's litter box, with how proficient each of these players are, they can honestly just go anywhere they want. And around their pivotal piece of Machizel, that's basically what's going to happen for this final game. Again, Bora and Burzy have been doing really well in both the attacker positions and just playing around Machizel's engages. That's one of the more difficult things about a lineup like Machichi's litter box, right? You have your pivotal piece, your core piece is a really strong player, but the pieces around that player is really strong in their own right. I think Luminosity Gaming, Overlord is just one of the best players in the world, but right next to Overlord, some of the best players in the carry positions as well. Kyrios and LG Trainer just having MVP moments of themselves that can see this type of playstyle for this team. Machizel being that kind of Overlord centerpiece, with Burzy and Bora being kind of the side pieces, but also having their MVP moments when they need to do so.
Yeah, if you focus too much on the kingpin and the top player there, you're going to get caught out by the others, which is exactly what a team needs to be. It's a shared accountability, it's a shared responsibility. If one person gets shut down, one person underperforms, the rest of the team has to be in a position to carry or offset it. And Machichi's has a really strong lineup here that even if Machizel is not executing or able to do his role as he would typically like, that is okay. Usually the rest of his team will be able to pick it apart. Now, as you mentioned, the strongest or the biggest threat to Machichi has been themselves. In many of these games that we've seen, even in this final playoff against Goofy Goobers, Machichis have been very dominant early on in the game and often are losing because of over-aggression in the later half. They give too many kills, they give too many knockouts, they give too much EXP for comeback plays for Goofy Goobers, or they get caught at a very critical time right before the Ray fight, as we saw in this last game. I think that if they slow down a little bit, it might be better for them in order to close up the game. But the trade-off for this is that if they are too cautious and they lose that sharp edge, that aggression that they have shown through, they might not be able to build such a lead in the first place. I think their fearlessness and at times recklessness has allowed them to make plays that are just impressive, for lack of a better phrase.
Lordy is going to be going to one of their aces. I remember this player on an old team called Exodia, doing really strong with a Gengar. Gengar has had a very, very brief moment in the limelight. And even when it was in the limelight, it was standing next to a Talonflame, an Absol, a Masquerade. I'm talking about the damage penetration stat that was added 2 months ago. And it was in the limelight and very quickly did that stage curtain fall on this Pokemon. But a player that has continuously had faith in this Pokemon has been Bora Reach. Even when this Pokemon was never picked in competitive Pokemon Unite, this player has had the prowess. And Gengar is it can take over games sometimes if you can get those resets off of the Dream Eater, comboing that with the damage that comes from Shadow Ball, reducing their defenses and getting that secure, getting that KO and resetting the entire enemy team can be very dangerous in the right hands. It's a very difficult thing to do because it's all skill shots between Shadow Ball and Dream Eater, but if you can get a chain of one Dream Eater into a KO, into another Dream Eater into a KO, and all of a sudden it's a 4v5 or a 3v5 in your team's favor, that's how Gengar takes over the game.
Gengar's special defense removal is something that's absurd when you think about it. I forget which stream it was, but there was a previous stream that I had done the math, and between his special defense removal and the Slick Sprout, you end up removing like 1 to 200 special defense, and that could be half to at least like 25 to 50% of the defense that most of these characters have. Even the tanks are not safe from Gengar. If it's against the tank, the Slick Sprout has greater value. If it's against the squishier opponents, the flat rate from the Shadow Ball comes through as well, and he's able to get massive amounts of burst damage that is similar to all the other speedsters when they had that penetration buff.
We are in the final game of our grand final series for Underdunk 51. Machichi's Litter Box and Goofy Goobers in a best-of-1 series after the grand finals reset. And an early K opener for Machichi's Litter Box as the Rowlet is going to be sent back to the nest.
All right, looks like Gribble has been able to pick up a knockout of his own. His score is 2-0 in favor of Machichi's, but many of these knockouts are still going to be coming as Lapras is barely able to get out, but will walk back in and get shut down by the Masquerade. It will not get a retaliatory knockout coming from Goofy Goobers on the side of the Talonflame. Talonflame is now running back to the pad with his life and is able to do so intact. We did see the Gyarados come back again. It's currently at level 4, trying to get its effort values, and it looks like Gengar is on the top side, allowing to facilitate that play as a 3v2 fight breaks out in the top lane. Looks like no knockouts were given. Goofy Goobers were able to survive due to the low damage output, but the effort value on the Magikarp went up by at least 25%.
Yeah, this is going to be a Hex Gengar, so I was talking a lot about Dream Eater for this Pokemon, but Hex is also a really powerful ability. When you apply any sort of status condition onto an enemy Pokemon, whether that be Will-O-Wisp or Sludge Bomb that they get in the later part of the game, they can reset that Hex onto targets that have a status condition over and over and over and over again until they are KO. There is a cooldown at the very end, but at that point, they're most likely KO. The KO streak of 2, though, for that Gap Bite, they are at level 6. You can see here resetting on the Garchomp. Really nice stun there by the Hoopa to help their goodbye peel back to their side of the field.
Goofy Goobers were able to get to the center of the map at the 8-minute mark and grab those center EXP, or wild Pokemon might be the better way to describe them. I don't want to think of them as just as far, but Gengar coming in on Lapras is trying to take them out, but will not be able to do so as Lapras repositions due to its bulky nature. Although the resets start coming in from the Gengar, Lapras now at 25%, posturing and looking for another chance to get away. Goofy Goobers playing very aggressively in the top lane as Hoopa and Garchomp are trying to deal with the with the Gyarados, and will be able to secure the knockout. A lot of HP coming back into the hands of that Garchomp. You can see the boosted healing coming in, but that again, Haunter will be able to get more resets and a double knockout in the top lane, evolving to Gengar at level 9.
Yeah, and they also have that Unite move, which is going to be a Decidueye worse than Nightmare. It's not a Darkrai, but it is another type of ghost Pokemon that can get to the backline very easily. What's the best way to get to the backline? Well, make sure they don't see you with the Phantom Ambush. They are going to take objectives off of the map very quickly with Hex. You're going to take the Regieleki to the Tier 1 goal zone as the fight on the second frontier in this bottom path continues to break out. Registeel brought down to less than 20%, ready for a secure. Is the Talonflame. They are going to use their Brave Bird plus their Aerial Ace to get the confirmation there. Really good job by the Piloswine to make sure they interrupt that Decidueye. It didn't even matter. The rest of the team was there for the secure. 30 points from the Talonflame, the best overcap you can do in the early game.
Attacks to play coming as currently up by almost 50 points. Fight breaking out in the jungle right here as Goopy Goobers try to grab onto the Gengar, but Gengar will be able to reposition. It looks like Gyarados will get a knockup. Garchomp forced to use his Unite move, but is at a sliver of HP and is eventually knocked out as Gyarados and Gengar keep on the assault. Gengar trying to grab a double knockout, but will not be able to do so. Talonflame comes out with the Aerial Ace and sends him home. Blissey now caught out in a really rough position, low in HP, but the Brave Bird comes in for a double KO streak, and Lapras picks up the third. Masquerada coming in for the knockout onto the Decidueye, but left 1v3 in a very tough position. True Vision has been seen, and now Hoopa will pick up the knockout on the Masquerada. 4 knockouts going over to Goofy Goober.
So we got Hex Gengar. We also have Trailblaze Night Slash by the Meowscarada. You typically see this Pokemon with Double Team and Flower Trick, really good burst damage. But one thing that Michichi's Litter Box has, they have so much really strong DPS for their team. They have the auto attacks from the Gyarados as well. Waterfall is really good DPS. And we see here, it looks like the Mamoswine unfortunately going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center. This is looking really good for the Goofy Goobers. 230 to 115. Talonflame looking really strong at level 13, 2 levels higher than the central area carry on the other side. That's the Gengar at level 11. Decidueye is not doing too bad as well at level 10, about matching the enemy team. Goofy Goobers, this might be the best look in the first half of the game we've seen them so far.
They are, I think, yeah, probably the first team in the series who actually had an early game lead against Michichis, as they are up by over 100 points and in a very aggressive position by having these level advantages. Talonflame up by 2, Garchomp up by 1, Decidueye tied with the other carries. It is not a bad spot to be. Now, Michichis is not giving up. They did get to Regieleki. They're trying to force it in, and Gyarados will be able to get some action going in the top lane, grabbing a knockout onto the Garchomp. But Decidueye is down as well, perhaps to the Masquerada. Retaliatory knockout coming out from the Talonflame. Regieleki keeping its presence up there, giving an opportunity for the Gyarados to take some of the wild Pokemon in the center area for Goofy Goobers. Is forced to retreat with the Waterfall, will be able to do so successfully. It looks like Talonflame is going to be using the Brave Bird, but is not able to get to Regieleki. It's actually been stolen by the Mamoswine.
I gotta say though, you know, it's kind of ironic to say that Michichi's Litter Box is a team of Trailblazers because they got a Pokemon with Trailblaze as one of the abilities, but they quite literally are playing a pretty goofy composition, right? Meowscarada with its lesser use set, Gengar with its lesser use set. They're playing Mamoswine, which is a pretty lesser used defender. I wouldn't say there's so much the same about Gyarados and Blissey, but with those 3 carries, it's really interesting to see. And again, they're trying to play some more Pokemon because it's a no-stakes game here for Underdunk. Is the best place to do so, but 3 minutes remaining, Malice, and we will find out the champion of today's event.
I made a comment earlier when we were talking about who was going to win, and you know, I said that Goofy Goobers was going to go 2-1 and take the reset, and I said so as a joke. But here it is. It might actually be happening. Gyarados getting 2 knockouts onto the pad. Talonflame using the Unite move, knocking back the Mamoswine and the Gyarados into the Flux Zone and being able to use the Brave Bird to escape. But because of this repositioning, it left the pad open and available for Michichis to get a lot of points in. And just a short second, we see Michichis take the lead, now up by 25 points, about 25 seconds before the race spawn.
Yeah, Talonflame's Unite move, Flame Sweep. It doesn't have that high of a cooldown, so they may be able to get that back maybe 15 to 20 seconds after the final stretch. But it was kind of a bitter thing to swallow there. You know, they pushed some members deep into their speed flux zone, but they did give the lead to Machichi's litter box as the Gengar and Blissey able to score on the tier 2 goal zone, breaking that wide open. 2 minutes remaining, 60 odd points or so, 55 points to be exact. Here comes the Lapras Express, finds 2 with the wave to follow. Rayquaza already brought down to 50%. The capture of the Rayquaza is very soon. Hoopa going into that unbounded save. Decidueye, the first of all president, is down, unfortunately, for a reach on the Gengar. The next of all, Blissey getting scrambled. Here comes a Floral Flourish, putting a catwalk all over the Goofy Goober, sending a few of them back, and Rayquaza is still less than 50% HP. The 2 Kanto water-type Pokemon are going into a 1v1 that will be the fight of the century. Decidueye waiting for the Secure all the way in the Pixel Bush. They cannot stay on the field. Rayquaza, here comes a Braver, and the Secure of choice. It might be the Mammal Swine, but it is, once again, the Talonflame. It is brave, and it is bold, and it is a win potentially for the Goofy Goobers. They need to get their scores in, and they have 1 minute to do so.
It was not how I thought that was going to go. We saw the Decidueye come back from the base, was able to spawn, but very quickly was caught out by the Gyarados. Early on that fight, we did see the flank coming in for the Gengar, getting Decidueye out very early on. No impact from the Decidueye in either moments of that fight, and it looked like Machichis had the advantage that they were going to be able to secure it. However, Talonflame was able to get him with a Brave Bird, Arrow Ace, and an auto attack, I think, is what secured it in the end. Many points going over to Goofy Goobers. They were already to score at least 100, 150 coming in, another 100 coming in from the Garchomp. They are now up by over 200 points, meaning they can let one of these players through in the next 10 seconds as long as they defend the home pad. Another 100 coming in from Talonflame to score. Goofy Goobers is going to be the champions of Underdunk as the underdog story coming back from the loser's queue, taking it to the end, getting the reset and resetting the map in its totality. Goofy Goobers, you have done it!
I'm a Goofy Goober. Yeah, you're a Goofy Goober. Yeah, we are all Goofy Goobers. And as you said, Malice, Goofy Goobers running the gauntlet, being knocked down to the loser side of the bracket in round 2 or round 3, beating out Micro and Cheese in the loser's final set, beating Machichi's litter box in a best of 3 and then a best of 1. They ran the gauntlet, and it paid off in dividends. Love to see it for this team, and I'm excited to see where they go. If they're going to the final stretch, they should feel very confident in this win.
Oh, they do. And they had a 75% win rate against Machichi's, a team that was not did not drop a single game all the way up into the finals. And yet here they are, and they have done it. And yeah, man, maybe I'll invite Husky over for a video to do on the psychology behind this. I would love to have a lecture on core fish and how our cognitive brains work very similar to lobsters. And the core of this is if you win, you're more likely to win again. And Goofy Goobers were able to keep the momentum all the way through this entire series. It was one to watch for sure. Very impressive play, very impressive comeback. And I did not believe it was going to happen. I was poking fun at their expense at the beginning of the series, yet here I am, foot in my mouth, having to admit that they are a proficiently dominant team.
Love to see the Goofy Goobers get this win in today's Underdunk 51 event. And just like Doug Trio, number 51, we got 3 heads. We got 3 casters back on the desk. What's up, Kyle? Welcome back. Big question for you. Are you a Goofy Goober? Yeah.
I think we're all Goofy Goobers. Yeah. Congrats to the Goofy Goobers. Well deserved, well earned. Obviously, not the result that they wanted in the regional finals, but consolation prize, an Underdunk win, surely has to feel good.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Kyle, we've had quite a day of casting, a pretty long broadcast today, going quite literally the distance. I think it's EST for you. It's almost 1 a.m. for you over on the eastern coast of the United States. But we've had a really good showing of the changes that happened in the most recent balance patch. Right, we've seen a lot of Buzzwole today. We saw a lot of Gyarados today. Of course, Machizel was playing that, as we can see here with the bracket. We saw Goofy Goobers being knocked down in the winners quarterfinals and kind of the upper part of the middle bracket there. They had to run the gauntlet through Sugar Rush. Or actually, no, they're all the way down to the left side of the losers round 1. So they quite literally won every single best of 1 to, again, beat Machichi's litter box in the grand finals. But going back to my topic about the metagame, it has definitely developed into a really interesting metagame. Big takeaways from you, Kyle, from today's event, and then the balance patch that was just released.
Big takeaways: Goofy Goobers loves the lower bracket. It's similar to how they ended up qualifying for their top 8 run earlier this UCS season, losing in the first round and then making the gauntlet run in the lower bracket, backs up against the wall, and they did that today. So very impressive stuff. So congrats to them. As far as the metagame, I'm still liking this Lapras pick. It's looking pretty good. It's been pretty fun to see kind of a new Pokemon enter the fray, despite being out for almost 2 years at this point, which is wild to say. Been very cool to see some additional, scoping of the new item. Well, not new item, but the reconfigured item of the Rocky Helmet. It's been looking pretty good. Buff Pokemon, Garchomp stocks are up, Blaziken stocks are up. Clefable stocks, I think, are starting to rise too. So we're starting to enter into a new meta just before one of the biggest events of the season in UCS.
I would say a new metagame, but it's I've said this on previous broadcasts, but it's almost like a reversion back to a very bulky metagame. If we recall, right before the Speedster damage penetration buff was added, we were in a fairly bulky metagame. Garchomp was very prevalent, Gyarados was very prevalent, Defenders, of course, as strong as they are. But now that they're adding Clefable to this metagame, it just makes it all the more bulkier. But that is going to be the broadcast for Underdunk 51. Kyle, how's it feel to be back home, back to your channel? Do you want to close us out? Take us home.
Yeah, let's close it out. Yeah, it feels fantastic to be back home. Very appreciative of Engage for helping us out run that tournament. Speaking of which, exclamation point Master Series, there might be a little bit of time left to go ahead and register for that open bracket this weekend, which would be really fun. $250 prize pool for this weekend's open bracket. If you qualify, that enters you in for the main event. $750 prize pool for that portion, which will be played, I believe, starting group stage will be a week after this. So exclamation point Master Series in the chat if you are interested in getting your team signed up. I think there are plenty of spots. Top 3 teams, I believe, are going to qualify. Exciting stuff there. Any more tournaments? I'm trying to think of if there's anything else going on in the grassroots scene. Draku, Malice, I'll start with Malice since you've been quiet for the last couple minutes. Malice, anything that you want to shout out before we get on out of here?
No, not at this time. I'm currently cooking something up with you and Draku, but I don't feel comfortable giving the details on that just yet. Keep your ear to the ground, though. Something very exciting is around the bend, and I've got good news on that might be sooner than expected, and I hope to share it with you guys soon.
Excited to hear about that once it comes to fruition. Draku, anything else that you want to shout out before you get on out of here?
Yeah, I'm just going to spoil Malice's project. He is putting together his final exam for his students, and he's going to be doing 1v1s to pass the class. That's exactly what he's going to be doing. Sorry, but if you want to join Malice's class, I think it's like the last week of the semester. You can join his class, 1v1 him for an A immediately. That's the plan.
Free credits. 3 credits.
But yeah, just checking out for me. It's been a wonderful time casting once again. Underdunk, near and dear to my heart as always. I will be casting kind of community events coming up. I'll be doing the open series for the Engage Master Series this Sunday, I believe, and then probably just doing some Underdunks with you guys once again as we proceed into the last major event for North America, at least for the region of North America. We have Worlds in Anaheim, which is in North America, but NAIC is less than a month away, and if you guys are going out there, Underdunk is the best place to get your practice in. With a lot of teams kind of disbanding towards the end of this competitive season, this is the place to get your reps in. So continue to come back to the broadcast, continue to support Kyle and his efforts here in Underdunk, and big thank you to everyone in the backseat. I'm sure Kyle's going to do that, but thank you again for watching.
Almost beat me to it. Yeah, big shout out to Husky, who casted with me a little bit earlier. Big shout out to Professor Malice and Drake, who joined in for the second shift. Lordy, obviously, for TOing all night long. Beena on the cams. Shiv producing and controlling all the scenes. Shmeadie, I think, was able to step in for at least for a little bit to help with some mod duties at the begin, but I think she's like on a road trip right now, so doing it from the car very safely, I hope. Outside of that, yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks for Underdunk, the Meowth edition. 52.
Yeah.
Right? Meowth is Pokemon 52.
Yeah, get that money. Wait, that's so wait. With Amulet coin coming out. That's so on brand. 52.
It really
because
is.
It has yeah.
I like it. Yeah, very exciting there. Yeah, 2 weeks we'll be back for more. We're working on potentially bringing kind of like a fun in between those 2 weeks event, more of like a casual type of thing. More to come on that. We're kind of cooking something. Off season obviously coming up, so stay tuned. Stay in the server to get more information there. I'll also post it on the Twitter and all that good stuff. But with that information, I'm gonna let both Beena and Shivam and then both of you two go get something to eat. Hope everybody have a good rest of your evening. Have a great weekend, and we will see you in 2 weeks. Bye now.
Bye.